Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. There have been more fights at Waffle Houses than the entire history of the Roman Colosseum. It's a place where people go mainly just to throw down, it seems, and then maybe get like a waffle to celebrate either a victory or rub it in their wounds after a tough loss. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the prerequisites for being a waitress or waiter at a Waffle House is a black belt in Muay Thai. The food really is secondary to the true Waffle House experience of being able to be either a spectator in a brawl or a participant. Waffle House is a lot like my asshole. You just never know when shit's gonna pop off. And it feels like it's always just a matter of time before a fight breaks out. It's got this big reputation now as the go-to Thunderdome for giving or receiving ass whoopings. It's like almost a curse that haunts Waffle House where you go in there in a good mood, but the second you cross that threshold, it's like that scene out of Kingsman at the church where everyone just like flips on this switch and they're just fighting each other. I don't know what exactly it is about Waffle Houses that bring out the demon, but yes, it is well known now how often fights happen there. And recently there was a massive one that made headlines everywhere, and I didn't even cover it on my channel. I've covered a lot of Waffle House fights, but this one a lot of people noticed I was uncharacteristically silent on, thinking that I was like a Waffle House hipster where this fight was too mainstream for me to talk about, but nothing could be further from the truth. I was as entertained as everyone else was. I'm sure all of you have seen the big brawl by now. I can't show you any clips because with the YouTube's new policy, I would get fucked in the mouth so quick for doing that. So I already know you've seen the brawl, but the thing is, I enjoyed it. I just didn't have a whole lot to say about it. It was mainly grappling. There was like not a whole lot of like squaring up and delivering knuckle sandwiches. It was pretty much grappling until the end, where it finished with a WWE style chair throw, which led to a now historic internet moment. This iconic parry.
Yo, they still Oh my god, bro!
That was a frame-perfect parry like something out of Dark Souls. She got iframes out of that right there. That is an absolute game ender. She threw that chair with velocity too. That was a cannon. And she not only deflected it, but she like fucking spun it around her forearm here and then threw it to the ground. It was so flashy. Fucking anime couldn't have been smoother than that. It was nutty, and it took the internet by storm. There's tons of edits around this now, with like John Cena being the one throwing the chair. It went super viral. However, this actually had a wildly detrimental impact to that lady's career. She got fired for this, which I think is just wrong. She didn't start the fight. It's a fucking Waffle House. A fight is inevitable. It's like trying to stop the wind from blowing. She was powerless, so what did she do? Defend herself, which I think is totally within her right to do. She shouldn't lose employment because she deflected a chair. Now, I do realize that leading up to this, she was actively engaged in this brawl, but even still, I don't blame her. The brawl broke out and she was defending herself as well as her fellow employees. It's something I don't think she should have lost her job over, but it goes even deeper than that. Not only did she lose her job, it seems she's been banned from ever working at a Waffle House again, which makes no sense. She should be like the head of security for Waffle House going forward. She should be training other employees on how to handle situations the way she did. Like, just imagine the wisdom she could share with everyone. By the end of her training, Waffle House employees will be able to slap bullets out of midair. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. She was punished for something I don't think she even did wrong. So it's a big L from Waffle House. I'll go ahead and show you from the articles where she posted a video going over it.
Can't ever work for Waffle House again. I tried working for another one, like sometime earlier this year, and I had found out that I was blacklisted.
That's so fucked up. After a successful parry like that? Man, Waffle House is so dumb for that. She should honestly have been promoted. She could have been the face of their marketing campaign. Like, yeah, we know we have a reputation for fights breaking out, but Now we have our own Batwoman. And then it's just like her parrying chairs or something. They could have really leaned into it. Fucking stupid Waffle House, man. Jesus. I don't know how they couldn't see this easy slam dunk for PR. What was she supposed to do? Just let it hit her in the face? I don't think she was blacklisted for parrying the chair. I think she got blacklisted because it might be company policy that when a fight breaks out and you're like participating, you get fired. I don't think it was necessarily this successful parry. I don't think it would matter if she got hit in the face with it or not. She threw the salt shaker. Oh, was she the one that threw the salt shaker? Okay, then that was probably it. Even still, though, this whole brawl isn't her fault. If they fire everyone who gets in fights at Waffle House, how are they still finding so many employees? Yeah, good point. The turnover rate of employees at Waffle House has to be unreal. If you're getting fired for fights, like, you're going to be going through new employees once a week. It's so sad how such a triumphant moment with that chair parry could turn into something so devastating for her career. Because she's still out of a job, to my knowledge, which is shocking. I would have thought, like, some other corporation or something would have picked her up just even to capitalize off of her, like, the viral marketing capabilities she now has. But to my knowledge, that hasn't happened. So I feel really bad for her because, again, I feel like she was just defending herself from the chair being thrown at her as well as just like the general brawl. So I just wanted to share this because I think this is a big fuck up from Waffle House. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. January 3rd is a date that had more importance to me than my own birthday because that was the day Logan Paul said he was going to respond to CoffeeZilla's investigative series on his CryptoZoo project. Throughout a year-long investigation conducted by CoffeeZilla, he produced 3 videos that highlighted that CryptoZoo was a scam and told the story of tons of victims who lost money and went over how it got to that point and what went on behind the scenes. Logan Paul stated that he would be responding to all the allegations on January 3rd. And he did, in a remarkably baffling way. So January 3rd rolled around, and it was this very sad wet fart of a response from Logan Paul. He released a 7-minute video where he addressed none of the actual claims that had evidence backing them and avoided all of the actual hard-hitting facts that CoffeeZilla was providing without giving his side of anything. Instead, he just started attacking the character of CoffeeZilla and throwing out wild accusations with nothing to back up his claims in his own video, which makes him very hypocritical in that sense, such as him stating at the very beginning that CoffeeZilla's been getting information wrong because he's turned into a gossip channel without ever showing any of the things he's gotten wrong recently, and then saying that he tried to work in law enforcement but was turned away for being not truthful and his work often being speculative, of which he provides no sources to where he got that, so I imagine he reached into his colon and pulled it out like a little dingleberry. So his video wasn't the best when it came to proving his innocence. So he then released a podcast episode yesterday going over it deeper. However, it's not deep at all. This shit is shallower than a micro penis. It doesn't go anywhere. It's still the very surface level shit where he doesn't actually talk about any of the evidence-backed claims that CoffeeZilla makes against him, his team, and his project. It's an hour and 20 minutes of them trying to play the victim here, and it's so shameless at one point that he even begins reading a letter that he supposedly received from a fan that made him tear up, talking about how great of a person Logan is and how he has such a kind heart, and then Logan tears up on the podcast again. None of this has anything to do with the CoffeeZilla investigation or CryptoZoo, so it just seems like he's farming sympathy points for some reason. It's just not good at all. This is actually significantly worse than his 7-minute response video. Now, he does reinforce that he will be suing CoffeeZilla for defamation for his investigative series on CryptoZoo, which leads me to believe that Logan Paul is truly surrounded by absolute fucking troglodytes. There is nobody in Logan Paul's immediate circle that gives him good advice. A defamation case is extremely hard to win, in even the best of circumstances. But you have a shady crypto company that a ton of people lost a ton of money on, and you're suing a guy who investigated it for a year and provided nothing but an unbiased, objective look at the facts. No matter how you want to spin it, it is objective as it gets. Logan Paul seems to believe that CoffeeZilla highlighted him as a malicious, evil supervillain, which are his words, not mine. But in the actual investigation videos, you can see CoffeeZilla multiple times mentions that he can't pin the blame on any one person, and in fact focuses more highly on the other two people, Jake the Crypto King and Eddie Ibanez, than Logan Paul. So to win a defamation case, you not only have to prove that the information is incorrect, you have to prove that it was knowingly incorrect by the person who put it out there publicly. You have to prove there was malicious intent. You would have to somehow prove that CoffeeZilla knew all of this information was wrong, published it anyway for the sole purpose of hurting your image. And that's a very difficult thing to prove, because you can make tons of arguments that CoffeeZilla, even if things are wrong, which so far Logan Paul's proven nothing wrong, aside from one of the victims in the testimonials being shady, aside from that, he's proven nothing. He would then have such a solid defense regardless, because he investigated and just provided like facts of information he gathered from Logan Paul's own team. So he would have a very strong case of, this isn't defamation, I was doing a public service by bringing all of this information to light. Like, it's an unwinnable case for defamation, and I have to imagine Logan Paul knows that and just wants to bully CoffeeZilla legally and cost him a lot of money to hurt him, which is fucked up. That is malicious and supervillain-like, Logan. Of course, I'm no lawyer, but I am at least somewhat familiar with how defamation cases usually go, because when someone's feelings get hurt, they always try and sue for defamation for some reason. It's pretty cringe. Now, another thing that I want to mention before showing the podcast moments is Logan Paul is so delusional that he actually is using the defense of him hiring criminals makes him innocent. So in his response video, he's like, "You talked to my developer that stole the code for $1 million. Did you know that that developer is actually a convicted criminal?" And then showcases his criminal history, as if that makes Logan Paul look better or innocent. Logan, you hired 3 criminals to run this with you. That makes you look much, much worse and much more guilty. Oh, no, guys, it's not me that was bad. I hired 3 criminals. I brought together the Suicide Squad here to run this crypto company. It's them that were bad. It's not my fault. Why are you getting mad at me? I just hired the criminals. Obviously, you're responsible for the team you put together. You are liable for 2 of them stealing $7.7 million from the project here. That is your fault. I don't know why you keep falling back on, no, it's just those criminals that did it, not me. Like, it's such a fucking stupid defense. I already did get kind of the spoilers that he really just repeats what he said in his video, which is nothing. Even in this hour and 20 long podcast, he doesn't actually debunk any of CoffeeZilla's claims.
Always trying to get a question.
What was the question? He was just like spitting a fact. Now, I know these are just like his lackeys, and his point is like, this is all wrong, but it wasn't even a question. He's just like, he's just like, right. Like, the only thing he failed to mention there is that it was a scam. But everything else, yeah, I mean, he's like, right. It's not like you were going to talk about Crypto Zoo the next day or something. If CoffeeZilla never made the video telling the victim's story, this would have stayed just buried. Logan, big guy. Coffee already posted the receipts. He reached out to you directly on Instagram, which was your only means of communication, by the way, since you blocked him, over a year ago. When that was a dead end, he reached out to your manager multiple times asking to talk directly to you. Jeff left him on red. It wasn't until every other avenue was burned that he called your manager, Jeff. Those receipts were already posted. But you are right, he did reach out again on December 24th to your email, again, after exhausting everything else, again, because you have him blocked. But that's just so transparently weak. Your offer was for him to fly out to your studio to do it, so couldn't the same argument be made for you? Like, that's not a strong point that you, for some reason, harp on so heavily. His offer was to just do a general video call. In fact, CoffeeZilla doesn't even do those interviews, video calls, on his main channel. He does it on a secondary platform. So it wouldn't even be milking views or anything out of it. It's literally just getting the truth.
Hey, Steven, just wanted to put my response to your scam allegations on your radar, linked below. Even though you broke laws, hardly substantiated your evidence, fabricated dangerously misleading falsehoods, and wrongfully accused me of scamming my fans, I'd still love to host you on Impulsive, again, unmonetized. It can even be one on...
Hardly substantiated your evidence. I'm going to give him leeway on the breaking laws because even I didn't realize Texas was a one-party consent law when it came to recording conversations on the phone. So he didn't break laws, so that's blatantly wrong, but I'm going to give him leeway because I also didn't realize that was legal in Texas. But this, fucking yikes, and fabricated dangerously misleading falsehoods. What, talking to your team of criminals, like, directly? What do you mean? Oh, no. this is so much worse than I would have expected. Just because Logan didn't make the money doesn't mean it wasn't a scam. You know who did make money and 7.7 million's worth? 2 of the other criminals he hired to run it with him, Mike. Yes, it is a scam, even though Logan didn't make the money off of it. Holy shit. I am going to assume this had to have been recorded a week ago or longer. There's no way he recorded this and released it today after his response video and the reception and all of the points made about it. I refuse to believe he is that blissfully ignorant of what's going on. This has to be old. This is bad. This is just... So the setup he's doing here is Coffee refused to come on Impulsive, so instead I'm gonna have my sidekick here make up easy softball questions that we think CoffeeZilla may have asked if he was lobotomized. And then Logan tackles those easy ones. For instance, what is a scam? Well, by the definition of a scam, Logan, did you make money off of this? And I already know the answer. Well, no, Mike. In fact, CoffeeZilla even corroborated this. I never sold the coin. That doesn't mean it's not a scam, Logan. CoffeeZilla said was accurate. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Doesn't mean it's not a scam, bro. Talk about the leaked group texts about how this was supposed to just emulate another lucrative project to exploit your fans for money as quickly as possible off as minimal effort as possible. And then talk about all of the meeting memos about market manipulation and what's an acceptable amount to sell on any given day for the percentage increase, or for the percentage effect on the overall tokenomics. Get into the market manipulation stuff from the actual group chats, man. That's what I'd like to hear.
That seemed just like a kill shot to this entire thing.
Yeah, maybe. If your brain is very smooth, I suppose. Well, everyone may have lost money, and the entire goal may have been to just exploit us for money, but Logan didn't sell. So I guess we weren't scammed. I can see how your mind worked in that way. What are you talking about? It was stock images. It has nothing... Even if the art was bad, if it was clear it was actually custom art by real artists, then the critique would just be, yeah, the art's kind of lame. The critique is, the handmade art claim is wrong. As in, you're using stock images. What is he talking about? His claims were literally handmade art, and he talked about how many artists he had on the team. But it was revealed that it was mainly stock photos. Now, the hybridization of the art with a panda with a long elephant nose, maybe you had someone drum that up in 5 minutes in Photoshop, I guess? But, like, even that's a stretch. Discussion he has that's insightful at all. I know that he says that CoffeeZilla is milking victims of his scam, which is a wild thing to say. Just get over it. You lost money. Stop milking it. That is what. Where is that actually? I'll pull that up in case any of you haven't seen that. Where in this podcast is it?
At each other. When all this broke, when we were making.
So that wasn't the milking it part, but that was embarrassing. Jesus Christ, Mike. Logan. When we were in Qatar, in that spa, surrounded by topless women, drinking expensive champagne, I looked over, you checked your phone, CoffeeZilla made a video with your name in it. You knew it was about CryptoZoo, and I saw, through the windows of your soul, I saw your heart broke, Logan. So I did what any good friend would do. I put your whole sack into my mouth. And I didn't want to, Logan. Trust me, I didn't want to. But I put it in my mouth where it was nice and warm, and I knew I could comfort you in this time of need. And I'm not trying to make it seem like the victim, but you ruined our entire vacation, CoffeeZilla. All of it. Ruined it. Did you watch the video? I have to wonder. I actually thought he did a really great job of talking about the other ones as being the really malicious evil supervillains and you being the bumbling buffoon. You played the comic relief of the scam, Logan. I have to wonder if he even watched it. Coffee focused very heavily on Crypto King and Eddie. You were just the dummy. Like the actual fucking dummy. Thanks the resub Harmonica and Jelly. Love your fans so much, give them their money back. Easy. Your fans mean so much to you. Wow, you do so much you take a picture when they ask, holy fuck, what a saint. Give them their money back. Prove it. Give them their money back. But, like, let's say it is 5 or 6 mil. Logan Paul, with Prime alone, makes that in, like, a week. People are fighting each other in the UK for Prime. He could absolutely afford just to give that back. Be like, you know what, guys? I really do, like, care about you. I'm not just... This isn't just lip service. This wasn't supposed to be a scam. Things got out of control. You lost money. Real people were hurt. And I can't live with that anymore. I'm giving you your investments back. And since it's on the blockchain, you have the ledger. You can easily see who invested what so you don't get scammed by people pretending to be investors. And you could easily just give them it back and make it whole. But he won't. He could afford to, though. 100% he could afford to. No, but Charlie, he takes pictures with his fans. That's a good point. A picture's worth more than the millions of dollars that they've lost. Hey, babe. I know I lost money with Dink Doink from Logan Paul last time. Well, I did it again with CryptoZoo, but I got this dope-ass picture with him. Like, look at how happy we look together. What do you mean you're at that? Like, this is a bad point anyway. He should be making money from his work. Not to quote the Joker, because that's turbo cringe, but if you're good at something, don't do it for free. Like, he's the best goddamn investigator the platform has. He should be making money from it. I don't see how that's a critique. What's the criticism there? He did these investigations and he makes money! He can't be trusted!
And
They're called victims, Logan.
part 6 is the more he says and the more he continues to spread this misinformation that this was any sort of con or scam, the more I have for the lawsuit that I am filing. The defamation.
I do... The disconnect in his brain is wild because he puts it on this lens like the guy, CoffeeZilla, is just someone that doesn't like him, as opposed to a guy who investigated this fully. So he truly believes that everyone that he showcases and every story he tells has to be by a paid actor and can't comprehend that real people lost a lot of money from his project. Or maybe he can and he pretends to be stupid. Couldn't really tell you. But yeah, he just talks about the people losing money as being milked, or them milking it. Yo, you got scammed. Get over it. I think I really do think Stan's had the best take on it. Like, if he was Logan Paul's guy, he would have advised to just ignore it. And he's absolutely right. I thought the right play would just be make everyone whole again, refund them. I think that's the morally correct thing to do. But if Logan just wanted the easiest way and just to get out of this as quickly as possible, if he never said anything, he would have been fine, actually. But now he's posted this on both of his main platforms, Logan Paul channel and now Impulsive. All of his audience is now aware of this. Now they've probably watched CoffeeZilla's video, and with all of that evidence, they're going to look at Logan Paul and be like, fuck, this guy hasn't proven his innocence at all. He hasn't even mentioned any of the claims. So he really fucked himself. If he had just ignored it, his audience would have never known, never cared, and he would have been in the same situation. He would have been fine. His fans are definitely not watching CoffeeZilla's video. I disagree. So I actually think since now he's posted it 2 times, they're going to be like, what is he talking about? What are these scam allegations? I bet it's a bunch of baloney, a bunch of fucking barnacles. Logan would never do that. Let me see what this is. And they'll watch it for even a second, like hate watch it. But then Coffee immediately starts making points and they're like, interesting. His audience, no. I don't know. Maybe I'm now skewed on what I think his audience is after the CoffeeZilla videos because everyone that he interviewed that got scammed for a lot of money was not a kid. They were young adults. So no, maybe I'm under the false idea that his audience is older than they are. I always thought he had like a Disney Channel audience, but after the CoffeeZilla investigation, I became convinced they were older. Plus he's in the WWE now, which is mainly older audience. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong fully. What I wanted is for him to actually tackle the evidence. I would really like to hear from his side, if there is one. Right now, I'm starting to genuinely doubt he has any legs to stand on there on this situation. But, who knows? You didn't see him push Prime at the end.
You look like a...
Yeah, Prime needed an extra push. It's only on his goddamn phone case on the table, them drinking it constantly, them fiddling with it constantly. Yeah, it needed that extra push. Yeah, surely I needed to see that. Tickling girls. I'm not even going to scroll over that one. Here's Demonologist. The Phasmophobia-like game. Got all the good gear. Cool, cool, cool. How do I, Oh, I have to interact with it first. I don't have enough money for an EMF? What the fuck am I supposed to use? My sense of smell? How am I supposed to know if there's jinns and demons and ghosts? Oh, okay. This is a crazy little device, so I zap it. Man, I got some wild gizmos here. What the fuck is this? Can you hear me right now, or do I have to talk into this? Hey, hello? Hey. Hey, hello? Hey. I'm gonna set down a toy real quick if you want to play with it. I don't know what this does, but I'll just leave it there, I guess. Let me go get a flashlight. Someone just walked by me. Or floated by me. Okay, how do I talk to you? Hey, hello? Oh, ghost nearby? Hey, hello? I had a little ghost icon. Hey, hello? What are you? Where's my clues? Which one of these whisper... It's very talkative. Hey, can you shut the fuck up for a second? I'm trying to learn about evidence. Oh, it just lit... Oh, it lit something on fire. Okay. That's gotta be big for me, right? Okay, so it lit that on fire. That's good data. What does this thing do? I have like a little cockroach here. How does this help me? So this is a 2 on the bug scale. What was that? Where's my little toy? Oh, did that kid steal it? No. Still down here spinning. Okay, it's moving. It's in the TV. I think it's a poltergeist, right? Don't these things like move shit around? No, it's doing some Mongolian throat singing. Go to the room with the book stand and say Victoria. What is that, like a cheat code? Where's the book stand? Victoria. 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 No, it's not Victoria at all, brother. What, why am I saying Victoria? In the dress room? Victoria. Okay, I got pranked. Did the ghost leave? Got bored? Still think it's a poltergeist. I'll just keep it out. I'll just ADS the whole way. Oh, there's a basement. Hey, Everett. Is your punk ass down here? Still no silhouette. Tons of chairs, though. Oh, here we go. Definitely this chair. Hey, Everett, can you sit in this chair real quick? Oh, he's killed people. Oh, it's even got his wiener out. Oh, Everett, have some class, brother. Oh, it's yucky. Hey, Everett, I saw you close that door. Stop playing pranks. Can you go sit in that chair? No, he does not want to sit down. I thought we'd have a little, like, Blue's Clues moment here with Steve in the chair. Guess not. The ghost sitting in the chair isn't a real chair. It's a ghost chair. Oh. Or maybe I just won't bother completing this optional objective. Oh, I gotcha! Now what? Oh, you can't do that part until you finish the optionals. Oh. Do ghosts actually attack in this game, and can they hurt you? I imagine they have to, because they mention hunting in the journal. So Everett must just be a pacifist. I don't know what to tell you. That ghost sucked. Did I get it right? Find the correct ghost? Nope. What was it? It was an Iblis. Whatever. Tomato, tomato, kind of the same thing, really. This time it's Dawson Orion. Oh yeah, this guy's bad news. I know that name. But he was also an avid painter. He loved the arts. I'll get my bug out. Was this chair here last time? Okay, so this ghost is laughing. He's happy. Which type of ghost is typically happy? EMF 4, he knocked over a spray bottle. He's running? Wait, hold on, let me get my canvas. Maybe he's running to my canvas to paint. Is this a better version of Phasmophobia? I don't know about better. Literally nothing has happened yet except for some moving shit. So go into the photo and say Magna 3 times. Magna, Magna, Magna. I imagine I need the walkie-talkie, right? Why are people just like telling me nonsense, like saying Victoria to this dress and shit? Doesn't do anything. Oh, hey, what's up? Okay. I didn't have my EMF reader out. That might have been like a 1 or a 2. Like a soft 2, maybe. Did she run over and paint something for me? That bitch. Hope you're ready to tinkle in your britches. Because we got an EMF 5 out here. The bug's going crazy. So now what? Is he gonna paint for me? I guess not. Mark it down, the evidence. Magna. 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 Maybe I have to do it Bloody Mary style. Spin in a circle. Magna. 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 No, it's trash. That doesn't work. Doesn't do anything. Hey, yo, Dawson. Victoria. Oh, light's flickering. That's evidence, right? You have to get closer to the painting. Okay. This is as close as I can get. Magna. 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 So it's just the same lady from the Victoria room? Nice. Does she do it every time? Magna. 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 Oh, now he's chirping. Dawson! Calm down. Speak to me, Dawson. What's on your mind, buddy? Just say it into the radio. I'm listening. I just don't have a whole lot of tools of, like, gathering info. The only other thing I can do right now is, the black light and look for... Oh, hey, the bookshelf thing's missing. Is this you inviting me in, Dawson? Do you want to talk? Dawson? Also, what is this thing? I haven't quite figured this one out. It looks like a ghost defibrillator. Why is Dawson such a bitch? Paint for me? Pop out on this thing for me? Jesus, it's something. Oh no, you have to place it on the floor. Okay, I'll place it in the hallway where the EMF was 5. Oh, he liked that. Oh, There, okay, here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, he liked that. There you are. Okay, so we got 2 pieces of evidence now. And completely redecorated the house. Okay. Is that another piece of evidence? Interior design? Someone said there was ectoplasm on the wall. Is that right? Was there? Oh, I blew up my... Damn it, I blew up the light. How embarrassing. Sorry, Dawson. He's not gonna like that. Or she. Okay, if I missed ectoplasm, I'll just trust chat. That means it's a Yuri. We did really well on this one. But these ghosts are so passive, they don't hunt. A certain ghost starts hunting if you use profanity. Hey Dawson, you bitch. An immediate reaction, he started running to tell his parents on me. Hey Dawson, you piece of shit. Hey, fuckface. Bastard. Little weasel. That last one wasn't even profanity. Oh, yeah, you don't like that? You weasel. Yeah, where's the ectoplasm chair? Or the silhouette? Shit, Lord. I feel like I'm just being lied to by chat. Does he really hunt if I just call him mean names? Only certain ones. Well, what about Yuris? Are they known for, like, politeness or something? They only speak the Queen's English? Hey, fuck you, Dawson. Dawson sucks. O'Doyle rules. Asshole. Oh, he really doesn't like that. Maybe you're right. Man, fuck Dawson. Dude ate alone at the lunch tables. Dawson sucks. Boo, Dawson, boo. Boo, Dawson. Did I get it right? Let's go! It was a Yuri. But we'll try. Where's the camera? Candle is 600. I can buy 1 candle. And the camera's 1400. I can't afford that yet. I'll need to take out a loan. Fucking paranormal loan. Is it a goop candle? 600 bucks? What the fuck? Yeah, I guess so. It must be goop. We're looking for Yusuf Lester. It only answers when you're alone. Well, I came alone, Yusuf. Just you and me, brother. But it said it only answers, which is good. That means it'll talk to me. We can have a conversation and try diplomacy, and he can just tell me what he is. Yusuf, I'm entering the premises alone. I also forgot a light source. Yusuf, I forgot to bring a flashlight, so it's even scarier and more personal. Hey, Yusuf Lester. You bitch. Okay, this one might not be a profanity hall monitor. Okay. Dawson did that too, and then he stopped speaking. Man, I'm so tired of that happening. Now I need a flashlight, otherwise I won't be able to fucking feel my way around in here. But I'll try it anyway. I think I made it. Light switch. There we go. Man, can you stop pranking these fucking lights? Holy shit. I can't see anything. There we go. Hey, it's Victoria again. She even opened this up for me. Hey, Yusuf, you want to hear my Goofy impression? Gorsh. And I've had 0 EMF activity. So he's using fucking Call of Duty perk Ghost. Voting my UAV here. I'm getting no intel. This is supposed to be a speedrun. Oh. What are you counting down? What was the countdown for, Yusuf? We counted down and then did nothing. I thought he was gonna, like, at least try and jump scare or something. Hey, yo, Yusuf, what was that countdown for, buddy? Okay. Is that what it was? Countdown for baby moment? Any ectoplasm? Fingerprints? Anything at all? Let's try it. What's happening? Is that you, Yusuf? Fuck happened to him? He's like a little slug. No wonder he's not responding. Play with my ESG.
Get out of here now.
Why? Oh, is he hunting? Am I finally being hunted? Oh. That was instant. That wasn't even Yusuf. Okay, I finally got to see what a hunt looked like. Did you see the drama about a Boston Marathon runner shitting in a dude's yard? The dude complained on Reddit, and then the Boston subreddit defended the runner that shit in the dude's yard. I'll check it out. Okay, so this is kind of like the patient zero here. One of the marathon runners just took a shit in my yard. Video inside. Looks like there was hard evidence here. No questions to be asked. They couldn't have tried to blame it on like an animal or something. There was apparently porta potties throughout the route. Man, everything's fucking deleted. This one's not. Someone said it's an emergency. Why would you approach her during this? It was probably embarrassing. She took a shit in his yard. OP responded by saying she should have the courtesy of not shitting on my lawn. There's no possible way her actions can ever be justified. I'm on OP's side here. Like, you can shit other places. There's porta potties throughout there. Plenty that you can do. But yeah, the comments are more on the side of the runner. I think this is one of those astronomically rare circumstances where it can actually be justified. What do you want to happen now? Don't fuck up this woman's life because she didn't want to shit herself. Just don't shit in his lawn. What do you mean, what do you want to happen now? Put her on blast. This lady just fucking shit in my yard. Why? Did she pick up the shit after? No. She left it there and continued running based on the other comments I've seen. Oh my god. Wait, these comments, this is like the most Reddit shit I've ever seen. The comment said, OP should take a lesson from this post. Being a decent human actually requires some effort. On her part, like, just to have the decency not to shit in the yard. Yeah, here it loaded. Yes, you have some ground to stand on because this person... Yes, you have some ground to stand on, too, because this person, some personal shame. But what else do you get from it? And all of OP's responses there are so focused on my, and even stating in no circumstances is this justified, quite showing of how this person is developed. No, yeah, obviously he has some ground to stand on, but that ground is covered in shit. That's the problem. What the fuck? So focused on my. Yeah, it's his fucking yard that she started shitting on. What? This is crazy. This is crazy. At least this one's got downvotes. The other one was updated. But he probably got downvoted because of terrible grammar. His grammar was more shit than that lady's ass. So they probably downvoted for that, because the other ones are updated. At least we're getting to a point where some of these awful takes are fucking downvoted. Damn, OP, you didn't even offer the bathroom. Boo. Right? That's the humane thing to do. Do you want to clean up in my house? You're right, OP should have been out there with his baby wipes helping her wipe her ass. Maybe get her some Imodium and water while he's at it. Shut the fuck up. You can invite some stranger into your house after she poops in your lawn. Finally, a man in the Boston subreddit with a fucking brain in between their ears. Yeah. What are you talking about? Didn't even offer the bathroom. What's he supposed to do? Be monitoring his ring at every hour of the day, making sure there's not some vigilante pooper coming through? Like fucking rushes out there and cradles her like a baby, dragging her to the bathroom? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What kind of chaos? What kind of madness? What world are we living in? What kind of fantasy? Please, madam, come inside. Use my toilet. Use my facilities, quick. Put your sphincter away. There's better choices. Don't embarrass yourself. Again, at least this one has downvotes. You're acting like someone pooped in your yard for fun. She's running a marathon and didn't know what to do. It's not like she could just go home. Yeah, it's gross, but she was probably already embarrassed about the situation. Fucking hold it till you get to the porta potties, or even at the, even at the bare minimum, just shit on public property. Like shit on the street. Just anywhere else. At least bury it. And if you know what, and I'll go a step further. If you're going to shit in someone's yard, at least have the decency to pick it up. Like a dog. Marathon runners shit their pants all the time. Half the sport is being able to push your body to the limits and accept the consequences. I don't know how common it is, but there is an iconic photo of a marathon runner who's approaching the finish line with fucking doo-doo running down both of their legs. And they have like this really grimaced expression on their face. Actually just covered in more shit than like a baby who filled their diaper. The video is on Twitter. Let me see. You can't really see anything. This guy's got a huge front lawn. Some people also came around the corner and caught her in the act. I don't know if those are like marathon judges making sure no one poops themselves or something, like the goddamn defecation police, but like 2 people come around the corner and actually watch her shit on this man's lawn. Did she not wipe? Well, she didn't pack baby wipes or toilet paper for the marathon. She didn't expect to be shitting in it. Tactical shit drive-by. Yeah, looks like it. But yeah, she just leaves it. Doesn't even look like she makes an attempt to clean it up. That is foul. So the better option was for her to shit herself instead of going in someone's yard. Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? Like you'd rather someone be covered in shit and publicly embarrass themselves instead of have a corner of poo on your lawn? It's literally part of the sport. Nearly 60% of marathon runners report shitting themselves. I think you're pulling this out of your ass. This stat is just as shitty as this woman in the yard. Like, I don't believe that. But yeah, there's a couple of other options. Fucking poop in public on the street outside of other people's property, or if you're going to poop on someone's yard, treat it like a dog shitting and literally pick it up after yourself. Yeah, 100%. It looks like that's all we got. That was quite a journey. That was an adventure. First off, runner's diarrhea, as it is known, is a real thing. A study published in the National Library of Medicine in 1992 asked 109 long-distance athletes about their bowel movements during runs. 62% reported that they had stopped for a bowel movement during training. 43% said they had nervous diarrhea before a race, and 51% said they had experienced diarrhea after a race, and 12% reported full-on fecal incontinence while running. That is shockingly high. But that's probably why they have porta potties throughout these marathons, for situations just like this. I guess I don't know how close together those porta potties are, though. Maybe there's like a big gap in between them. Yeah, wild situation. I didn't realize how common poopy pants were during a marathon. I thought that was kind of like an isolated incident. What you did was wrong, but I'm sure in her mind it was sheer panic. Hard to say what you'd do unless you're in the same shoes. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, like I said, I don't think this was premeditated. I don't think she planned on shitting in someone's yard that day or anything. But even still, like if you know like the floodgates are opening, I would say just do it on like public land, or at least clean up after yourself. Like find some bushes on public property, shit there, or clean up after yourself at the very least instead of just leave it like it was a hit and run, like a drive-by. Twist, she wasn't even actually running in the marathon. Oh yeah, maybe it's a very nefarious plot. The marathon was just a cover. There was a second shitter on the grassy knoll. This was cool. This was a nice little rabbit hole. I don't even remember who brought that up, but that was interesting. I'm about to scare every mainstream media outlet with one single word. Gamer. That word is the boogeyman to so many outlets. Gaming is a hobby that's been put in the crosshairs of mainstream media for decades now. They treat gaming like the devil, the root of all evil. It takes the blame for everything that goes wrong. If anything bad happens in the world, mainstream media does their absolute best to tie it into gaming in some way. If some guy commits some atrocities, they'll bring up like his Steam account and be like, well, we saw all the signs there because he once played Sims 3, so we knew that this was inevitable. This has been a trend that's been going on for a long, long time and shows no signs of slowing down. In fact, it's only speeding up. They're putting more coals in this train and they're driving it right off the fucking tracks here. They're going super hard on attacking gaming for everything that goes wrong in the world. And recently a YouTuber named The Act Man made a great journey through time looking at some of mainstream media's finest pieces on gaming. So I just wanted to share some of their highlight montage here with their best takes in gaming. I'll put a link to Actman's video in the description so that way you can see all of the stories, because, wow, they're really something special. Oh, will gaming kill you? I imagine this is going to be talking about this recent fascination with obsession and blaming the subjects of obsession as opposed to the actual underlying cause of the addiction. That would be my guess. There's this recent trend, and it's not just gaming, where things that become a subject of addiction, which is literally anything, food, porn, games, any of it, instead of like talking about addiction itself, it's about these things should be banned because people get addicted to it. It's so weird. We've regressed so fucking much.
Over the years, is Fortnite too addictive? How many games put your kids at risk of pedophiles? There's a lot of fun questions for us to answer.
Now, when I
The
first
answer is
launched my
Roblox.
investigation,
Your odds of encountering a pedophile in a video game are exponentially higher on Roblox than anything else. That shit seems like almost commonplace with how often that happens there.
Across the country, and kids have no say as to what some of these characters say to them. For example, this character could be the man in California police are warning about tonight that asked for images from Missouri children.
What the fuck? Wait, whoa, Tortimer! You bastard! I thought it was weird in Animal Crossing he kept asking for pictures of my nutsack. God damn it! Did we finally catch him? Is he behind bars? In a Supermax cell? Son of a bitch! He infiltrated the cyberspace.
Could be. It could be or it could be the fucking goose on the left. Could also
He could be
her.
anywhere.
and kids have no say as to what some of these characters might say to them. For example, this could be the man police are warning about tonight who asked for pictures from Cyrodiil children.
I cannot come up with any legitimate reason that an adult would be playing that particular game.
No reason for an adult to play Animal Crossing. Only bad reasons.
Well, you know what? That's where Sheriff Popeye and I are going to have to agree. I can't think of a single reason any adult would be playing Animal Crossing. Especially when better games exist. Like Fortnite. Yeah. He's actually making good points now.
Crime alert. We abuse.
Anderson says it is going to take
This is
parents
hype.
paying attention to keep this problem from exploding.
Oh, you don't say. Having parents pay attention to their children and what they're doing. How dare you even suggest parenting in the modern age? You absolute harlot. You're telling people to be parents? No. That makes no sense. Just give them an iPad and unlimited access to everything online and then get mad when they find something they're not supposed to find. That's parenting. That's real parenting.
When really all it comes back to is just parents knowing what the fuck their kids are doing.
Now,
Yep.
right now, we know that only 3 children have been reported as being involved in this. Anderson says this is
What?
not a reason to be paranoid, but is something to be aware of.
While it's not a reason to be
What?
paranoid, we are
Involved
still
in
going
what?
to produce a new
Involved in sending photographs to Tortimer in Animal Crossing? Is Tortimer not just an NPC? I'm pretty sure it is. Who are they sending it to? Nintendo headquarters? What are they involved in? I need to look up Tortimer. Is he in jail? That slimy son of a bitch. Tort Timer is an elderly tortoise. He's a fucking NPC. He's the mayor in the town the player moves to. Who the fuck? What are they involved in?
Is going to redefine portable handheld gaming the way iPod is redefining music.
Well, stop the music, because it's also redefining how vulnerable your kids are to child molesters.
God! How? Explain to me how you arrived at this point.
What do you mean? We just watched about how Tort Timer from Animal Crossing was soliciting nude photos of minors through Animal Crossing. Are you not paying any attention at all, Act Man? Tort Timer's, he's in the mainframe. He's in their hands right now.
Nintendo DS comes with a feature called PictoChat.
PictoChat? PictoChat?
Well, let me explain. You open the DS
Oh, he
unit,
actually takes
you
a dick
turn it
pic on cam?
You push PictoChat, and your DS unit is an open book.
Oh my goodness. Then there's no safeguards in place in order to stop you from sending a nude photo of yourself. And he just pulls down his pants and like actually goatsies. And look what I've done with PictoChat. Now I will fall victim to a bad actor on the DS.
Here's an example of what can happen. With Melanie and Marissa upstairs in the bedroom, I was downstairs sending them messages.
PictoChat. Oh, I don't know shit about it. PictoChat only works within 100 feet. You just gave me like a crazy idea for a horror movie that I don't know if it exists or not. Imagine you and your family, you're out, you know, in the middle of nowhere. This cabin in the woods, it's an escape retreat. Very cliche, very tropey. But your kid's got the PictoChat. And he's you know, you're sending dick pics, or, you're sending the drawn penises to your siblings, you're giggling about it, and then all of a sudden, a new PictoChat player pops up within 100 feet. He's in the radius. He's in the house. And then it's a game of cat and mouse. They have to use PictoChat to track down the pedophile, the killer. That'd be hype. That'd be a movie.
What's your dog's name? What's your name? Where do you go to school? Where do you live?
You fucking creep. Where do you live?
What are you buying?
Where do you live?
In this house that I'm messaging you in?
Marissa's mom was watching as Melanie and Marissa answered my questions, and she didn't like what she saw.
Melanie reading the address.
West.
Wait, it's the news anchor downstairs. Your kids know he's there. There's cameras in their face. What do you mean you don't like what they saw? He's fucking on your staircase right now. What are you talking about? This is weird. The news anchor's wondering where I live, but he's literally sitting on my staircase. I mean, maybe he has like some kind of memory issue. Okay, I mean, I'll send it.
Granted, the girls knew it was me sending the messages, but they'd only met me minutes before.
And I could have been a child molester.
And remember Marissa chatting with her friend in the other car? That means a molester driving along could see your child in the back seat and start sending messages while you're in the front seat, totally oblivious to what's happening.
Holy shit!
Who the fuck is driving and like trying to join PictoChat lobbies? The logistics of that alone. It make my head spin.
Well, a Colorado family.
That's amazing. What the fuck? Imagine a drive-by pedophile. He's got like 6 PictoChats open for maximum potential to infiltrate nearby car PictoChats. Holy shit.
A DS with porn on it. So not only did this kid experience some traumatic shit, but he probably hates Santa now.
His father first called GameStop where he
that fucking pervert old Saint Nicholas, damn you. Damn you.
And they weren't caught.
Is full of some real life dangers.
He said, "Excuse me, house layer, can I speak to you for a moment?"
That does sound dangerous. Don't answer him.
God,
Don't answer him.
Like 9-year-old kid.
He's gonna have you train rune
His
crafting.
name is Hellslayer.
In just minutes, Timmy's password was hacked, stolen. His
Oh,
account with
fuck.
all these points and belongings empty.
What is that? What up there is for 12 mil? I can't even read the item. Yeah, he fell for the old Jagex blocks your password. That's a really old scam. That one actually got a few people I knew. Is it Bando's chest plate? It might be. You might be right. Yeah, that scam was you'd go into like, I don't know, any bank really. It was pretty big in Sears Village. You go into Sears Village, you spam Jagex blocks your password when you type it, watch this, and then you just hit like 8 stars, and dumb fucking milk drinking kids would be like, oh, that's interesting. They type their password and it doesn't block it, and they're like, ah. That's what Hellslayer fell victim to for sure.
So you can see right here, I'm getting ready to serve. All
Where do the
these people got
pedophiles
balls in
infiltrate the
air,
tennis court?
and oh, jeez.
Oh,
And there
Christ.
goes the tennis racket.
Oh my god. Seeing all my buddies playing Pokemon and like my mom is the only one that's like, nope, you can't. It's dangerous, violent.
Because the message is violence.
Oh, this isn't actually Satanic Panic? That was, I don't know if he's going to cover that one. Satanic Panic for Pokemon was such a big one. Actually still kind of exists to this day. There is a big Facebook group about like how Pokemon is actually like devil worship because they're using energy. And energy is a force that's only meant for God to control. So like that was big back in the day.
Fights, and the constant trading is not only distracting kids from classwork, but turning the playground into a black market.
Hey Timmy.
What do you mean a black market? It's just trading.
Give you Blastoise for your lunch money. I feel like
Is it a movement? Is it a craze? Is it a state
It's a
of being?
craze for little kids to enjoy themselves with. Adults are not going to get into this a lot. I think through the holidays.
Whoa, wow, that's... Ooh, you didn't really have the future sight prowess on that one. It is largely adults at the moment. Well, you're a little off the mark on that prediction, but everything else was right.
PSPs are good, clean fun, right?
Yeah.
So why are they also known by the name PlayStation Pornable?
Oh, that's kind of hype. Actually, I do remember that. I do actually remember. There was a time where porn was kind of big on the PSP. Because it was one of the few times where you could just have like actual internet access on your like handheld device, so you could actually just watch porn. I do remember that.
We don't want to
It means you might not take iron crosses all over a website as a warning sign that you should immediately leave. And if you don't leave, you might start reading and buying into hateful ideas there.
The greatest danger of all may be a child predator posing as another gamer.
Oh boy.
One of these, man. It's all the
That's always so scary. Like you never know who you're gonna run into around Varrock. That's something I often think about. When I'm grinding Slayer and I have to go back to the Grand Exchange, I'm like, Jesus Christ. Any one of these guys could be a pedophile. And that's the stress of being a gamer, honestly. Don't let anyone tell you gamers have it easy.
So that's the first thing. The damage is this. We know that all the research shows that violence has a desensitizing effect. Well, sexuality does too.
No, it doesn't.
These objects of desire as these, hot bodies. I mean, they don't show women as being valued for anything other than their sexuality. And it's a man in this game deciding how many women he wants to be with.
First of all, you
Jeff!
can play as a man or a woman in the game. Cooper, have you ever played Mass Effect?
No.
That's it. That's all.
Jeff Keighley is a fucking saint. I love Jeff Keighley. God, that's just so hard. I love that. So everything you're talking about, you've played and experienced it? Absolutely not, Jeff. Ah. Okay then.
It's just like modeling your life, and I think that's a much more powerful form of media.
Darlin,
to
I
be
gotta
able to
go with
play
the
through a game.
research. And the research says there's a new study out of University of Maryland right now that says that boys that play video games cannot tell the difference between what they're seeing in a video game and the real world.
Whoa, what a claim! Who did they take the research from? Who was their test subjects? They can't tell the difference between a video game and real life, huh? Also love the condescending tone, calling him darling. What an insufferable little asshole. Let's see, the University of Maryland. Well, University of Maryland. The potential for video games to improve mental health. Is that what you were quoting? University of Maryland. Video gaming may be associated with better cognitive function. Which one of these were you quoting here? Do you expect these people to actually read? No, not really. But isn't she like a psychologist? Isn't that why they brought her on? And I'm assuming she was trying to quote a real study, or I guess she truly just made it up from absolutely fucking nothing. Because I am finding nothing on that particular topic. But maybe I'm just not using the correct terms here to find it. Though even still, that seems like such a crazy study conclusion. People can't tell the difference between a video game and the real world. You would like, that is a crazy fucking claim to make. I don't know where the fuck this came from. But, She apparently has a PhD in psychology and has published 7 books. And in 2008, she apologized for it. She just fully admits to knowing nothing about it. Yeah, at least she owned up to it. She didn't try and double down on it again. I guess that's good.
It's the highest rating that it can have. So first of all, this board that rates them needs to have their head examined. And this made me feel old watching this. What happened to Atari and Pinball and Pac-Man?
God, you are old. You are so old.
Why is technology advancing? What happened to the good old days of Betamax? You know, why do we have streaming music? What happened to the good old days of tube television and black and white TVs? This is stupid. This is fucking stupid. Why are things advancing? Why can't they stay archaic?
She accidentally stumbled into a strip club on Roblox.
And that's where we're going to call it a day.
That one, Roblox is actually dangerous, though. The amount of fucking pedophiles that have been caught from Roblox, like real, like actual pedophiles that have preyed on kids from Roblox is fucking actually astonishing. So, you know what? If they're going to run a story about, like, hey, maybe monitor your kids on Roblox, I'll be like, you know what? That's fair. Yeah, that's fine. I actually agree.
Reporting live from ACT News, this has been the Act Reporter.
Good shit.
Signing out.
I hadn't seen any of those stories. Way to find some gold. Good shit, Act Man. I had legitimately never seen any of those stories. I remembered a couple of the controversies, but I never actually saw the segments. Why do people keep blasting video games when they should blast other stuff? Where have you been? They blast everything. Literally everything. I saw a big Twitter thread about why it should be really frowned upon to ask your friends to help you move. Everything gets blasted. Literally anything and everything is a problem. It's, I don't know where you're getting, like, why, like, it's just games. It's everything. People make up shit to get upset about. That's just Twitter. Yeah, but Twitter is like everyone now. I used to think it's just Twitter, but Twitter is so big, everyone has an account pretty much, so those people exist in the real world. Like, it's no longer just these, like, isolated cryptids that use it. It's like actual people. Wait, that thing about helping friends move, that was a study? What? No, fuck, no. Literally nothing people get mad about on Twitter is anything like a scientifically backed statement or anything. It was this lady melting down about, like, people who ask their friends to help them move. She called it, like, childish. Like, you need to do it yourself. Pick yourself up by your own fucking bootstraps. Move yourself. Don't inconvenience your friends or some shit. It was so dumb. It was so fucking dumb. I've been using the word delusional a lot recently to describe some people and companies, and it's not because I think the words become watered down and I'm using it loosely. It's because I legitimately think more and more people are being infected with some brain rot that is making them more and more delusional and slipping deeper into lunacy. And I'd like to talk about one of the most maliciously stupid people on the planet. His name's Billy McFarland, and if that name and this picture look familiar to you, it's because this is the goober behind Fyre Festival, one of the most infamous scams of all time. I probably don't need to explain what that was. I'm sure all of you have seen the massive documentary about it, but I'll just go ahead and pull Billy's pants down and hit you with the truth. Fyre Festival was this over-promised event where it was called like the Coachella in the Bahamas. There was supposed to be a ton of celebrity performers, music, decadent food, just a glamorous, luxurious, expensive event that when it finally rolled around turned out to be worse than a Boy Scout camping adventure. People showed up after paying $1,500 up to $12,000 to be there, only to find the accommodations were FEMA tents and packaged sandwiches, and also no musical performers that they were promised. It was a complete joke. It was a scam. He defrauded many people, and Billy McFarland actually served 4 years in prison. He was originally sentenced to 6 years in 2018, but he served 4 and he's currently out of prison right now. And he is $26 million in debt because he has to repay all the victims, and he's hatched a genius idea on how to make that money back. He's hosting another Fyre Festival. I shit you not. I'm not making this up. I'm actually starting to believe in those tinfoil condom conspiracies about the government putting shungite and fluoride and 5G Wi-Fi signals in our toothpaste that are scrambling our noodles. Because that is the only thing that can explain this man's brain. His brain is this stinky soup of scams and bad ideas. Billy McFarland, being fresh out of prison, has openly stated that he is going to be throwing another festival. This time it's called Pirate. I'm not even making that up. He is calling it Pirate, a name that is synonymous with stealing. I mean, who remembers you wouldn't download a car? Anti-piracy shit. The whole idea behind pirates is stealing. Stealing the booty. And in this case, stealing your money for, once again, a remote island extravaganza. Billy McFarland has learned nothing. He went to jail for this same fucking thing, and he's doing it again. That is poetic. I couldn't imagine a character being written this stupid. No one would believe it. He is actually a real-life version of Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy, but instead of just saying buttered toast, the only thing that runs through this guy's absolutely damaged cranium is party. And he's not even good at partying. He doesn't even successfully have a party, ever. He's so fucking horrible at partying that he goes to jail when he tries. It blows my mind. I've watched 2 interviews of his since being fresh out of prison, and he is observably stupid. Listening to Billy McFarland defend himself and speak publicly is like listening to someone fart through a walkie-talkie for 30 minutes. It's just garbled nonsense that leaves his mouth. I probably can't show any of the interview clips, but here's one of the quotes from one of them. I was talking to somebody yesterday and they're like, you can crawl in a hole and die, or you can go and try to do something and just like not promise any results, McFarland said. You absolute goofball. He seems to believe that the reason he got spanked by the legal process is because he promised things that he wasn't able to deliver on. That's only a small component of it. It is so much more than that. You maliciously defrauded people, took $26 million, and delivered nothing. So by throwing this festival again and not promising anything, if you still just have people show up to a vacant, empty place to stand in sand for days, you're still scamming them, even if you didn't promise that fucking Cardi B's gonna perform or whatever. Yeah, like, I don't know why that's such a hard concept for him to understand. He's selling a festival, but what he delivered is basically a fucking pile of sand for people to stand in for a wildly high price. This would be like if I made a game and I charged $60 for it, like a AAA title, and then you bought the game, but the only thing there was just a completely empty, open terrain, Unity asset flip. There's nothing in it. You're in a giant empty bubble. Like, yeah, you know, technically this is a game. You bought it, and now you're in that game. But you still got fucking scammed by me because there's really nothing there when you went under the assumption that there would be. Just let me rub your nose in this one more time. McFarlane insists it's not a festival. It features a slew of influencers and creators. The purported tropical experience will include virtual reality technology that the company says will allow users to participate and control what happens on the island in real time from home. Absolutely no shot. Who does this guy think he is? Tony Stark? Like, what do you mean? You already made this technology? You have an entire development studio behind you that made a virtual reality experience to control what happens on the island in real time? You slimy salamander, you couldn't deliver more than a handful of deli meat sandwiches to an island. How the fuck is anyone supposed to believe that you're going to deliver a virtual reality experience on an island and this time around it won't be a disaster? When you're promised, well, sorry, I won't use the P word, that's blasphemy around these parts when it comes to Billy McFarland now. How are you insinuating that this might actually happen without being a complete catastrophe? I also can't believe he's making the bold-faced lie about influencers and creators signing on for this. There is no way. If any influencer or creator actually ties their name to this, it's career suicide. This is a bigger scam than CryptoZoo with Logan Paul. No one would recover from the pushback from their audience. They would be laughed off the internet if they actually tried promoting Pirate Festival here. There's just no way he has any connections to anyone, and there's no way anyone would actually sign on to this. If I'm wrong about that, and there actually is creators that sign on to this, you should know never to trust those people again going forward. That would be a massive red flag. That's a goddamn villain at that point. You probably don't even need to read the rest of this here, but I'll still put it on screen anyway. Former employees and people that were tight with Fyre Festival are warning about Billy, saying Billy's still Billy, he's using different words but selling the same thing. Similarities are there around the vague, mysterious promotion. Pirate appears to be an exercise in smoke and mirrors, buzzword and empty promises of lavish trips to the Bahamas. It's just everyone coming out to letting people know what should be obvious. Don't put money into Billy McFarland or anything he dribbles out of his asshole. You're just asking to lose it. If you're considering getting tickets to Pirate Festival or investing, then I would strongly recommend seeking psychiatric evaluation for what's gone so awry in your life to lead you to making such recklessly awful financial decisions. That wad of cash that you're considering giving to Billy McFarland and his production, I would highly encourage you to take it and just put it in your trash can, and then light the trash can on fire. That's a better use of it than giving it to Billy McFarland. Oh yeah, I even forgot to mention, there's a treasure hunt that he's putting on as well with Pirate. So when you go to their website, it's all about this treasure hunt. So it's join the crew, a pirate is someone who turns the impossible into adventure. That's a pretty wild play on piracy, unless we're just talking about One Piece. Usually, pirate refers to, once again, stealing. And I guess treasure hunting. But usually at the expense of someone. Right now, the treasure Billy McFarland is hunting for is a way out of $26 million in debt. And do you want to be his lifeline, his little life raft to get the fuck out of there? I certainly hope not. He doesn't deserve it. This idea is bad, so bad, that it should be considered criminal activity that he's even considering it and looking to actually put it on. Billy McFarland is one of the biggest fraudsters in history, and he is looking to do it again. I guess he wasn't happy with being just one of the biggest fraudsters. He wants to be the biggest fraudster. So he's hoping lightning strikes twice with yet another bogus festival full of dog shit, empty promises, and under-delivering. To put it lightly, it didn't deliver at all. It wasn't under-delivering. It just never even came close to anything that he talked about. But this time around, he's not making huge promises and he's not on a strict deadline, so he's saying it's going to be totally different, which it won't be. There's absolutely no chance. So yeah, I just thought this was a pretty wacky story I wanted to share. That's about it. So yeah. It's shameful to admit this, but it's the unfortunate truth that just by looking at me, you probably couldn't guess that I have been active in the gym for about a decade now. In fact, my college degree is in human science with a concentration in exercise physiology. But I'm on a 5'6" frame and I keep myself lean so no one even knows that I'm ripped until I do like a flex and it ends up being a jump scare. I keep hyping myself up in the mirror and telling myself that today's the day I finally start wearing tighter clothing so people stop asking if I even go to the gym because it hurts my soul every time. Or maybe I just need to be shirtless more often so that way it's pretty obvious. But regardless, the reason I'm even mentioning this is because I've noticed over the last maybe 6 months, not even that long, but like the last 6 to 8 months, the gym has gone from being a place of like working on yourself, gains, you know, focusing on improving your overall health, to a place where people go to compete for viral TikTok videos of them being a victim. Usually the content revolves around them filming themselves working out and then catching somebody looking at them and being a creep and a weirdo staring at them. Staring's a word I'm using very loosely here. And then sometimes, God forbid, that person comes over and asks them a question in between their sets. Normal human interaction has become fucking outlawed in the world of TikTok for some people. Now, I'm not saying this isn't a real thing. I'm not saying everyone that goes to the gym is an angel that can do no wrong. There definitely are creepy people that go there. I've certainly seen my fair share of weirdos in my days. In fact, one that always lives in my head rent-free is 2 years ago. A security guard at a private gym kept going over and sniffing a woman's ass as she was doing rows. I can't show the video, I don't think, because it might be against YouTube's new terms, but here's just a quick screenshot of his 4th ass sniffing attempt where he's just like huffing her fumes. He eventually does get caught and fired for it. The point is, there are weird people at the gym, but what's going on right now is everyone is filming themselves at the gym, which I already think is kind of weird. There's also like this fucking perpetual surveillance here with people making fucking TikToks everywhere. But while filming, they're not catching weird people doing weird things or harassing them. They're catching very normal gym goers doing normal things and then publicly shaming them and embarrassing them for doing nothing wrong. Now I'm going to show you the biggest one that I really think started really blowing this trend up and led to me finding out how large this has become and how big of a problem it's become.
This is how to not approach girls at the gym.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate when there's sweeties. It makes me so uncomfortable. Feral, like fucking feral.
You can immediately see a problem here. She's making a stare counter every time the guy even glances in her general direction. What do you expect people to do at the gym? Just turn around and stare at a wall when they're done with their set like it's the fucking Blair Witch? Like, what are you expecting? The guy is in between his sets, so he's just looking around. He's not even staring at her. Now, if he was staring at her, then I could see being a little uncomfortable if he's just over there like, you know, fucking staring a hole through with like a goddamn like laser beams almost firing out. Like, I'd get that being weird. But this guy is just like glancing near her, and he's still getting just attacked for it by her.
The 5 adds 5 pounds. And these other weights.
Somehow the stare counter's at 5. I guess she's counting every time he's in between blinks now. And then she starts getting fearful because he's walking near her and wondering, questioning, why would he be doing that? Kind of like it's a scene out of a horror movie, like the boogeyman's, you know, you jingling keys trying to get in the door or something. But she immediately answers why he's walking over. It's because he's grabbing a sanitary wipe, showing good gym etiquette to go wipe down the machine he was just using.
Excuse me? You don't have to do that. It's okay. No, it's okay. I got it. Thank you, though.
Unfortunately, this guy made a big blunder here. He committed a cardinal sin. He tried to be helpful. So he offered to try and, you know, help out here because it looked like she was struggling, which she even mentioned she was hesitant to put the weight on, so he probably interpreted that as like, oh, okay, maybe I could be helpful here. Just being a genuinely nice person, I believe. And she even responds positively to it and then turns around and says this kind of shit. What if I just ripped his pee-pee out of its socket so he could never reproduce again? Totally normal, not alarming thing to say. This is why I don't want kids. Natural selection better take the weirdos out. He's going to jail for staring at an underage 21-year-old. Where have we all gone wrong? What's happened to the world where that is a statement said earnestly? He's going to jail for staring at an underage 21-year-old. There's more to unpack there than a fucking 2-week vacation suitcase. I could unpack this shit for hours. He wasn't staring. There's no such thing as an underage 21-year-old. 21 years old? You're not a kid at all. You can legally butt-chug Budweiser now. Unless this is some kind of weird self-own kind of thing where she has the mentality of a child, thus this guy should go to jail for what she perceives as staring at her. I don't know. Like, I can't even, like, remotely figure out what she was even trying to say with that last statement. But anyway, I'm not going to keep going too deep on this one because everyone has already dunked on it. She's issued an apology about everything. But I want to give a quick shout out to Joey Swole. He's a very prominent figure in the community and he's been doing a lot of good work calling out these kind of videos. Now here's another stinky video here. So this guy gets called out because he walks across the track she's about to do lunges on and looks at her on the way by. Then she says that she catches him still staring. There's no way, I'm so uncomfortable right now. And then the caption even says, in quotes, it's because of your outfit. I don't know if she's accusing him of saying that, like he shouts it at her across the room. Excuse me, m'lady. I looked at you because of your outfit. You drew my eyes to you. It's your fault. Or if she's just saying that as like a way of calling out behavior. I'm really not sure. But Joey Swole, when he talked about this video, pointed out something that I think everyone who's ever been to the gym will recognize. That not only is the guy not staring, again, the reason why he'd look at her while walking by is because he's going by her path on the track. So perhaps he was looking at her to make sure he wasn't getting in her way since she was about to start lunges. I feel like that's the most obvious explanation here. But regardless, he doesn't do anything creepy or weird. He looks at her while he's walking by, and once he's through, he continues going forward. Like, I don't understand where this is coming from. To me, it feels like this lady has recorded every single one of her gym sessions for the last week or so after noticing that this kind of content was blowing up, praying that someone would be weird and creepy to her, but she didn't get that. So she just decided to go with the one that's almost somewhat different, where a guy looks at her when he walks by, and chose that one for some clicks. Because nothing bad happens here. There's not a weirdo here. And according to Joey Swole, a lot of members of the gym, both men and women, said that this man is very kind and is actually loved at the gym. He's a regular here. So it is pretty fucked up and shitty for her to make this video trying to shame him for doing nothing wrong.
This guy.
Still in my progress, sir. What? Still in my progress. Oh. I understand. Just...
This isn't a trend that only women are doing, men are doing the same thing. This fucking douchebag is filming in the locker room, flexing to show his progress. The guy in the back that he's calling a schmuck is 100% right. You cannot be filming in the fucking locker room. Like, what do you think this is, Brazzers? Like, what the fuck are you even thinking? What's going through your smooth brain? Everyone just loves to think that they're the main character, and everyone that interferes in their story and does more than just be a prop for their TikTok videos is the villain, when that's just not the reality. You are the bad guy here, not the guy you're calling out. If you want to take progress photos and videos, which I totally understand, just wait till you get home, or at the absolute least, wait until you're the only person in that locker room. Because right now you have two people behind you changing. They could have just gone whole hog, let their cock and balls flop out, and if you film them in a private setting without their consent, their nudity, you would be fucked legally.
Watch this guy try move to me at the gym. Checks absolutely nothing on his phone. Looks over at me being busy sorting my wrist straps. These fucking straps taking up too much time.
I don't know what constitutes a stare anymore. Like, this guy, again, just glances in her direction, briefly looks at his phone and puts it away, and apparently that's getting called out for being weird, saying he checks nothing on his phone. He could have just been checking the time. He could have been checking literally anything that's quick to get at a glance, like, what time is it? Or if he had a timer set up for, like, how much rest he has between sets, how much time do I have left on my rest? Like, there's so many things he could have been checking on his phone, but it doesn't matter. Like, he didn't do anything weird or wrong right now. All he did was walk by, and he looked over near you.
Makes a swift return. Sad lip.
And there it is. The second he decided to ask a question, his fate was sealed. He was getting shamed on TikTok for it. So, he comes over and asks if she's using the machine behind her. As Joey Swole also points out, and as anyone that ever goes to the gym will also point out, people like to check to make sure the machines are vacant. They don't want to step on any toes and take a machine that's already being occupied, so maybe her things were near the machine and he wanted to double check to make sure she wasn't using it in addition to doing the RDLs. Like, that is just being polite. That is normal gym etiquette. But let's assume this guy is new to the gym. She seems to think he is and is insulting him for it, making fun of him for not knowing the name of the machine. So don't you think someone that's a little new to the gym would like to be super certain that he's not getting in anyone's way? So he would like to ask someone that's near the machine to make sure that he has full reign to use it without intruding on their workout. He did nothing wrong, but it didn't matter. He made a slight glance near her, a split second of his eyes looking around before checking his phone, and that small, insignificant thing was enough to put a crosshair on him and for her to attack. I think she's the weirdo. You're the gym weirdo, filming everyone around you, looking for people to call out. That shit is creepy. Not this guy who just innocently asks if you are using the machine behind you. Totally normal question, totally normal interaction, and this behavior is getting so fucking out of control. People are turning gyms into war zones where they're looking at every single micro angle of your eyes and counting it as a stare if you happen to catch them somewhere in your general vision vicinity. It's fucking despicable. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this a little bit, and that's about it. See ya. In the UK right now, there's a product that's more valuable than gold that people are going absolutely wild and wacky over. It's Prime, which is the drink from KSI and Logan Paul. It's being treated like a holy elixir that's understocked and absolutely making people ravenous to get their hands on it. The Prime panic is sweeping the UK, and there will be no survivors. It's like the blood of Christ has been bottled and people can't help but just go fight for it. And it's not because of the taste that's led to this situation, it's because it's become something of a status symbol. Having it makes you cool if you're very young, and if you're very old, having it means you can charge a huge markup for it and scam those kids that are desperate for the attention that it brings online. So there's been a lot of videos of people fighting each other for it. I'll show you a couple of clips.
Oh my god!
People getting in there, throwing hands, boxing each other out like it's basketball, getting ready for a rebound, all just to get their hands on some Prime. I've had it before because in the States it's not rare, it's not hard to come by. I could walk outside right now and find like an unopened pallet of Prime. It's really just in the UK that this hysteria is sweeping the entire nation. It's going absolutely crazy there. So I've tried it, I think it's good, I have no complaints, but I certainly wouldn't be beating some ass and being that desperate to get my hands on a bottle. But you know who is extremely desperate is a place called Wakey Wines that I just recently learned about. Their entire business right now revolves around reselling Prime at a huge price increase, all the way up to £100 for a single can or bottle of Prime. Usually a bottle will be about £2, but Wakey Wines is treating it like it's the fountain of youth juice here, selling it at 100 bottles, or £100 per bottle in some cases, and they're still successfully making sales. They've actually become extremely popular for this. A lot of people are buying it from them. That's how outrageous this whole thing is. Now I want to show you a great video that breaks it all down. This comes from a channel named Fat Memer, and I learned everything there is to learn about Wakey Wines here. You hear the Wakey Wines people made their own drink. What's special about Wakey Wines? They price gouge everything they sell. How are they successful then? Oh, here's a whole thing on it. Let me see.
Mohammed and Abdul, aka the Wolves of Wakefield, have been hitting national headlines over
the Wolves of Wakefield. I don't know anything about these guys. They seem like some real goofballs. I promise you, no one is calling them the Wolves of Wakefield besides them. They absolutely gave themselves that name. No shot anyone actually gives that much thought to them aside from like, wow, what a joke.
The last few weeks for reselling Prime at extortionate prices and their viral videos. Ironically, they haven't become known for selling wine, but Prime. Now, of course, because KSI and Logan Paul
I'm assuming they
faces
sell
of
more than
Prime,
that, though.
They know that kids are willing to do anything to get their hands on this drink. For months.
But why? But like actually why? I still don't see why people are fighting themselves over Prime in the UK. It is abundant in the States. I can go anywhere that sells drinks and they have, like, Prime filled to the fucking brim, literally leaking out of their toilets. It's everywhere. There's not that same chaos here. Why do kids in the UK want to fight each other for Prime? Even if it's from their favorite YouTubers, I don't really get it. Because you just drink it once and then you're done. Expensive and therefore cool. I guess that's kind of become like a pretty common thing. Like if something costs a lot, it's like a status symbol to have it. But it's not like you collect Prime. What, are they putting it in like an acrylic box and stacking it on their bookshelf? I doubt it. They probably get it, drink it for the sake of a TikTok, and then they're done. €100 down the shitter. They collect the bottles to flex on TikTok. Well, you can just order empty bottles though. The flex is they drink it. But it just seems like such a huge price for one TikTok of drinking Prime.
With fluctuating prices between £15 and £30 for the standard Prime drink, and prices now reaching an eye-watering £100 a can for the brand new Prime Energy cans. Wakey Wines have taken
I see. Okay, so the energy's an increased premium because it's newer. I'm assuming it's even more understocked. So now they're charging the moon for that shit. It's like an NFT at this point. God damn.
Which has led people to discover his dark past. In 2015, Mohammed received an 8-year jail sentence and served 4 years behind bars. At the time, it was reported that he pleaded guilty and was convicted of selling cocaine and heroin. With this...
Yeah, it just reminded me of something totally unrelated to his charges. You guys ever see this video? It just resurfaced today. About the turtle that was smuggling $53 million worth of coke. Yeah, it was back in like 2017. There was a sea turtle that had $53 million worth of cocaine that was strapped to it. That was like fucking El Chapo's pet. They finally got him though. They finally got him. That bastard. He'd been importing this shit for years. 1,800 pounds worth. How long did the turtle serve for? I don't know. I didn't see anything about his trial. All I can tell you is Crash did not take it well after the flop of Finding Dory. Shit was rough. In all seriousness, I hope the turtle's alright. Yeah, I imagine they probably got the cocaine off of it and then just set it free again. Like, I don't think they actually threw it in cuffs or anything. I don't think it's currently sitting in, you know, county. Thanks, Yusuf Panda. Did I get the name of the turtle from Finding Nemo wrong? Isn't it Crash? It's Crash and Squirt, right? Why are you saying it's Crush? Oh my god, it is Crush. Oh, I'm such a fucking idiot.
For my money now, I've got a shop. My dad bought me a shop, and I work hard, and I don't sell drugs now. So I just thought I put it out there rather than everybody else saying Azza's doing this, Azza's doing that, and I'm a changed person. I'm reformed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I see no reason to doubt him. He served his time. I think he doesn't even need to deal drugs anymore. He's selling something far more addictive, and that's clout. So he's able to easily tap into an even bigger market now. Like cocaine, yeah, I'm sure kids are going to get cocaine somehow, but it's a lot harder than just going down to his shop and getting fucking Prime for €100. So it's I believe he probably doesn't deal drugs anymore.
Amounts and high values. It shouldn't be worth £100 for a can of Prime, or 10, 15, 20 pounds for a bottle of Prime hydration. It's absolutely ridiculous and I hate it. To the owner of Wakey Wines, I mean, what you're doing is just unfair, and it's
challenge him to a boxing match, beat his ass.
It's not ethical, it's not nice.
Although to
KSI drops the gauntlet. If you can beat me in boxing, you can actually double the price and I'll endorse it. But you lose, you shut down the shop. Make some high stakes out of it. Scalpers are dicks. Yep, no one likes scalpers, literally. I don't know how they're in business, to be honest. They must just be very lucky that some people are so starved for the clout of that TikTok flex of drinking the Prime that they'll pay the £100. But, yeah, no one likes them. Literally no one likes them. I think scalpers are probably like one of the only unanimously hated career paths in the world. Like, even a drug dealer, you can make some arguments for, like, a good drug dealer. He's peddling escapism. Well, he's doing it because he has to feed his family at home. With a scalper, no one's making those arguments. Scalpers just fucking suck across the board. I just checked, it's like 120 American dollars. Yeah, if you convert it to freedom units, it's over $100. It is outrageous. I mean, that's scalping in a nutshell, though.
Fair play, Mo. In fact, if you're a kid and you're paying £100 for a bottle of Prime, then you deserve to get scammed. You've got to write the kid off. He's got no chance.
You know what? I'll make an argument in defense of Wakey Wines. He's teaching kids an important lesson about getting scammed early. And hopefully, it'll be something that stays with them for the rest of their life. Like, wow, what a fucking idiot I was paying £100 for this bottle of Prime. Never doing that again. It's a low-level scam. It's very expensive for a kid. Very expensive in general. So it should be one that would resonate pretty profoundly, I would think. It's not the kid's money, it's the idiot parents. That's possible, I guess. Well, it'll teach the parents an important lesson about not raising a dumb kid. I don't know.
Video emerged of Mo in a nightclub dancing the night away with women of the night. One Twitter user stated, sniffing lines, banging nines, and selling prime. I mean,
Cool slogan.
can you blame him?
Put
He's
that on
paid
the
his
store.
dues to society, and anyway, these kids wouldn't know how to spend their money properly. Wakey Wine seems to be going from strength to strength, and now even have their own song.
Oh! Wait! This is the Paradox Metaverse crypto place? Where the Amio Talio tried to get like Wakey Wine's endorsement behind him and not even they were able to make anything out of it? That's crazy! Wow, they actually just do go scam to scam. So they're even in metaverse scams. Holy shit. Crypto scams. Wait, that's fucking wild. That's a full circle. They're just like this giant fleshlight that scams will filter through. Cool.
Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to follow me on all of my socials.
This is a great
@FatMima.
breakdown of it. I didn't know shit about them.
Subscribe, and comment below what you want to see next.
Huge. Good work. That's interesting. What a nice little cameo from previous season supervillains with Paradox Metaverse crypto. How's that coin doing, by the way? Let's take a peek. Oh, jeepers. How did it all go so wrong? Oh, I can't believe it. That's the day chart? Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We should look at how it's doing over the last week. Oh, no. What? How's this possible? Whoa! What was this little pump here? Amio Talio buying on bot accounts. Good work. That was a nice little pump and dump for a day. Literally a day. And then back to rugging it. Did you see kids opening Prime at Christmas? They reacted the same way as a kid getting his first Xbox. That's so cute. I know I look awfully disheveled right now, which is extremely unprofessional, and that's uncharacteristic of me, so I do apologize for the lack of professionalism. I look like a time-traveling caveman who just got out of the machine and is curious on what year it is. But there's a good reason for it. I'll briefly explain. I play pickup basketball every Thursday night. I'm getting absolutely filthy. I wouldn't be surprised if I got recruited into the NBA over the next couple years, but that's besides the point. After the pickup basketball game this evening, I hopped on Twitter for the first time today and noticed something huge. Susan has stepped down as CEO of YouTube. This news kind of came out of nowhere. I haven't been this surprised since I was a child and learned that chocolate milk didn't come from brown cows. Susan has been the CEO of YouTube for the last 9 years, but she's been at Google for 25, and now she's hanging up her dancing shoes and stepping away from the company. However, she is still taking on an advisory role to Google and Alphabet, as I understand it. She did post a statement going into detail, just kind of like a swan song on the way out, going over the years and the progress that the platform has made. Really, the whole post feels almost like a YouTube rewind, you know, at least the closest thing we've had over the last couple of years since they canned that whole thing. It's just a look at YouTube and what's happened since she's taken the helm. And her future plans aren't revealed at the moment. We don't know. It could be anything. You know, maybe she fucking announces an NFT project. You know, anything's possible. But there is one thing we do know. YouTube is going to have a new CEO. And most people are pretty pessimistic about it for good reason. Now, I know a lot of people have criticized Susan, and rightfully so. There's plenty of things that you can point out as being suboptimal, and a lot of things that didn't ever get fixed that needed fixing, and changes that should have come but still haven't come. There's plenty of things that you can critique. But I have always maintained that at least Susan knew what was going on the platform. She'd talk to creators, even though it pretty much fell on deaf ears. Anytime a creator gave her advice, YouTube would kind of wipe their ass with it, it felt like. She at least talked to them. She'd sit down and talk to some creators. She would post about YouTube frequently on Twitter. She seemed proud of the platform and would actively talk about YouTube, which is more than you could say about a lot of tech CEOs in the business. And the example I always use is Twitch, with our beloved Emmett Shear. I'm convinced this guy doesn't even know he's the CEO of Twitch. He seems genuinely embarrassed to even be associated with it. When you go to his Twitter bio, it's the last thing there, and he kind of downplays his involvement by just saying he's working on Twitch. The guy is literally the CEO of the platform, but I don't think you could find a single tweet he's made about Twitch. And he's never really made any appearances on Twitch. He doesn't talk about it or anything at all. I've only ever actually seen him one time to confirm he's a human being, and it was on a stream where he seemed kind of out of it, like he was either drunk or on Xanax, and he just didn't have any clue what he was talking about when he was mentioning the platform. I'd place a wager that Emmett couldn't name a single streamer on Twitch right now. So at least Susan seemed to know what was going on the platform and actively engaged with it, even though she didn't really fix a lot of shit, and even though there was a lot of mismanagement, like at the very highest level, at the very least, she talked about the platform. She did identify problems, though falling short on fixing a lot of them, and they did roll out good features under her belt while also rolling out some stinkers. So it wasn't like the perfect reign, but it wasn't the worst either. There's always been plenty of room for the platform to get shittier, and hopefully that won't be the case with the new CEO. I'd like to believe that it'll only improve, but time will tell. I'm going to try and remain optimistic on the future of the platform, though I do want to mention something in regards to the timing of Susan stepping down. I don't know how many of you know about this currently, but there is an extremely important legal battle going on right now called Gonzalez versus Google. And the outcome of this litigation could completely change not only the entire landscape of YouTube, but the internet as a whole. Legal Eagle actually just posted a video going over this case in detail, and I can't recommend the video enough so you get a sense for exactly what's going on and the severity of it. I'm going to break it down into its most basic form. YouTube had a problem where it was recommending ISIS videos, extremist content, to users. And what ended up happening is it radicalized some users and it led to a legitimate terror attack. And this put this whole problem on display and has led to this lawsuit, which is now getting into very, very dangerous territory with something called Section 230. That's as far as I'm going to go in the breakdown, but Section 230 is instrumental in the internet landscape. Without it, the internet doesn't function as it currently does. It gets a lot worse in many, many, many different ways. Check out Legal Eagle's video on the case. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is because this has YouTube in its crosshairs. Google entirely, but the problem stemmed from YouTube. And now Susan steps down during this extremely crucial period. That's setting off alarm bells for me. Now, I know Susan's not going to court with, like, you know, a sword and a shield ready to do battle for YouTube. She's not a fucking lawyer, right? I know she's not the one actually tackling them in the court of justice for the fucking WWE SmackDown Gonzalez versus Google. But she is the public-facing company. She is very high up in the company, obviously. She is a senior leadership position. So during a moment like this kind of huge deal, I would expect her to want to be there to fight for it, to be there and lend her 25 years of experience and expertise in the field to help navigate these waters and to try and make things smooth and get the best outcome here. So her stepping down during this is a little weird to me, and maybe it's because I'm a little naive on the exact structure of YouTube as well as how Google compartmentalizes it. Like, maybe she really would be completely worthless in this case and would offer no valuable insight, but I just find that hard to believe since the problem stemmed from her neck of the woods, YouTube, which she's the CEO of. I feel like she would have the deepest insight and understanding in order to help with the case, but maybe that's not how it works. I just still find the timing to be a little concerning given the severity of the Gonzalez vs. Google case. But anyway, back to talking about the future of the platform. We are going to see a new CEO enter into the Thunderdome here, and I'm very curious to see exactly how they're going to perform. I'm hoping it'll be great, but you know, it remains to be seen. They've got a lot of work to do. Are we going to see really sweeping improvements? Like, are things going to be getting fixed? Is the new CEO going to be focusing on fixing broken things like the manual review, the algorithm for flagging content, shit like that? Or are they going to be focusing on improving features that are still kind of busted? Maybe are they going to focus on implementing new features that are good, that I don't even have any conception of, like any possible fucking idea on? I will say the beauty of someone new stepping in as a CEO right now is there is an easy layup they can make that would instantly earn the trust of the entire community. Just an absolute fucking free breadbasket. Bringing back dislikes. It's that simple. You can still see dislikes through an extension, so just turn them back on publicly. That would instantly be an incredible change that would set the entire tone of the new CEO's reign as, you know, the top dog here. It would showcase to the community that the CEO can recognize issues, can see community feedback, and actually take it into account when going forward. Bringing back dislikes is the number one thing this new CEO can do instantly to get off on the right foot and have a very strong start. Are they just going to be good changes, or are we going to see them double down on some horrible ideas, like when they floated the idea of doing fucking NFTs on YouTube? Or how about that timeless classic when they required you to have a Google Plus account in order to comment on the platform, which was an absolute burning bag of dog shit of an idea? Like, are we going to see more ideas like that are just overwhelmingly horrible and terrible? But yeah, anyway, we'll just have to wait and see how the new CEO performs. Hopefully it's great, big wet sloppy kisses all around, the platform improves entirely, that'd be ideal. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So yep. Have you ever heard of Andy Owen? Well, you're about to. I'm going to drag you kicking and screaming in front of an Andy Owen original here with this big meltdown that she had on video where she made an absolute fool of herself. Now, Andy Owen is the head of Miller Knoll, which is the company most famous for their Herman Miller chairs. They're high-end chairs, and with the way people talk about them, I have to imagine that shit is made out of, like, unicorn hide or something. Like, it is actually fucking sewn with angel's tears. It must be so fucking comfortable with the way people rant about how amazing they are. I've never seen them, I've never tried them, so I don't really have a horse in that race on whether or not Herman Miller chairs are worth their price or whatever. But all I can tell you is Andy Owen is not worth her salary because she just embarrassed that whole company. In a nutshell, she had a video come out that surfaced where she was telling the employees that they need to stop worrying about not receiving company bonuses. They need to just do the work and everything's going to be all right. They need to focus instead on hitting their company's $26 million sales goal, and that's all that matters. Fuck bonuses, who cares? Meanwhile, she's getting a nearly like $4 million bonus herself. So the employee bonuses are kaput, but hers is still just fine. And her video is just so bad. And it was so bad, in fact, that she has already released an apology. In an email sent to employees, she said, "I want to be transparent and empathetic, and as I continue to reflect on this instance, I feel terrible that my rallying cry seemed insensitive. What I'd hoped would energize the team to meet a challenge we've met many times before landed in a way that I did not intend, and for that I am sorry. Nothing will lessen the power and strength of our collective team. My appreciation for each of you is huge, and I will continue to do everything I can to help us meet our shared goals. Thank you for your hard work, your grace, and for the commitment you show to one another and our company every single day." This is a big nothing burger. This is actual garbage. Like, as far as apologies go, this is about as insincere as it gets. This is corporate PR speak. It's not like she was giving a rallying cry. She literally just started vomiting, just diarrheaing out cliches and just worthless platitudes to her employees before getting visibly angry that her employees were upset about not getting a bonus, and then even told them to leave Pity City. So it's all stupid here. This apology is trash.
The most important thing we can do right now is focus on the things that we can control. None of us could have predicted COVID. None of us could have predicted supply chain. None of us could have predicted bank failures. But what we can do is stay in front of our customers, provide the best customer service.
Maybe I should really understand the situation beforehand. So this right now sounds like National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation with axing the bonuses last minute. After telling employees to leave Pity City over lack of bonuses. Damn. Actually dropped an unironic welcome to the wambulance. How about a side of French fries? Jesus Christ. CEO of the high-end furniture company is sparking backlash over video in which she exhorts employees to leave Pity City. After some asked about staying motivated in the absence of a company bonus, Andy Owen, whose company Miller Knoll sells the iconic Herman Miller Aeron chair, along with other upscale furniture, responded in a 1 minute 21 second clip. Okay, this is all about the clip. What's like the actual situation though? So it looks like she got a multi-million-dollar bonus and canceled all of the employees' bonuses. Okay. Is there any reasoning at all beforehand? Any, like, prerequisite lore I need to be familiar with? Doesn't seem like it. Also, Herman Miller chairs, I know, are like the holy grail of comfort for people. Matt, for example, can't stop talking about Herman Miller chairs. But I've never seen nor tried one.
Service we can. Get our orders out our door. Treat each other well. Be kind. Be respectful. Focus on the future because it will be bright. It's not good to be in a situation we're in today, but we're not going to be here forever. It is going to get better. So lead.
So
Lead by
many
example.
platitudes so
Treat
quickly.
people well. Talk to them. Be kind and get after it. Don't ask about what are we going to do if we don't get a bonus.
Oh, yeah, she's starting to get a little animated. She's literally just regurgitating the biggest fucking cliches of all time. Everything she said there was nothing but buzzword nonsense. Jesus Christ. It reminds me of that clip from that streamer who's like, well, why don't we just throw ourselves off a bridge? The world is dying. The animals are leaving. And that's okay because all we need is ourselves. And do you really need anything else? Or whatever. And then it goes into the Call of Duty montage. What was that speech again? That's up there with like some of the greats, like We Choose to Go to the Moon. I think it was Invader Vice. I think she was the one that said it, right? Oh, here it is. The planet is dying. The government hates us. The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might be alone, but that's okay because do you really need anyone else? And then 30 Seconds to Mars starts playing. There we go. Found it. I just didn't feel like getting DMCA'd by 30 Seconds to Mars. Jared Leto coming in.
Get the damn $26 million. Spend your time and your effort thinking about the $26 million we need and not thinking about what you're going to do if we don't get a bonus. All right? Can I get some commitment for that? I would appreciate that.
Damn, she's popping
I had
off.
an old boss who said to me one time,
She's getting
you
upset.
can visit Pity City, but you can't live there. So people, leave Pity City. Let's get it done.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Damn. Welcome to Shitty City, population Andy Owens. God, good lord. I mean, I think it's totally reasonable, like, hey, can we have our bonuses? And also, why do you get a huge bonus? It seems like she doesn't even have a reason for withholding bonuses or canceling them or whatever. She's like, yeah, there's no bonuses. She doesn't understand people can't even afford to live in Pity City. True, I guess. Not without these bonuses. I also love someone in her position pretending like she's out there making the chairs. Like, alright, it's time we bring ourselves up by our own bootstraps here and start really getting to work on those chairs, alright? We don't need to focus on these bonuses, we just gotta put our head down and do it. As if she's out there with like a fucking wrench and screwdriver. I'll play the Invader Vi clip, but I'm not playing the one with 30 Seconds to Mars. That is like a fast pass to DMCA. I'm not even fucking with it. But here, I'll give the OG original. Damn, I didn't realize this was like 4 minutes worth of monologue.
Faking these things, and that I'm psychotic, that I'm 88 motherfucker, even more into the blanket for it, and I think that we can do it together.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know that I can't do it by myself, because I come in here every single day, covered in glitter, covered in sequins, covered in booty shorts, covered in nylons, so that I do not violate the terms of service, so that each and every one of you can have both
Oh my god. Oh my god.
so you can have a good time listening to me, playing with me, singing with me, smiling with me. You guys, a lot. I'm just throwing ourselves off a bridge.
Here we go, here it is.
What the fuck is stopping us from just throwing ourselves off a bridge and giving up and saying, yeah, the planet is dying.
Yes.
The government hates
Preach.
us. The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might be alone. It just might be you and me. But that's okay, because do you really need anyone else?
And then 30 Seconds to Mars. Damn, that's a crazy speech though. Holy shit, she was in the zone. That was a flow state. I've never seen it in its entirety. I've only seen that ending. But why did she say all that? I don't know, man. I still don't know where the animals were going. There's just a whole lot to unpack with that speech. I thought it was appropriate to do a little drama follow-up and update to a few stories I've covered over the last few days now that they've begun to settle down a bit and the smoke has started to clear. So this will be the little after credits scene to a movie to give you closure. The first one being the clown YouTuber that violated the Geneva Convention of the Internet and committed the unforgivable war crime of abusing YouTube's copyright takedown system and strike system in order to bully creators that were making fun of him. Now, normally I'd call someone like this a mustache-twirling evil supervillain, but that just doesn't apply here because I'm pretty sure this guy couldn't grow a single fucking molecule of facial hair if he was given 1,000 years in the wilderness surviving off nothing but bear liver. He's just not in his DNA. His name is Brent Rivera. He's a massive channel. Unfortunately, he was born with glass bones and paper skin, so when people started making fun of him, those words cut deeper than Excalibur ever could. So he turned to his team and looked for a solution, and what they suggested was the nuclear option of filing takedown requests and copyright claims on people that were being mean to him, that were kicking sand in his face on YouTube and ruining his reputation at the middle school lunch tables. Now, this isn't one of those like silly, trivial, oops-a-daisy moments that people just forgive and forget as if it never mattered. This is a very well understood, severe thing that can legitimately ruin someone's career based on nothing other than hurt feelings. It's also illegal what Brent Rivera did, which is knowingly filing bogus takedown requests and copyright claims. That's not exactly allowed. So he used this option against some people that were making videos that weren't positive about him, and one of the most vocal victims was a channel named Dumpy. Dumpy fought back very hard against what had happened because his channel was at risk of being taken away from him because he had hurt this asshole's feelings. Now, the situation was YouTube actually sided with Dumpy and they weren't going to take down the videos, but they did end up taking down one piece of content, which is still alarming, and the future of his channel was, of course, in a pretty scary spot, not knowing what Brent Rivera would do next, like would he double down on it and try and go even harder, so he was rightfully upset and concerned. And now it's been 2 days since then, and Dumpy has posted a follow-up video where he went over the whole situation and actually showed a DM that Brent Rivera sent to him, which claims that he will be releasing all of the copyright notices on his channel, and then even says that he applauds him for grinding and putting in the work to make a career on YouTube. It's something that a lot of people are scared to do, but you have proven otherwise. I wish you all the success on YouTube and your career, bro. Hope he can resolve this. He also says that he won't be taking down any of his future videos if he makes them, and I hope that extends to everyone who has made videos about you, Brent, not just Dumpy being the biggest one. That should be a no-brainer that people are allowed to criticize you and make videos talking about your content without fear of you coming in and trying to snatch their entire fucking channel away because your feelings got hurt. So hopefully it's not just Dumpy that you're doing this for. But I do want to mention that second paragraph where he talks about, like, Dumpy's grind and how he's like proud of it, happy to see it, and you know, wishing him nothing but the best in it. To me, that just reads very insincere and phony. That seems like very corporate PR speak because his whole grind and everything you had a huge issue with because it was at your expense. So why are you going to pretend like you actually really appreciate it and admire it? Like, just be honest. Like, it just doesn't seem honest at all. There's no reason to put up a facade. You can just be like, bro, your videos fucking hurt my feelings, I overreacted, yeah, is what it is, I'm releasing it now, I see this as a big fuck up, a big blunder. And that'd be a lot more respectable than trying to put on this like, bro, you're a fucking grinder, you're out there nuts to butts and you're doing it big, that shit is so fucking lit, and I know you're gonna keep doing big things, I am so proud of you actually, I'm so fucking proud of you, patting him on the ass, like that's just, it's not genuine. Like, and there's just no reason to even pretend to be. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Brent really did love it. You know, I couldn't tell you. I just, it doesn't seem that way. But that's not where that ends because when Dumpy posted this video going over all of it, Brent went into the comment section to do a super thanks. And this is probably a feature none of you know about. I don't have it turned on for my channel, but it is something that exists on the platform where you can just directly donate to a creator in their comment section and it highlights your message. Brent used that feature and donated $400 to Dumpy and said this. In the meantime, while the copyright request is being retracted, here's something to help, smiley face. Again, sorry about that, bro. So he's putting an apology on the back of $400 here. Dumpy did reply to this. He didn't really accept the apology, and then also mentioned that he still has active copyrights against other creators that he's aware of, which, you know, I think Dumpy is well within his right to not accept that apology because, you know, it's you almost took away his entire fucking career because he hurt your feelings. There's not really a whole lot you can do to make Dumpy like you or just like forgive that. It's just a matter of moving on from it. You are doing the right thing, which everyone will appreciate. You are walking back on this bullshit here with these takedown requests. That is good, but I just don't think there's a whole lot you can do to earn anyone's trust back or view you positively. It's something that you'll have to prove over a long period of time if you actually learned anything from this whole situation. He says that him and his team responded too emotionally to it, which he's absolutely right on, but this is an option that should have never been considered in the first place, obviously. So yeah, that's kind of the update here. He is retracting the copyright takedowns and the claims and whatever, so that is great, though his image is still ruined as a result of all of it, but big appreciation for doing the right thing. So that's always good. Now moving on to the next one that I'd like to give an update on. It's my least favorite Twitch streamer. This was a Polish woman who was streaming while driving, and while looking at her phone because she was distracted driving and just looking at her fucking phone while driving, she ran over someone's dog. It is an absolutely awful video to sit through. It is fucking painful to listen to. It was very, very sad. This absolute imbecile even mentioned that there were a lot of dogs around near the road, and then got a notification on her phone from Twitch chat, so she went down to just fucking stare at Twitch chat for a very long time, and then just blasts one of the dogs. I was under the impression, as most people were, that the animal didn't make it, especially judging by the sounds that it was making, and just the speed that this girl was driving. Like, this was like some Fast and Furious shit. She was like fucking drifting around. I'm exaggerating, but she was going very fast. But apparently, the dog is okay. Pyrocynical made a video on this and actually did a very thorough deep dive, finding some very interesting sources to follow up on what happened, because this took off on Polish social media. Like, it went big in the Polish community. And according to some pretty seemingly reliable sources, the dog is okay. The dog is fine, and it will recover fine, which is miraculous. This dog is made out of pure fucking adamantium. Took a hit from a speeding vehicle and then is walking it off, just rubbing some dirt in it, and is going to be okay, apparently, which is a fantastic thing to hear. That is great news from this awful situation, but it in no way excuses this streamer. I still think she needs to face legal ramifications for what she's done. I have absolutely no sympathy for any distracted driving whatsoever, whether it be drunk driving, texting and driving, fucking reading Twitch chat thoroughly while driving like she's trying to fucking spell check some assignment, just literally staring at chat more than she's looking at the road. I have no forgiveness for that kind of shit. She should absolutely lose her license at the very least, but I am happy to hear, happy to learn that the dog is okay from this incident, assuming all of the information Pyrocynical has put out there is accurate, and it does seem accurate from everything I've seen. So I just wanted to give that follow-up. That's like actually a nice happy ending there. The best ending would be dog is fine, and also the girl gets punished heavily for this whole situation. That'd be optimal, but right now I'll settle for the dog being okay. So yeah, I just wanted to give these two little quick follow-ups to these stories that I recently talked about, since more came about from them. And that's really about it. So yeah. In standard YouTuber cliche fashion, this isn't a video I wanted to make, and I actually don't even know how to really begin it. I just have this whirlwind of emotions stirring inside of me like a tornado of pain and agony. 2 days ago, the new Hunger Games trailer dropped, and disappointed fans across the world all noticed something and cried out in unison, "Where is the most important character in the Hunger Games franchise, District 8 Hospital Helper, as portrayed by Charles in Mockingjay Part 1. I saw a lot of people huffing copium, thinking like maybe they were trying to save this for, you know, trailer number 2 as a grand reveal that District 8 Hospital Helper is back, because he needs to be. Without District 8 Hospital Helper, the story just doesn't really work. My character was the glue that held the entire narrative together, so how the fuck could this franchise even continue if I'm absent from it. But I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off and give you the hard-to-swallow pill, a little suppository, but for your brain. I am not in this new Hunger Games movie. I never got contacted to reprise my iconic role. Most of you found me because of my acting expertise, my breakout role as District 8 hospital helper in Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. It's a performance that is truly timeless and still extensively studied at colleges across the country. I did something that's never been done before. I fully assimilated into this role. I became that character. For a brief magical moment on screen, Charles White ceased to exist, and all that was left was District 8 hospital helper. There's a fine line between reality and madness, and I fucking tap danced on it. I went where no mortal had gone before. I acted like no one had ever acted prior. Of course, I was snubbed at the Oscars. The bulk of my work was cut from the final product due to Hollywood corruption, and trust me, when it comes to corruption in Hollywood, the cup truly runneth over. There is no end to the disgusting filth and foul play behind the scenes of that industry. But I bore it. I was able to grit my teeth and accept, you know what? Maybe I did too well. And this was my divine punishment for that. My only sin was being too good at acting. So I let sleeping dogs lie. And as most of you know, 7 months ago, it turns out I was also not cast as Percy Jackson in the Disney Percy Jackson series, a role for which I also auditioned for and I thought I crushed. The only problem was the casting call was for a 12-year-old boy and I'm a 28-year-old man, so I think what must have happened is they decided to play it a little safer and choose a legitimate child to play the role. I can't hold any hard feelings against them for that, though I do think I would have made a better Percy Jackson, even though I'm sure the actor currently playing him is going to do fine. It's just hard to overlook the possibility of how great this show could have been with me spearheading all of it. You know, it's called acting for a reason. I don't have to actually be 12 to play a 12-year-old, right? And in fact, 16 years ago, I was 12. Like, legitimately 12. So you can't even get better method acting than that. I was that age. So it's just, I feel like it was a bit of a missed opportunity. I'm sure the show will still be fine. But I mean, come on. I could have been an incredible Percy Jackson. I shave, I cut my hair, and we use some fucking Robert De Niro de-aging technology, and bang, a little magic here, a little hocus pocus there, and you now have the best goddamn actor the world's ever seen in a leading role once again, the way it should be. But I'm getting sidetracked. Let's stay on the path. Hunger Games is coming out, and I'm not in it. Now, there's a lot of people that are trying hard to try and come up with film theories as to how this would even make sense without District 8 Hospital Helper. If you watch the films, you'll know that, unfortunately, I died in those movies. District 8 Hospital that I was helping at was blown to pieces. But I always thought that led to greater opportunity. They could have brought me back in Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 2 like Darth Vader. Could have fucking strung me up and like had all kinds of technology going and some kind of, mask that's allowing me to survive. Maybe they put my brain in a tube, some kind of like Zordon shit perhaps out of Power Rangers. There were plenty of narrative ways of playing with that and continuing the story in a good direction instead of the fucking flat wet fart they finished it with that awful finale and conclusion. It could have been stronger if they had just brought my character back, but they decided not to. Missed opportunity. But this movie is a prequel. This movie is set a long time before the events of Hunger Games, Mockingjay, and all of those. So this could have been another opportunity where perhaps District 8 Hospital Helper is an immortal vampire. So I could still be alive during this film's setting. I could still be a District 8 Hospital Helper, and maybe in an even bigger capacity. Perhaps I was instrumental in the games. Like, there were so many ways of playing with this that could have made sense from a story perspective, but they decided to just play a very formulaic, boring fucking approach to this film instead of taking a chance on what made them special in the first place, which was me. I carried this franchise like Atlas carried the world on his back. I did so much fucking heavy lifting for Hunger Games only to get nothing in return. The disrespect to not even contact me about coming back, and without even having a nod to my character in the trailer, like at least have like a fucking tombstone, like, here lies District 8 Hospital, well, I wouldn't be dead at this time. At least have like a fucking statue made of me. Here is District 8 Hospital Helper, the glue of Pan Am. Like, there's so many ways of at least appreciating the work that I put into this franchise. The blood, sweat, tears, elbow grease, like, the countless nights, sleepless nights, studying the script in order to deliver a performance that would stand the test of time, and I get nothing. I get nothing in this trailer. It makes me sick. I spit on that. And don't even give me this mumbo-jumbo about them not being able to afford me. For the Hunger Games, I would have fucking moved mountains. When people think of music, they think of Mozart. When people think of basketball, they think of Michael Jordan. And when people think of Hunger Games, they think of Charles White, District 8 Hospital Helper. I don't want to get too hung up on this. I'm getting very passionate. So for one last time, I will bless you all with my iconic moment from the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. The only trace of my character left in the final cut of that film. So I hope you're ready to cry. That was the arm that changed cinema forever. Now, I do want to move on to another quick topic, and it's all falling in line with the general subject here. It was recently announced that there's going to be a Twilight television series. The timing couldn't be better, honestly. I just finished watching all of the Twilight movies for the first time ever, and then literally days later they announced a TV series. It's almost like they've been tuning into my Twitch streams or like watching the videos I've made about Twilight, and they're like, maybe we should dust off this property for one last rodeo. Like, the timing is just amazing. And I swear to God, if I don't get a role in that series, then there is no saving this fucking industry. I was born to play an important role in that television series. I could even play the main role, honestly. Like, you know, Edward, I think Robert Pattinson is a great actor, but he didn't do anything that special in this series. I could do what he did and do it better. Like, for example, when he first meets Bella in the biology classroom, he gets like very uncomfortable, like very irpy, about to puke and everything because she's stinky. I could easily do that. Oh, Bella, you're so stinky. You see, it's easy. It's easy. That's light work for me. After what I've done for the Hunger Games, as well as my audition for Percy Jackson, this is a role that's a walk in the park. But I would still give it 110% like I'm known for in acting. So I'm more than willing to negotiate contract terms or whatever for you know, having a meaningful part in this series. I really think I could breathe new life into it. You know, Twilight got a bad rep for how awful the acting was. Let's change that. So yeah, anyway, I just wanted to update you all on yet another role that I didn't get, which was the new Hunger Games movie. But, you know, maybe there is a light at the end of the tunnel here, and it leads to a bigger role in the Twilight series. You know, there's really no telling, so we'll keep our fingers crossed there. That's about it. So yeah. Admittedly, I'm not a huge book reader, which I'm sure doesn't come as a surprise to anyone watching this, because if you just look at me, you probably assume that I'm some inbred, illiterate Florida man. But I can read, I just really choose not to read novels. I used to love reading the Magic Treehouse books, which I think still counts, but I think the last book that I read cover to cover was The Outsiders in 6th grade as part of a reading assignment. And that book slapped. But afterwards, I kind of just fell out of love with reading books. Maybe The Outsiders was so good that I knew nothing would ever live up to it. I couldn't really tell you, but from that point forward, I only ever read the Cliff Notes to books that we were assigned in school in order to pass the tests. Yeah, that's right. Can't put the genie back in the bottle now. I cheated my way through every single English class and assignment I ever received. What are you gonna do about it, huh? Throw me in jail? Statute of limitations, bitch. It's been like fucking 10, 15 years now since I've been in high school, which is such a sad thing to think about. I'm getting sidetracked. The point is, I don't read a lot of books, but over the last 2 years, I have been reading a lot of comics and manga. Mainly manga, to be fair. And I've gotten really into that medium. So much so that, as most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. But the point of this video isn't just to toot our own horn about how amazing Godslap is. The purpose of today's video is to show you a wild comic series that I started reading, because it's a very long-running one. I think it's been going for almost 24 years now. It's called Tarot, Witch of the Black Rose, and it's got a lot of nudity in it. In fact, I would argue the focal point of this series is huge titties. And I didn't know that going into it. I started my comic research just looking for like long-running comics in order to like really dive in deep and follow a story along for a while. So I read 54 issues of Tarot, Witch of the Black Rose, and I'll be honest, I probably couldn't tell you a single narrative plot point that happens across any of them because the focus is mainly on like pornographic material. However, there is one that I'd really like to focus on today because it's so wild that I just felt the urge to share it, because I don't know how popular the series is and I haven't seen anyone really talk about it, and I think this is just such a banger. Issue 53. I'll tell you right now, issue 53 is a fucking diamond. It's a masterpiece of art. It tells the emotional story of a ghost nurse haunting some woman's vagina and trying to get it back, to steal her pussy. So I'm not going to show you every page here, but I'll give you the crucial ones. So here's our 2 main characters. It's Crypt Chick and Skeleton Man. So their backstory is Crypt Chick died in a car accident, Skeleton Man feels guilty, and he was blessed with the ability to still see her, and now they work together for the sake of justice. And this crackshot team takes on a new case with these 5 clients, some ghost nurses. You'll notice they're bleeding, and they're bleeding in spots where body parts were taken from them. So while they were alive, they were organ donors, and, well, their organs got donated, and then they decided to change their mind, and they want those body parts back. So you can tell by my censoring, one of them got her vagina donated. This information startles Skeleton Man and Crypt Chick, and being the good guys, they can't let it slide. They plan on stopping them from stealing those body parts because it's no longer theirs. They donated it. You can't change your mind. It's in the contract. So they try and prevent them from killing the people that now have the body parts in order to get them back. Unfortunately, they're too late for the first victim. The first nurse pops in like the boogeyman here and rips the lips right off of this innocent woman's face, saying, "You're too late. I have already retrieved what I came for," as she dangles those lips like they're a fucking piece of Mr. Potato Head. He says, "You took her lips," to which she clarifies and corrects him, "My collagen. She used my collagen to inject into her lips. They are now mine again." Also, there's big tits on the page. The woman's lips were ripped off, but her titties are laid bare. So, I don't even understand what the real point of that is. That's not even like a sexy thing. This is a woman who's now dead because her lips got ripped off, I guess, which instantly killed her. You know, I'm no doctor and I'm not an expert on anatomy or anything, but I feel like if you get your lips ripped off, it's not just going to be like this instant death switch on the human body. It'll probably just be one of those things you'll be like, "Oh, fuck, ouch, my lips. Ooh, jeez, God, goodness, Jiminy Christmas, that hurt." I don't think it just like instantly kill her. But regardless, she has passed away now, rest in peace. Anyway, moving on, Skeleton Man is traumatized knowing that this is a real menace. He has to stop these undead nurses from taking body parts from the innocent women that received them. So he tracks down the next victim, which is the woman who's received a vaginal transplant. And he knows this is going to be a race against the clock. So this fucking madman busts through her window like it's the DEA raiding a meth lab in order to warn her. So he shouts, "Samantha Brown, you have to get out of here. Your vagina is haunted." which is an absolutely iconic line. The fact that this isn't more well known is criminal. Now, not to be the Grinch that stole the vagina and took the magic away here, you know, I'm not trying to be like Scrooge and ruin the season, but let's take a deeper look at this statement. Get out of here, your vagina is haunted. Well, how the fuck is she supposed to get away from it? It's on her body. She pees from there. Like, it's always going to be haunted, even if she does take Skeleton Man's advice and gets out of there. Her vagina will continue to be haunted no matter what, so she's just fucked. Samantha clearly has a hard time believing him, so he tries to explain. You recently had an operation done on your vagina to make it look more jovial. Now a bunch of zombie ghost nurses are coming to take it. You have to leave now. To which Samantha says, get out of here, you're crazy. But then the zombie ghost nurses show up to confirm what he's just said. No, he's not. And Samantha Brown says, oh my god. Now the story has reached its climax, and so have the readers, because in the following page, the zombie ghost nurse rips her panties off, and it's just, you know, full pussy action, tits, the whole nine, and then she cuts her vagina out. So, that's pretty much where the story ends. Crypt Chick gets jumped by the other zombie ghost nurses who strangle her, which kills her again. Which is a wild concept, like a ghost strangling a ghost kills that ghost that got strangled. I feel like that's an interesting idea of how ghost combat would work. But anyway, Crypt Chick doesn't stay dead for long because Skeleton Man arrives at the scene, drop kicks one of the zombie ghost nurses, and then hugs Crypt Chick back to life. And through the warm embrace of the hug, the energy was enough to revive her back into being dead. But, like, not super dead like she just was. So, like, there's, like, 2 levels of death. There's death in the form of, like, spiritual zombie ghost, like Crypt Chick. And then super death where it's even more dead than that. So he brings her back to that lesser death layer, thanks to the good bear hug. And then the other 3 nurses, they have, like, their heart, lungs, and something else that they need to go get from other victims. That's not important because by far the star of the show was the pussy nurse. Having to reclaim the vaginal transplant was a compelling story that I've never really seen tackled before, which surprises me because when you really stop to think about it and break it down, it's a story about be careful what you wish for. In this case, Samantha Brown wanted a more jovial pussy, but never really stopped to think about the price of such an operation. And I'm not talking about the financial price, I'm talking about the iron price that she would have to pay down the line. Because that jovial vagina had to come from somewhere, and unfortunately in this case it was a vengeful zombie ghost nurse spirit. You can see why I have such a deep appreciation for this issue. It's very interesting. I don't usually read, like, hentai or porn comics or anything, but Tarot, Witch of the Black Rose is still an interesting adventure nonetheless. And I just wanted to share this one because it's criminal that it's not more well known about how hard issue 53 goes. But yeah, anyway, that's really about it. Godslap issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. Be sure to pick up a copy. I'm sure you're going to absolutely love it. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap issue 2. Go to godslapbook.com to order your copy now.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. You can probably hear the jubilation in my voice. I'm very excited to talk about this. In fact, it might even be spoilers on how I feel about the film entirely. Bored. This is one of the few Marvel movies that actually has pretty suboptimal reception. I think it has like a 48% on Rotten Tomatoes. Not that I put any real stock into Rotten Tomatoes scores, considering they continue to give Big Mouth 100% every season. It's an absolute mockery of reviews, to be honest. But it's just one of those rare instances where even Marvel fans are like, yeah, this is kind of underwhelming and mid. Which it is. I guess I can't say the movie's bad, per se. Ant-Man and the Wasp is bad. That is still perhaps the weakest MCU film in my opinion. This isn't as bad as Ant-Man and the Wasp. It is better than that. But it's not good either. It exists in that unbearable purgatory where it's neither bad nor good. and it's just on that line of being boring. Like, I walked out of the theater and then I played basketball and completely forgot I'd ever even watched the movie in the first place. I had to be reminded that I saw it. Like, recalling anything meaningful that happens in this film is like trying to remember a mediocre dream. There's only one thing that actually shines in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, and it's Kang. Kang the Conqueror is a very cool character, and he is very cool in this film, but he's really the only one. Everything that happens here just feels so flat and bland. It tries to follow the Marvel formula to the point where it almost becomes like a parody of itself. It's constantly shoehorning really lazy jokes that don't hit the mark constantly. And speaking of jokes, let's talk about MODOK. He's not really a villain in this movie, he's just a punching bag for people to laugh at. He's not menacing, he's not intimidating, he does nothing except get literally made fun of by every character in the film. That's his whole role. He's just this embarrassing presence that they constantly poke fun at. Like, and he looks like shit too. Like, the CGI on him is awful. I saw a post comparing MODOK from this movie to George Lopez as Mr. Electric in 2005's Shark Boy and Lava Girl, and George Lopez as Mr. Electric looks better. Like, MODOK here is awful. Genuinely fucking horrible. I don't know a whole lot about MODOK. I don't know if he's supposed to just be like this sponge that just absorbs insults from characters forever, but I feel like he was supposed to be like the right-hand man to Kang that was, you know, this expert killer villain, but he's not here. He does nothing except get made fun of. I've said this before, and it's applicable here as well. If the characters aren't taking anything seriously, if everything about the situations they're in is played off as a joke, then why are the spectators supposed to care? At that point, it's just kind of a sitcom. This movie's supposed to be the kickoff for Phase 5, I believe, and man, what a weak start. This is the equivalent of, like, starting a basketball game and scoring on your own hoop. Like, this is just kind of lame, honestly. I also would like to talk about the visuals quickly because I really like the Quantumania style of just, like, goofy, wacky shit happening. Like, a lot of the tech is all oozy and gooey to pilot a weird technological ship. You have to fucking double fist the controls and then steer the goo. Like, I like that kind of shit. But there's a lot of times in this film where it was just noticeably bad. And it's not because the VFX department isn't talented, it's because they're clearly overworked. There's a lot of fatigue in the VFX department because of how much they're constantly having to churn out, I feel. Like, I believe over the last few years, you can see a real steady decline in the quality of the visuals. Like, need I remind you of Thor: Love and Thunder, when they're, like, transmitting that kid's face, and it looks like an actual Power Rangers moment? Like, there is very clear signs that the VFX team just needs a little more time to flesh it out better so it looks better. Because, goddamn. That it does happen quite a few times in this film. It's not nearly as bad as like in Thor: Love and Thunder with the scene I mentioned, but there are moments where I was like, ugh, that did not look very good. But overall, I appreciate the style they were going for. And now let's get to the story here. I'm not going to be getting into spoilers, though I would really like to help illustrate my major complaints with the narrative here, but I'll just give like the general broad strokes. So after being sucked into the quantum realm, the team gets split up. And Scott and his daughter end up meeting some of the quantum locals, and they are fucking worthless. The locals are fighting back against Kang, but they have no real role to play in this film, other than to serve as cannon fodder for Kang to murder to show that he's not a nice guy. They don't do anything to further the plot. There's like a whole breakout moment with like one of the leaders of the resistance, but that leads to nothing. All they do is like rush Kang to die. They were just entirely useless to the plot of the film, and really the heroes don't have too much of a struggle. Pretty much all of their plans go really, really well, like almost perfect up until the very end, but everything's just super easy up until then, really. And then, I can't get into spoilers. There's a lot I want to say, but a lot of it's spoiler related. Overall, I just felt the whole movie was super weak, for a lot of different reasons, both from its visuals, especially from its narrative and the directions that it goes, or the directions it doesn't go, where it should have, where it made a lot of sense to. Like, there's just a lot of choices they've made here that make this a really weak kickoff for Phase 5. There's one other thing I'd like to mention. All of the action scenes in this movie, except for the end, and even a little bit at the end, to be honest, has like this shaky cam effect, which is nauseating. They did a really awful job with a lot of the action sequences. I'm just gonna say it. Like, they keep killing these Kang henchmen, and killing's the wrong word. Basically, they just one-tap them with punches. It's not even like actual choreographed action at all until the very end, but they keep one-tapping all of the Kang henchmen, or one-tapping them with a spear that blows them up. And what happens is, like, as the impact's coming, the camera will, like, fucking jolt around and shake a little bit, and it looks horrible. I don't know how they regressed on action filming. Like, MCU's been doing a decent job over the last few years of, like, actually showing you action when it's happening. This one took it fucking 15 steps back. I thought most of the action in this film was really poorly done. So yeah, anyway, plugging Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania into the moist meter, I'm giving it a 50%. It's not a bad movie, but it's not a good one either, which ends up making it even more miserable. I'd prefer if the movie was just like enjoyably bad, like stupid, silly bad, as opposed to just being stuck in between decent and bad. It just became forgettable and mediocre. And yeah, that's really about it. Godslap is a comic book series we've been working on for a couple years now. It's a hyper-violent, over-the-top sci-fi story about the beauty and destruction that slaps can cause. Issue 2 is out right now. It'd make a wonderful Christmas gift, so make sure to check it out at godslapbook.com. Right now we also have 3 variant covers that are in stock, but the second those sell out, those variant covers will never be restocked, so definitely make sure to pick up a copy today. Over the last week or so, I've been hearing a lot about a company called DKOldies. They also have an extremely successful YouTube channel with nearly 1 million subs, and the business is based around selling retro gaming. So they sell old consoles, old games, just anything and everything related to old school gaming, because everyone likes to relive their childhood to some extent, whether it's playing old games you experienced as a kid, or having that old console that you grew up with the classics on. Nostalgia is a very powerful, fun, and beautiful thing. Well, actually, not really beautiful. Hold the beautiful on that burger, because usually when I get nostalgic, I just end up feeling sad, recognizing that I'm getting old now, and everything's changing. I can't move around as quickly as I once could. If I'm going downstairs and I miss a step, I end up hurting myself and pulling something. Time is progressing faster. Everything's going to turn to dust eventually. We're getting off track. Point is, they sell retro gaming equipment, and over the last week or so, they've been getting dunked on like it's fucking All-Star Weekend in the NBA. Everyone's been calling them a scam, whether that's YouTubers talking about their business and reviewing their products, or very upset customers that are dissatisfied with their purchases. A lot of people have come forward accusing them of being fraudulent or scammers. Now, I didn't know a whole lot about this situation until recently. I was under the impression that the big controversy was around their prices, because DKOldies prices are significantly higher than pretty much anyone else in the market. They have, on average, the highest price compared to the competition, but I don't think a high price necessarily makes them a scam by default. But after learning more about the situation, they make claims saying that they refurbish their consoles that they're selling. And there's a lot of evidence to suggest they don't. At least they don't refurbish all of them. So a lot of YouTubers have reviewed some of these consoles that DKOldies sells, and they're covered in dirt, grease, and all kinds of shit, like very yucky stuff where it's clearly not refurbished. One of them even had just actual damage on it to one of the ports. They are still functional, but they aren't refurbished, because refurbishing refers to like cleaning, repairing, like all of that is part of being refurbished, where most of them just aren't. At least not the ones that have been documented, and not the ones people are talking about having purchased from DKOldies. So I just wanted to go over this and take a look for myself if it really is a scam. I investigated it a bit on stream, so you can watch me learn about it in real time and form your own opinion on the DKOldies business. I think the word scam is overused. DKOldies clearly communicates the goods and services they provide and how much that costs. Yes, it's more expensive, but it has a market for people that want to get restored or authentic products and not deal with the sketchiness of eBay and Craigslist buys. Retro market is flooded with knockoffs, and certain people are just willing to pay more to not deal with that. Yeah, like I said, I don't know shit about the DKOldies situation. I really don't. This DKOldies Wii isn't refurbished.
Buy a console.
Is this a So one of the main critiques I've seen about them is their prices are absurd in comparison to the others. Is this a bad price for this? I don't know. I don't know this secondary retro market or anything. So is this like super expensive? Nintendo Wii video game consoles for sale on eBay. Let's sort by... So there's some here for 40... So it looks like between 40 and 50... 40 and 60. Here's another one for 60. So this seems a little higher than like the lowest on eBay. Because it seems like it's somewhere in this general ballpark, but this is definitely on like the upper end of it. Though I am curious why it says like 120 and then crossed out and you save $60. Is it normally 120? No one is buying the cosmetically flawed one. There's an option for the good condition that's 120. Okay, so if you went to good condition here, it would go to 120. I will say though, if it normally is 120, because if it is normally 120, that is very high in comparison to what I'm seeing on the eBay listings here. Because the ones on eBay are not the cosmetically flawed. These are just like the normal, good condition Wiis. Some of them are even bundled and they're like 50, 55 bucks. This one's 59 and it's the full Wii bundle. So that would be quite high.
And I didn't say a word.
Oh, I completely agree. eBay, it's always a coin toss if you're actually just getting fucking scammed. 100%. But I was just looking at all of the different prices there, just to get like a general range of what they normally go up for. I have to imagine if you did buy one of those, it'd come with like fucking piss stains on it or something gross.
Also, I'm not sure if you can see, but there is a lot of gunk in the fan. We might just have to open this up. Alright, I say we go ahead and boot it up and
That's
see
just
if
part
it
of the
works.
cosmetic
Well, it
flaw.
boots up. Pictures and videos I will show on the screen. First, the biggest problem was the fan. There
Jesus
was
Christ.
so much
Oh, wow,
disgusting
that's pretty
gunk on
yucky.
there. It could've, should've, and says it was clean. It wasn't. I went ahead and cleaned it. Now the weird thing is, I saw that gunk before I even opened the Wii. So did they not see it? I don't know. And then after that, the case had a lot of dust and some dirt in it. I then cleaned that out. And the Wii wasn't actually very dirty inside.
That's
but
good.
you can tell it was not cleaned or even opened. Which is totally fine. But if you're not going to open it, just don't say that you are and that you're cleaning them if you're not going to do that. People on eBay don't always clean out the consoles. People in other shops don't always clean them out. But the difference is they don't say that they're going to do that. Now, once again, when I opened the Wii,
Okay, so it seems like it's
overall,
just not
but
really
there once again.
refurbished, but it's in a working condition. So then it seems like the big issue is they're saying they did something that they're not. At least not in this case. Maybe this was like some kind of special exception where they just made a big blunder, but yeah, it seems like this is pretty common. I imagine it's going to be much of the same story, right?
I bought a refurbished backwards compatible PS3 from DKOldies for $400, and in this video, we're going to take an in-depth look at this.
Is that price seems kind of high for a PS3. I've definitely seen those for cheaper. I recently bought a where is it? I don't remember where I put it. I recently bought like a 360 because Jackson and I were doing that achievement competition. It was far from being in the hundreds of dollar range. I think it was like $100 in total, and that shit works perfectly. And it came with all the cords, cables, and everything. Let's see what these normally go for. Again, this is eBay, so you could be getting scammed getting these, but the range is from like $95 on the low end. Let me sort. Let me do like a sorting to make this easier. Literally the highest one is 280.
Reverse compatible.
That's actually the exact one that I still pulled up here, which is the most expensive one in the refurbished PS3 market on eBay, and it's listed at 280. The second highest one for reference is the exact same thing for 205. So the 280 one's even still an outlier.
Another third-party controller. I mean,
huge.
$400 for a backwards compatible PS3, cosmetically flawed, and you give me a third-party controller.
That's a cool... Wait, what is that? That's a cool controller. That looks like some shit straight out of the 90s. Wow, look at that puppy. Please do not tell me that if you do good condition, it's 600. Alright, I'm starting to see a lot of the outrage around the prices. That is... I understand charging more for the security of it. Like, hey, you're absolutely going to get what we're telling you're going to get, even though it's looking a little skeptical even in that department. But that security's not worth $400 extra on the market norm. You can buy a new PS5 for like $500. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe you can.
Something like that. But like the pictures show a DualShock 3. There's no option to choose between a DualShock 3 and a third-party controller.
Yeah, this does
They
not
just
look
say
good.
Compatible, kind of make you think you're gonna get a good controller, and then they send you, you know, that the DualShock 3 that I got. I have a warranty sticker from DKOldies in place of the old warranty seal. I don't know that they can actually enforce that these days. But oh, and there's our cosmetic flaw. Nice.
Hey, now it's fixed. It's good condition now.
Here on the back, as you can see, well,
The
I can't see
plastic's
it too dirty
impossible to
yet, but
clean.
it's
Well, I don't think anyone's expecting them to magically erase fucking whatever this is, cat scratch marks all over it. But what do you open up there and showing all the dust when this is supposed to be a refurbished and cleaned model or whatever? Like, that's... You can absolutely clean fucking dust, right? Like, that's pretty easy. I can clean dust. And I'm a goddamn idiot.
See what it looks like. Alright guys, time for the big reveal. I got all the screws off, or all the way off, and see what it looks like inside. Oh man.
Wow, factory new.
Oh, no way.
That's fresh.
Dude. I have no words. It actually looks better on camera than in person. Like in person, every single inch of this is covered in dirt, and this is... And that's what this is
Okay,
about.
so I think I've seen enough here. I think I now have a better understanding of exactly what's going on. So not only are their prices outrageous, they are clearly not refurbishing them. It seems like their process is just confirming if it works and nothing else, and then just calling it refurbished. So they upgrade to the latest system software, or they'll do like a full factory reset of it, and then just make sure that the games can work on it, it doesn't crash, and that's it. And then they do a huge, absurd markup without ever actually cleaning them. So my 360, I got this 2 years ago, $90. So Smash is starting. All right, I'll swap. Hold on, though. I want to see what this goes for on DKOldies. Ooh, the exact one. The exact one at $240. Ooh. Oh, actually, never mind. Marked down to $195. It's the exact one. Oh no! Hold on. That's the bigger one. So that was the 250. I see. The 4 GB one is 150. That's no good. That's no good. That's big stinky. Uh-oh. Yeah, here. That's the exact one, and I got it for 90 at my local shop. And as for if it's refurbished or not, they actually, so at the shop, they don't even claim it's refurbished. But just looking over it right now, I don't even see any dust, and I've had this for 2 years now, so even if there was dust, I'd be like, yeah, it sounds about right. But like, it's pretty spotless, like, looking through the vents and shit. Looks nice. It's not even cosmetically flawed, there's no scratches on it or anything. $90. So I saved myself $70 instead of going to DKOldies for it. Well, I still would like to see their side.
Every day, tons of new collections get sold to us here at DKOldies. Let's take a look at this one, for example, and let's check out everything that has to happen to this Wii before we can list it for sale and it finds a new home.
And then it's shipped to customers like that.
And while it's open, he'll blow out any dust or debris that may be inside.
Yeah, so this is not exactly... I see what they're going to do. They're just going to walk through the process and say it's done like this for all of them, even though there's clear evidence that that's not the case for every single one of them. I see. Like I said, it seems like they prioritize like the fact that it works, which is good. I haven't seen a case where it just doesn't work, but it's also not getting like legitimately refurbished. So this one's getting cleaned, it seems, but all of the other examples we saw, they didn't get cleaned. And I would like to see them explain the pricing. I'm very curious on why it's so high. Yeah, so it's not exactly a response. It's, hey, we do this. Here's an example of us doing it for one console.
Then she'll make sure the Wii has the 2 doors that go on it.
Without addressing all of the very real evidence for ones that weren't
ready to list
refurbished.
for sale. Okay, now that it's been tested, repaired, and cleaned, it's ready to be listed for sale on the website while it awaits its new home.
I didn't realize how big this business was. They have almost 1 million subs and it's a corporate account. Like, that's actually extremely impressive, so I see why this became such a big deal. Here, let me see the spike.
You just don't know who's
So chat said it's
walking
very
around.
slow.
He got off of Rosecrans onto Willowbrook, then turned around.
Yeah, he's not exactly
He just
drifting
made a
around
very
anywhere.
random U-turn, so the ideal speed for a pit maneuver. Now, of course, he's going to
Yeah,
speed up
like
a
the
little
speed
bit, but
limit.
That was a goo.
This is
like he's
by
back
my
on
house, I
Alameda,
can hear
so
the
he is now
helicopter.
going,
Well, get out and do something. What the fuck?
Back on Alameda, and it doesn't look like they made contact.
Are you
with him.
serious?
You thought for a second that they were going to pull up right behind him.
Protect your
and execute
community.
That pit, but it does not look.
Bro, this is the slowest chase. Yeah, it's not very fast.
Boxed in here. Look at this. They're going to make it with.
This is
so
such a
right turn
common
now
occurrence in
onto
LA
Compton
now.
Boulevard, but for some reason, the driving has slowed down dramatically.
It's almost like a police escort at this point.
Okay, that's an access road. This will take. You,
I am surprised they're not pit maneuvering his ass
it's one
here.
of those exit, those kind of like. There's the spike.
That looks like it
that
was
I've seen
not
him
even
executed
close.
So well. He just jumped, switched vehicles, pulled a switcheroo under the overpass. But in any event,
Oh, that was pretty close. Yeah, nice.
There's the spike, and that looks like it was this again. Hopefully he does. Hopefully he's using this time to think about things a little bit more clearly.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he's using this time for. Man, what was I doing? Why did I do this to myself?
We'll see what happens.
Can't believe I've done this.
Those right tires are now done.
We're just gonna sit here and slowly watch him run out of gas. Awesome. Why even bother? Just hit this. Just pull over. Just be like, hey guys, I didn't see you there. I didn't know I couldn't do that. Maybe he's banking on like staying up super late driving around and everyone falls asleep in the police department. So the helicopter pilot's like, all right guys, I gotta go home. I'm ready to snooze. Same with the cops, and he's like, all right, I win. Just a war of attrition. And this is still going right now? How?
In any event, he is now zigzagging his way once again.
Zigzagging? Are we watching the same thing?
Residential neighborhood, and I
He's
hesitate to call
slowly pitter-pattering down the street.
He may very well be more familiar with these.
He's running on two tiddlywinks of tires.
Really, pursuit has been at times, and
It can't even fully make this. Oh god! Got a little second wind.
More than a joyride.
If somebody just threw a banana peel down here, Mario Kart style, it might be enough at this point. Hey man, at least he's being safe. Yeah, just pull over at this point. This car's, it's like going jogging speed. Like, just why even bother? 50cc. It's a 50cc chase.
I mean, while we're on the topic, something very similar happened to me many years ago. Seeing my own car pull out of my driveway.
Oh, I thought you were going to say his chase.
My car drive in the opposite direction, only to be found days later in pretty similar condition, unfortunately.
That sucks.
It was
Damn.
87 Monte Carlo, but we won't talk about that.
Wait, I'm getting so much lore on the caster. I see why he's so attached to these police chases now. He's like Batman. The thing he feared most was his car being stolen, so he became a car chase commentator. That's LA living. Yeah, I guess so. Seth Rogen loves it though. Remember he made that whole tweet about his car being broken into 15 times and how he's always excited when it happens or whatever?
Not what I would expect.
What a saint.
Based on the driving and the circling this pursuit, you see some of the neighboring jurisdictions here.
It's like the world's saddest Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. Like all the cars are just stopped and they're all just like waiting for him to slowly fucking dinkily drive by. Fucking wave on the way. Christ. Just stop. God damn. I think one speed bump will be the end of this story. Can we maybe try and like funnel him towards like a speed bump? Because there's no way this fucking thing makes it over it like the little engine that could. That's in game. Now let's just set up like a little blockade. Push him down one of these side streets that likely has a speed bump and call it a day.
Almost every time that we've even been able to peek through that driver's side window, he's had that phone on, whether he's texting somebody, calling somebody, or like you said, maybe streaming ABC 7 at this point. Who knows? But that is most
True.
likely what those watch commanders are
I
doing.
really
in
like
fact,
this commentator.
back at the CHP station,
He probably is watching the
our
stream.
very picture right now as bring this
Oh,
to
here we go. There
the
could be a
ready
speed
to
bump
make
here.
that felony
There could be a
arrest.
speed bump, which may as well be a landmine at this point. Because that car will be fucked on it.
To run on foot, and he's now going through a major red here.
It is.
Long Beach.
This is the 20th fucking intersection where all the cars are just stopped, knowing it's coming and just waiting.
He's been hesitant.
Like, come on, Bozo, can you fucking hurry this up?
Which would put him into Linwood.
Can you just drive by now?
But in any event,
This is gonna be a fucking 3-hour chase. This car is running off of
I guess
dreams.
we're now actually we're in combat.
It's transcended
In any event,
gas.
Southbound Long Beach Boulevard.
Oh my god, it's fucking cruising! Where did this come
Maybe
from?
more than a little bit of distance between himself and that primary.
Did he
unit
run
horse
over
march
like
line
a
out
like
of
a
the right
like a
side?
gas
Well,
pump
right
or
now,
something
really quick, I
that
want
gave
to
him
get
some
an idea how
juice?
far back is that lead?
You just hope it ends in general.
So
This
now
car may never
North
stop.
Coast Road, off of
It's like the
Carlin,
train from
slowing
Snowpiercer.
down a bit after we saw more sparks flying out of the right side.
Just
of the
pit maneuver him here. There's nothing. There's nothing. There's fucking nothing. God damn it. Oh, that was the slowest turn of all time. Just put him out of his own misery here. This car, like the car's gone through enough at this point. Please. What is this thing? A Kia? Have mercy on it.
And now his next major here is Rosecrans. He'll turn westbound onto Rosecrans.
this guy's leaning out clapping.
So you already
That must have been a fucking fire angle there. This has actually turned into a sport in LA.
Pursuit, and just as we were saying, very well may be enjoying his last beer. You never know.
It seems like that might be the case. Oh no, wait, he's doing whippets. He 100% just did a fucking whippet, didn't he? That is my man, that is not a beer. This guy is doing whippets. What the fuck? That absolutely explains it. That's why he's shaking it. Yep, wow. Is this live? Yeah. Oh no, he just stopped to to get some more whippets in.
Look at this.
Oh, they're so excited.
Right? Because this has now been going on long enough. There's a glimpse of it.
He's a little local celebrity now.
Or social media post.
Whoa, Jesus.
Look at this. I mean,
what was that plan?
Unnecessary.
What the fuck?
The vehicle, almost as if she wanted to give him a high five. Okay, this is nothing compared to some of the things that we've seen in the past, but that's the type of behavior that could certainly get somebody hurt. It's really
Yeah, what an idiot. This guy's literally doing whippets behind the wheel. I'm surprised he hasn't crashed.
Clear example of what we were just talking
What an
about.
absolute goddamn imbecile.
Maybe they know him is all too real, and now we're seeing more and more people pulled over.
The whole neighborhood has come out to film this.
Professional photographers.
I also just can't believe they haven't bothered to just spike the tires again. He's going 15. And he's doing circles.
Same pattern for a while, and so I'm starting to wonder why we haven't even seen another spike strip.
That's what I just said, yeah.
Those left tires and able to maintain
Can't someone
control
just
of the
pull up
vehicle.
next to him and slash the tires?
Probably
What do you think they are? Police officer samurais? Slash his tires with what? Their katana on the way by? No, man. I mean, if you want to make it like an action movie, they could drive by and shoot the tires, but even that's not going to be effective. They'll probably miss. It's not like an easy shot to hit, and it just puts all of these spectators in danger.
You know, is just enjoying these last few minutes of freedom, or maybe another hour. Who knows?
Gee, I hope it's not another hour, man. Like, here's just a really good opportunity. You can just pit him here. We've seen one car in the last like 4 minutes. Just please, the Kia will say thank you. This car is begging to just be stopped. Like just a little tiny bump, like just a little love tap.
Or at any point, do we see them change the tactic, if at all?
That's exactly.
Not. I mean, we've discussed why.
Is the narrator in the stream? That is what I'm saying. I just said that.
To the end. But that doesn't mean that they are
tactical patience.
Because that is also something
Oh, God. Jeepers creepers, Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah, right.
Why?
25 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and throw up our real-time speed tracker, dipping below 15 miles per hour. So really slowing down now. Back on Santa
Is this
Fe
still a
Avenue.
chase? No, it's watching a wounded animal slowly roll around.
We have been on Santa Fe numerous times over the last 30 minutes. Inside, I do see the reflection there. But other than that, he is going right through another red light here. So these, look at that. Well, 1, 2, 3.
Man, so many,
8 or 9 people
so many
anticipating the
spectators.
pursuit, phones ready, and trying to catch a glimpse.
This is gonna have so many
More
angles.
smoke coming from that rear.
TikTok famous by morning easy. Yeah, maybe that's the play. It's all a clout play.
So he's got the red light.
Oh, they didn't stop this side.
Traveling at a snail's pace. He kind of peaked at 30 miles per hour there and is now crawling once again back up to this intersection. No braking,
Wait!
just slowing.
A vigilante's trying to block him.
In front of him and weaving just around that vehicle through the red light. Why that person is doing that? No, no idea. But you saw that
They're gonna turn around and arrest that guy. I'm telling you.
Shine that vehicle, hazard lights on.
I bet that guy was sitting there for a minute because he had plenty of time. Oh!
There's the drink. It looks like maybe a water bottle. That he
I don't know about that.
More
I bet that guy though that tried to block him was sitting there for like 10 minutes like, alright, he's coming this way. I can do this. I can be the hero. I can do this. Yeah! And gets arrested for it and also doesn't stop him. He was thinking, how bad could 12 miles per hour hurt? Exactly. He's like, my car's a piece of shit anyway. They'll probably give me a medal for stopping this menace. I'll do it. And then he half-assed it, so he just pulled out pretty quickly, and it completely didn't work. Oh my god. Whoa! Whoa! Are they finally going to pit him?
And somebody's given the go-ahead.
Whoa!
Him out of control, doing a 180. He is pushing the pedal to the metal. Another collision with another officer.
Oh my god, he's going 12.
He's coming around that light pole.
He's going 12, and they did.
Spun around in a full 180.
Oh
collision with
no!
CHP.
Get the Jeep guy back out here. He was closer.
Right through those officers in the back there, and away he goes. Another pit.
Oh god! Now it's gonna be another 2 hours before they try that again.
Really frustrating for these CHP officers. This could not be more frustrating, quite frankly.
You just helped him with his U-turn, if anything. It was speed run tech.
Watch Commander gives the go-ahead. If they
God, Jesus Christ. Oh, wait, it's the same guy. Is he going to do it again? Oh, you can't on this street. This one's a little too busy.
He's coming back for more.
But he is lurking. He's angry. He's got a head of steam. He's mad. Make me look silly, huh? I was the #1 pit maneuver expert in the academy. I'll have you know, bub. Come here, Buster. Oh, he wants it so bad, too. He wants it so bad. Oh, here he comes. Oh, baby. You won't make a fool of me twice.
CHP SUV making contact of full speed. Did a 360 to disable the vehicle. Continues to go.
Oh, I thought the cop's car had, like, hit one of the barriers. He takes himself out. Oh, god damn it. Third time's the charm, come on. Officer action out here, please, good lord. Alright, here we go. That's money. That's money. He's immune to pit maneuvers. Back to the drawing board. He's too good. He's just giving him a spin cycle. Oh, maybe the plan's to make him dizzy. So that way he like... Oh, surely this one. Oh, actually, yeah, that one did work. Okay. That's all she's got. Or maybe... Or maybe...
He's still able to run. gassing it again. He's doing about 5 miles per hour with
Hey,
whatever
that's
is
more
left
than
in
zero.
this
Sometimes
car.
that's all you
5, maybe
need.
10 miles per hour, coming to a slow crawl, and that is probably it.
Yeah, it'll probably be all
Man,
she wrote.
This Kia is
Give him one more
relentless.
pit
Here
maneuver on the way out.
another possible
A
pit.
little tap on the
That
ass
would
for
be
good luck.
attempt number 6.
Oh, he's going way. Look at that radius.
Ooh. Slow
No!
under the overpass. That is Alameda.
No, it's been censored by the overpass.
Alameda and Rosecrans. There he is. Officers with their guns
Ugh.
drawn. The vehicle placed
What a
under
chase.
arrest.
What a chase.
Oh boy. Well, that couldn't end much better or much safer because the potential for
I love this commentator. He's very clear he is enjoying it. It couldn't have ended any better. He takes it as entertainment.
6 pit maneuvers.
It is literally a
to bring
sport.
This suspect coming up in just 8 minutes. Reporting live from Air 7 HD. I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Great work, Chris. Great work, per usual. Chris is like the John Madden of LA police chases. Excellent, as always, Chris. I think what he needs next time, though, is like one of the NFL boards where they start like drawing on it, like, here's the potential play. What Andy Reid's most likely looking to do here is going to be a slant route. Like, he could do that for these police chases. Like, the suspect's going 25 miles per hour. He's got a couple of options here. If he wants to take the correct route, he's going to want to go down East Compton, where there's less speed bumps. You know, really get into it. I've just been told they're letting him off with a warning. Oh. 6 pit maneuvers and your car can keep going is the best Kia ad I've ever heard. That was a very impressive Kia ad, both for endurance and durability. That was impressive. It was eating pit maneuvers like cereal. It was getting pit maneuvered, but it turned it into like a beautiful ballerina's pirouette. Another one of these VHS horror games, huh? Yeah, I'll give it a whirl. Played all the others, might as well. I imagine it's just gonna be the same old, same old. Ah, of course, the light's off. How could I have forgotten?
Man, I've been needing this for so long. Pop didn't even notice. Too busy on the bottle, as usual.
Yeah, it'll be scary.
Hell yes! Just the road and I.
My home's just over yonder, and lucky for you, this old man's a mechanic.
Oh my god.
To my garage.
My lucky stars.
Thank you.
It's wonderful.
Mighty kind of you, sir.
Grab some rope. Alright, let's pop the hood and take a gander.
You won't like what you see in there. That's a
Yeah,
V6
best.
double washed
Engines are
turbo
right.
mode arcade Hemi.
My ass.
Don't worry yourself now.
I know my way around the hammering now.
Sounds like we have a deal. Come, let's get inside.
What a nice guy. That one nipple he's got hanging out, fucking giant. That areola is going
After
wild.
you. The wife listens to her favorite radio station around this time. Don't want to know the old goat.
Oh,
Better keep the door closed.
don't worry.
if that's all
I get
right
it.
with you.
Old
Sure,
battle
man.
axe, huh?
All
Jeez.
right, let's get to it.
Ladies, am I right, guy? I mean, goodness gracious. Listen to the radio and shit. Is this not a door? Henry, can we open that? Oh, it's stuck. I see. Alright, controls are feeling good. Very good. Man, my nose is runny. The fear is making my mucous membranes get a little silly. What's the right station here? Which one's playing the hits? Oh, plunger. Weapon. I've shit myself already. My man! Alright, alright. I've now checked everywhere in the house. So now I've just got to start... Well... That will do it. I didn't see that on the floor when I left the first time. That's how that goes. Yep. All good. Okay, just had to drain the sewage from the bath. There we go. And that's how it's done. Uh-oh. We've got company. There's no point in putting the flashlight on. I can see everything just fine. But here. Oh my god, you actually can't pick shit up without the flashlight on. That's a game changer. That is a game changer. They cut off their own fucking arms, huh? Man, they must have been ravenous. Very hungry. It sounds like that episode of SpongeBob when they're in the box with the imagination and they're going through the avalanche. What's up, Daisy? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pop this bitch into the VHS player. Or, rather the VCR. Daisy, I went the wrong way. What's up? What's happening? Oh no! Maybe he's afraid of the basement. I'll go to the kitchen one first because I think it's closest. Oh, he's in the kitchen! He heard my plan, he's stream sniping! Ah! What do you think the odds are he went back to the kitchen? Like, is he eating dinner or something? That would be remarkably unlucky. Alright, where's this little mug go? Maybe it acts as the door handle upstairs. Oh. That's such a stupid idea. I'm gonna try it anyway. I think it's supposed to be used for that sink once I turn the valve on. Ugh. Zoinks, Scoob. Jesus Christ. Jinkies. Okay, I get water in the jug and then I throw it on the fire for that, is what it seems. But the water's turned off, right? Yeah. So I need to find the valve first. And I think that's what the dog's chewing on. How do I get you to move, little buddy? Charlie, do you have meat in your butt? This is gonna blow your mind, but we all have meat in our butt. The human body is full of fucking just meat. Dog food. Gotcha. Damn it, he's onto me. And he's blocking the door like a real asshole. I can't really see now. Alright. He was really guarding that dog food. He knew my plan. This guy's good. This is not his first rodeo. That much is clear. Don't mind me, little guy. He's a tier 1 iced tea. Scrumptious. I might have to eat that myself, little guy. Doorknob. This will probably have the water valve behind it upstairs. Valve. Jackpot. Not gonna bother exploring because my pockets are full. I'm gonna grab a bandage from my toolbox. And a VHS tape. I'm gonna save here. I don't know how long the game is. He's camping. He's literally listening to my plan. Well, now I get to restart. I'm already theory crafting optimal speedrun routes. Now, assuming this guy is not being a douchebag in camping, we should be smooth sailing. Oh, I don't need the common key anymore. The only thing in the other spot was bandages that I won't need because I'm going to do this hitless. While I'm here, I might as well just check on this side. Tape and a place to hide. Don't need either. Unlucky. I might need that tape. You piece of shit. You actual piece of shit. What a son of a bitch. Well, I had to go to the basement anyway. I was right! There was a secret entrance back here. So this is what the fireplace opened. Ooh, I wonder what the it is. That looks pretty yummy. Don't really need the tape, but I'm right here anyway. Oh boy, he's so agile. There we go. Man, what a move. Yikes. Ooh, that poor guy just got his ankles broken. Holy shit. I need to go upstairs anyway for the common key. Let's wait for him. There we go. Man, he's slow. Meanwhile, I got the jets on. Activated turbo mode. These afterburners are cooking. Fuck me. It's not even fair. What do we got in here? A little special surprise inside. What is that? Hexagon symbol. That goes into the thing upstairs. And that's probably where I escape with a rope. That's going to be another pressure plate somewhere. I could hear him. Those big honking footsteps. Them stompers were a stompin'. Nice. I'm a fucking genius. Clock hand, that goes to the clock that was next to the VCR, I think. And while I'm here, I'm gonna grab another tape just to save, because why not? Also don't need this anymore. We're looking good, man. All my neurons are firing here. I'm cracking the puzzles real quick. Here's the clock hand. Probably should have saved after putting this in because it would have been more convenient, but is what it is. What time did that note say? It was 8 something, right? 8:45. I'm going off memory too. Let's see if I was right. If I'm right, that would have opened the Dexter door downstairs with the death on the body. I can't see anything, so I'm gonna assume he's down there. Let's see if I was right about that time on the clock. I think it was 8:45. Nope, this door's still closed. I am a fucking genius! Oh my god, I can't believe I actually remembered that time. From like skim reading the notes. What the fuck? Actually built different. And another shitter too, let's go. And some peed mattresses, let's go. Maybe the front door. Oh, wait. God damn it. It's the door next to the dog. I can't hear it. If it's saying any numbers, I certainly can't hear them. Oh, is it Morse code? I don't know Morse code. Someone in chat's gonna have to do that for me. I don't know Morse code. Nice. Cruising. And there's the rope to escape. If he's waiting down here, I'm gonna be real upset. If he's waiting down here, I'm kind of upset. Ugh. Let's just run my usual line. Come on. Left him in the dust. There we go. Here I come. No! Watch out! Ah! Wait, did I just... So that's not supposed to happen. What did I do wrong? Wait, what? Oh, no, that is supposed to happen. Okay, I've still got my metal key. He's gonna be waiting up top with a bouquet of flowers and a cake and kindly ask me to stay. What was the point of my metal key? Oh, hey! This guy's gonna be a cannibal too.
What are you talking about? Who are they? Who did this to you?
No one, I tripped and fell.
Tucker Farm. They're crazy.
Just relax. Here, I'll turn on the radio.
Oh no, it's gonna be the scary station. Oh, actually, wait, no, it's gonna... I'm a cannibal now. Because that radio brainwashes them. That's where it started. So the implication is he ate the cop. What was the point of the metal key that I picked up? Hey Sneako, does this outfit look familiar? This is the same thing I wore last time I took you over my knee and spanked your bottom with some discipline. And I'm happy to report that these are back in stock and a lot more at moistglobal.com. Last time I talked about you, I used you for a merchandise push as well, so might as well stick with tradition. I bet just seeing me in this attire again has just sent you on a full-blown Winter Soldier episode with your eyes rolling into the back of your skull as you're experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder, because the first video I made on you offended you to such a high degree that you have not stopped whining since. It's already been 3 months, can you believe that? How time flies. You started shit with me by insulting me and my girlfriend out of nowhere, so naturally I responded by making fun of you in return, and showcasing the reasons why I don't respect you. But unfortunately I failed to calculate just how much of a sensitive fucking loser you are, because this hurt your feelings to such a high degree it's become like an Armageddon in your brain. 3 months you have continued to melt down about this. The day after I posted my response, he went on stream and had a huge unhinged tantrum and meltdown about the whole thing, and then he sent some of his viewers over. So I was joking with them, saying like, oh, you guys must have just stopped the cuties watch party over there at Sneako's stream, right? Welcome, cucks, that kind of shit. And it got really under his skin in a big way, so he started dancing around with the gun and threatening to come shoot me. So he kept saying, oh, you're in Tampa, right? I'll come see you, waving his gun around and dancing.
You wanna watch my clips? Watch my clips. Watch my clips. You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips. These are the only clips I'm watching, you were?
Now the reason he keeps saying watch my clips while threatening me here is because during the stream I couldn't watch him live because he just kept shouting slurs. So I said, watch my clips to see what I was saying about you. I had to communicate via Twitch clips. And I'm sorry to be that guy, this is like the grammar police of guns, but he's a fucking imbecile, you absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips, you look fucking stupid here. Anyway, sorry for the gun anatomy lesson. he was very upset, so he was threatening to come shoot me, beat me up, all of that, because I hurt his feelings, and it's been festering for quite some time now. 3 fucking months. You love to bitch about how everyone's canceling you. These soy boy NPC bots are all canceling you. It's all you do. You treat the teenagers in your Discord like they're your goddamn therapist. Just going in there to complain about the invisible boogeyman canceling you again, shaking your fist at the clouds. I also love that you treat this Discord server like it's your PR team, so you have them work on your responses on Twitter because you're not witty enough to come up with anything on your own. You have no ability to banter. You can't insult anyone. Anytime you're pushed, all you fall back on is one of 3 things: soy boy, bot, or NPC, and that's it. You never deviate from this path. Which is ironic, because you're like literally a sheep. You have 3 programmed responses. You're like the absolute worst character, side character in an MMO. It's pathetic. But I'm getting sidetracked. You love to be super public about how much you hate antidepressants and you shit on anyone who takes antidepressants, but with the way you talk in your Discord server, I'm pretty convinced that you're only 2 or 3 messages away from asking your community to source antidepressants for you under the table to help with all this mental anguish you're going through. And I think that'd honestly be a good idea. It might help you. But I'm putting the cart before the horse here. How did we get to this point? Well, I made that video about Sneako, and I fully planned on that being the only time I ever talked about this asshole. I really did. All I wanted to do was highlight why I personally don't respect him. I know a lot of people criticize me for not tackling his points, and to that I say, bah humbug, this fucking goober didn't make any points. All he did was insult me and my girlfriend. He insulted me and my girlfriend because I made fun of one of his friend's blatantly fake stories. He resorted to childish name-calling like, I'm ugly, and I don't go outside. That's not making any points. Like, what am I supposed to debunk there? No, actually, my mom thinks I'm handsome, and so does my girlfriend, so you're wrong, factually wrong. There's nothing to debunk. The whole point of the video was highlighting why I don't respect him. I'll go ahead and briefly give you a previously on Dragon Ball Z lore recap to bring you up to speed on the points I was making for why I think he is a pathetic piece of shit, and his opinion holds no value in my eyes. Is because he publicly defends Cuties as one of his favorite movies. Cuties was a Netflix film that used real child actresses in sexual situations, so they sexualized real children. A fact that Sneako himself acknowledges, but writes off as being okay because it's realistic, because in the real world children get sexualized. I'll say it again, regardless of what the intention of the film was, they missed the mark because what ended up happening is they sexualized the child actresses. That is a problem. Full stop. Even if the message was supposed to be the opposite, they still ended up contributing to the very problem they were speaking out against.
I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z.
Imagine claiming children in sexual positions is clickbait. Yikes. That's rough. You admit that the children were sexualized. That is bad. Okay? That means the movie failed in its mission. I don't know what you don't get about that. But regardless, I'm not here to just keep hammering home the same points. Another thing that I talked about for a reason I don't respect him is because he battles with his own sexuality. He is very public about how he used to go to these swinger parties, I think he says 4 in total over the course of like 2 weeks, where he watched his girlfriend get fucked by other men. Even telling the story of how he was literally in the bed watching his girl get fucked by a different man, moaning intensely, and it was traumatizing. Yet he recommends that everyone should try it at some point for some reason.
Because this was, imagine seeing the girl you love like
get fucked.
Get fucked.
You love her?
Yeah, I do. I love it. Yeah, I love her. I was about to say I love this bitch. I'm like, nah, let me not say that. I love my wifey, my queen.
And you allowed the love of your life to get fucked by another man.
What happened to the other agreement? Why that one last?
I'm crazy. The first time, as soon as I saw it, like 3 pumps in, I just got up and walked out. I'm just like, I can't do that. Like, feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person. It's a lot. But I think it's something everybody should do just to test. No! You know what?
So my point with this was, why is this the guy that's lecturing everyone on their relationships, shitting on people's relationships, when he himself is in one that makes him very upset and he can't come to terms with it? Now, if he's open about being a cuck and happy and proud to be a cuck, that's fine. But he's not. It makes him mad every single time. So why the fuck is this insecure guy the one that's the moral authority on healthy relationships all of a sudden? That was the point of me bringing up that clip. Now, that was basically the whole video. I summed it up real quick. All I pointed out is I don't respect his opinion because he defends a movie I consider to be child porn. I think any film or any production that has real children being sexualized should be classified as child porn. That's how I view it. Maybe your definition's different, but that's how I personally view that kind of content. So him defending that was beyond reprehensible to me. And him being very public with his cuckoldry and how scarring it has been, it should be a lesson and an example that he himself is not great when it comes to relationships and all these things. And I posted that and it made him extremely upset and he hasn't stopped fucking crying about it for 3 months. So, fast forward to 2 days ago. I was streaming a Moist Esports tournament and I went up to go to the bathroom. I had to take a shit. It was a double flusher. So I was on the toilet for quite some time and I saw a Sneako post that he's posted quite a few times now and I thought, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not doing anything else right now on the porcelain throne. I'll play in the pig pen. So I did. For 3 months now, Sneako's had this adorable little collage that he made that looks like it's straight out of a 16-year-old girl's diary with pictures of boys from her class that she doesn't like. All about people that have hurt his feelings. This is his wall of shame for people that have insulted him online. What's even sadder about it is he purposely leaves out people that he's afraid of. So Turkey Tom, for example, made a whole video talking about Sneako and how pathetic he is, and Sneako tried to talk a big game to him, even challenged him to a debate, which Turkey Tom accepted with jubilation. He was ecstatic. And then Sneako kept ducking him, ghosting him. So he leaves Turkey Tom off of this list because he's afraid to actually talk to him. And he also leaves off quite a few other people, but the most notable other one that is comical for the absence is Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is an internet content creator that Sneako lied about for a long time, and they had a lot of beef, and Brandon Buckingham actually challenged him to a fight. And Sneako is very fearful of him. We'll get into that more in depth in a moment, but I just need to set the stage a little bit here with this collage. So after seeing this for the 100th time in the last 3 months, I finally just said, holy shit, you pathetic, sensitive, soy little worm. I made fun of you for watching your girlfriend get fucked by numerous other men and also insulted you for defending child porn. That's not cancellation. That's just spitting on you for being a pitiful, sad cuck. And this puppy really blew up on Twitter in a big way. Now, I will say it again. What I did, and what I am doing right now, is not canceling you, Sneako. I am insulting you. I am making fun of you. Something that you were supposed to be a huge proponent of, right? Wasn't like one of your big things like bullying needs to be brought back. So now that I'm making fun of you, what, all of a sudden now it's off limits, now it's canceling? You have become the SJWs that you criticize so much. I don't know how you don't realize that. We continue. He says, you know in your soul you would never say that to my face. To which I respond, you literally have a collage of people that hurt your feelings on the internet. You haven't stopped whining about me for months now, you goofy NPC. Even if you beat my ass in a fight, it doesn't change the truth. You're still a cuck who also defends child porn. I think this is important to talk about, and I just talked about it recently. When you are getting your feelings hurt and your immediate response isn't to fire back with insults, jokes, whatever, it's to challenge someone to a fight, you've taken a huge L. You've shown that the person has got under your skin, and the only thing you can resort to is a caveman brain of, I'll beat you in a fight. Sneako, you beating me in a fight doesn't unfuck your girlfriend from the numerous men that had sex with her in front of you. It doesn't do anything. Everything I've said still stands. Nothing changes. It doesn't even salvage your ego. All it is a pathetic fucking attempt at attention. And I don't think you believe half the things you talk about. I really think Sneako just panders as much as possible. He himself doesn't even stand by the things he talks about. I really don't think he has any beliefs of his own. He just echoes what he thinks is going to get him the biggest audience / the most money. That's what I think. So this puffing out his chest of challenging me to a fight is clearly attention. That's what it feels like. Because you don't have the same energy for Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is more than willing to fight you any day of the week. But with him, you don't want to do that. For some reason. Why? Do you not stand by your beliefs when it comes to Brandon Buckingham? He has said all the same things about you that I am saying about you. So why is he exempt? Why don't you want to fight him? That's so weird. This is what you said about Brandon Buckingham and fighting him.
And then finally, when Brandon Buckingham is down to meet Sneako, he's there to box him. They're both similar sizes. Sneako would now rather just sit at home and tell jokes behind his computer.
I'd rather sit at home and yell at a camera, tell jokes than, risk
my manhood falling flat for Brandon Buckingham, you know, if I lose the fight.
So now it's suddenly cool to just stay at home and keep it all online.
The full video here from Willie Mack is an absolute masterpiece on laying out every pathetic thing that Sneako has ever done, said, or everything ever. So I highly recommend checking it out. I'll put a link to it in the description. It's a banger. So, as you can see, the people he's confident in fighting are ones that he feels confident he'd win against. I'm 5'6". I think he's 6'1". So the height advantage he feels very confident with. And he has every reason to. He would probably beat me in a fight. But like I said, that doesn't change anything. Everything I've said is still true. You are a cuck, self-admitted, and you have defended cuties publicly, which, by more than just me, by many, is considered child porn. You're pathetic. Beating me in a fight doesn't change any of those facts. I've also been super vocal about how I don't want to fight. Like, I'm not afraid to say, like, I don't want to get hit in the head, right? Like, I'm afraid of taking headshots. It's probably a super normal fear to have, so I'm averse to going into a boxing match, especially one that's just a clout-driven spectacle like this. That'd be completely fucking worthless. And I've been super open about that, which I'm sure you know since you keep saying that you've watched my content, so you probably know that I was never going to accept a fight in the first place. Especially since you're, like, significantly taller than me, right? Like, it wouldn't make any sense. And even though you would probably beat me in a fight, you're certainly not beating me in, like, an aesthetic physique competition, because goddamn, I blow your ass out of the water. Look at this fucking anime character physique I'm rocking. Meanwhile, you're over here with that Abercrombie & Fitch from 1998. Now, in Sneako's credit, he did start going to the gym recently. Maybe I inspired him, and you know what? That's great. I'm glad I could have a positive impact on your life like that, Sneako. Getting into the gym is a fantastic thing, and you're going to feel so much better. And I know you'll start seeing results soon as long as you keep at it. And then finally, our last exchange goes very similarly to the others. You're not special from the other 10 soy boys who say the same thing. If you got a problem, stop talking on the internet. Let's solve it. So I said, got your Discord still working on responses? Brother, I have no problem. You started it and I made fun of you in return. You're upset about publicly admitting to cuckoldry and get mad at me for bringing it up. You should be mad at yourself instead. Have some self-reflection. Which it's true. I don't have a problem. You literally started it, Sneako, and you even asked your audience to let me know everything you said and send me your clips. You actually asked for a response, and then got super upset when my response was a little too mean to your feelings. How is that not the ultimate cuckoldry? Like, even more so than your girl getting clapped by 1,000 men. How? Like, how can you, with a straight face, still call other people soy boys? I'm not kidding, I really didn't want to keep talking about you, but you won't stop talking and crying about me. It's sad. I understand you have a humiliation fetish, so hopefully this whole thing has helped you orgasm one more time from all of it. I don't think it's fun dunking on you, Sneako. I don't. And I'm certainly not canceling you. But you keep doing this. So you forced my hand to make fun of you again. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. Also, where's Chris?
Balloon, it looks like, and possibly inhaling whatever is in that balloon. But
oh, he's not even doing whippets, he's just doing NOS.
Why they are failing to come to
man's huffing the balloons in there, huh?
This is a kind of environment where for traffic to continue to go.
Are they like trying to sneak up on him or something? Playing this like a stealth mission?
So look at all of the officers around. He is not restricted in the balloon in his hand.
I can see that.
To be up near his mouth. So we don't necessarily know what's going on there, but
yes, we do.
You can make
don't worry, we do.
Again, we're watching to see if he will get out.
I'll tell you, he's probably not, you know, inhaling helium and making goofy voices.
The last time we saw this, so we're now waiting to see what this pickup is going.
Why is the officer just kind of inching up on him?
There's no opportunity necessarily.
It's like meeting a dog for the first time and you don't want to like startle it by going for like a pet too quickly, so you like gently lower your hand in there before petting the dog.
From the other side you feed, but he's not necessarily. He's just not pulling.
Oh, he was waiting for a pit maneuver.
There's another pit in the intersection. If he follows suit, which he did.
Oh shit! He's like a glove. Oh boy! Oh shit!
Continuing.
It's like a game of pinball.
Bump him and try to stop him, but now look as he has moved.
Oh boy!
Standing outside.
Why not just
cell phone images?
Far be it from me to question the methods of the department, but if the idea was to box him in here, why not box him in here when he was preoccupied huffing NOS for like actually 3 minutes at this red light? They had so much time, but instead you had officer action over here that just really wanted the pit maneuver. You could have boxed him in here and it would have been much more efficient and quicker. I don't really understand what the point of that was. He's stopping at every red light. If the idea is to pit maneuver into a box, boxing him in, why not just box him in right now?
The driver continues to not yield, and there it is again. You can see.
Oh, here comes a pit maneuver. He's lurking. I can see that desire in his eyes. Here she comes.
And there is another one, and we'll see if
nice.
The sheriff's changed tactics at all to try to pin him in a little bit more.
Why change tactics when it's working so well already?
Go over those medians, and he's done it again. Now he's going in.
Oh, he's grinding it.
This is where it begins to get dangerous for other people because
like a Tony Hawk stunt there. He just got like 600 points from that grind.
Over that curb. And
he is actually stopping at stop signs too. Instead of pitting him, we could just come in here now and box him.
Look like there's any damage to the vehicle, and the person.
He stops at everything for the sake of more nos.
Checking both directions. 3 pit maneuvers.
Man's probably so zooty pantsed right now, he doesn't even realize that he's like in a police chase. He's probably like, oh my god, that is so impolite. I just got bumped in a fender bender. Well, I never.
Through. So narration. You see this person.
Not sure, Bobby, but it's pretty interesting so far.
We have an officer there, and there is a spike strip that he is driving right over. So
yeah,
we have no doubt that he hit the spike strip that he is.
Well, he literally stops to look at it. You're like, oh, this is an interesting contraption, and then just slowly drives over it.
There is a spike strip that he is driving right over. So that
surely that has to be maximum efficiency on the spike strip.
So that's going to
spike strip.
The front tires of this truck, and you can see the thread, the string, the rope there behind. So
oh boy, he stole the spike strip.
His vehicle, and we're going to see how long.
Add it to the list of crimes. Now it's theft.
Of the truck, possibly break the axle by driving over in such a manner of those.
Oh, I lost him behind the tree.
He hasn't, and he's just.
Oh wait, the officer just opened it. Oh, don't tell me this is where the spike strip finally works.
So, unfortunately,
I can't see.
We can't see why he has stopped.
Let's swing this helicopter around. Oh, nope, there he is.
Yeah, and he's continuing. And if you're just joining a balloon,
it is a balloon.
It's like he is inhaling something.
Yep.
And that would
right. You are
possibly helium
yes.
and any number of things. This was.
Brother, possibly helium. What do you think he's doing on his way to a child's birthday party to make like a fucking comedy sketch for them with a goofy voice? Helium. Why are we pretending we don't know what he's inhaling?
At one
well, yeah, he's fucked now. Unless he busts through the fence.
Generally, he's been in light traffic, but this again is the kind of.
He got himself confused there.
There's nowhere to go. He's now pinned in. He can't go forward.
Yeah. So this is where this one reaches its standstill for 4 hours, huh?
The big risk, I would think, for sure, but it suggests that he's under the influence and would be acting irrationally. Now you've got a dog that's right there in front of the vehicle. So again, you wouldn't want that.
An astute observation indeed.
You certainly don't want to put the dog at
sharp
risk.
as a nail. That dog. The dog did scoot by. A valuable witness.
So they are going to try to keep. He was recklessly driving balloons. That comes from one of our.
Is he out of balloons now?
Approach the vehicles. No.
Now he's trying.
Oh boy! Now he's heckling.
Or maybe suspect is
it begins to
in that cap.
Maybe they just wanted to like hang out for a bit and talk.
He's
going for it.
So they're going to pull back now because again, you don't want to put officers at risk, but he's not going to back that truck up anywhere. Look at the tires.
Though.
So
well, let's see what kind of power this Dodge has, or it looks like a Ford, I think.
Which could cause a fire of his tires as well.
This just goes to show you that the spike strip was worthless here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He stepped away. Now he has come back. He has something in.
Why don't you come on out of the truck and we'll give you some more balloons?
Or whatever. But I was. Thank you for sending that to us. But you're looking.
Oh, they're getting him.
Much without that. So now they've got the caustic tear gas right in.
Yeah, they sure did.
You're fighting gas with gas. This man's been huffing NOS for like an hour now. Tear gas is going to do nothing.
That comes from one of our executive producers.
That could be
He's
one
immune.
Of the reasons they were stopping him. Maybe
The officer is pulling back on that SUV.
Honestly, this guy's got a pretty big brain strategy. It's a long-term play. He's going to make sure all the officers are sunburned.
When they were pulling up to bump
Because you know they weren't ready for this. They did not apply any sunscreen lotion. That's for sure.
So what had happened was he had tried to push that SUV out of the way, and just as a precaution, they backed a second police car, sheriff's vehicle, up against the rear bumper. But when they did that, they actually ran over the spike strip that had been laying down to prevent the suspect from getting flatten their own tire because they couldn't pull it out of the way.
How? The spike strip this guy ran over in like actual textbook fashion. He looked at it, made sure the spike strip was down properly, beautifully, slowly ran over it, and then accelerated, and the spike strip did nothing to his tires, and yet somehow the cops, hit their own spike strip and it pops it instantly. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Because the person
just keep throwing tear gas in there. Flashbang him. I don't know, man. Jesus Christ. Like, you can clearly roll up and just throw anything in his window. Throw in a note that says, please get out. Like, fuck, man. Anything. They've already thrown one tear gas canister in there. Let's just start, like, flashbang. More tear gas? Oh, did they tear gas him twice? The other one was at 45, 50.
In some way, he is coming down off of his high. The odd behavior is he continues to talk to them.
Oh, yep. Looks like they did tear gas him twice.
As they approach, if he starts to move, they've generally backed off. So here they go. They're putting it in there on him, and he's still got that canister. See the canister that he has?
Oh, shit!
Well, but look in his hands right now.
Those fast reflexes.
Canister of something.
He just threw it.
If more force is necessary to end this, are
Who do they have out here? G.I. Joes now? What? Man, this guy's armed to the teeth. Good lord, alright. Yeah, they called in Master Chief, I guess. Yeah, not wrong. About to drop in the ODST troops.
ready to end it? What's coming?
They've walked up to the cabin fucking 3 times now.
Such as a use of force. However, they are going to
Surely they have to know he doesn't have a weapon or anything.
end up going to jail.
Yeah, we saw them toss water, but I've not seen him.
Well, can we Uber Eats some food to him, maybe? Wine and dine him, maybe get him out that way?
Any evidence of that, but maybe we missed it.
Put like a large rotisserie chicken on the end of a fishing line to lure him out?
I was thinking...
It's not impacting the...
Oh shit, they're rolling up.
Street, but you are seeing the deputies approach, and I fully believe that there is going to be a resolution on this, that they're going to have to go in, open up the door, drag this guy out, and take him into custody. At this point...
That looks to be the only way.
Well, we see the SWAT officers approach.
Oh, nope. Must have been too hairy.
Of that sheriff's
he looked at it. He looked at them with the nos again. And he said, "Don't make me. Don't make me do it."
Interesting. He turns around and walks flat. So now,
Jesus Christ, they got the SWAT unit out here.
Bruce, I liked what you said.
We need the experts. This guy's good. It's fucking Jason Bourne in that truck.
Street with cars on both sides.
But why? But why? But why? Why are you swapping out the police cruiser here with the fucking SWAT Bearcat? That's so unnecessary. They have walked up to this goofy goober's window fucking 5 times. 5 times. They have to know by now he has no weapons beyond huffing nos, which I guess could be like a Bane level power-up juice, maybe. But, like, they have to know there's nothing in there. Surely, at this point, they'd be like, alright, we'll just drag him out, I guess. What the fuck?
And he
oh, shit, here we go.
And eventually begin
the
to
day is
sober up,
saved.
In a manner of speaking. Yes, I mean, at some point, you do sober up. But if not, if he continues to huff, I mean, if he just continues to use it over and over, nothing changes. And here comes the Bearcat.
Yeah.
Woo!
How, you know, you have these cars that
they did it,
and then you can see the barrier.
Okay, he's not moving. He hasn't moved in 2.5 hours, and now he definitely won't.
These are
can last for a couple.
Oh, now he is absolutely not moving. Another bear cat.
It's a fast. It's a fast.
Yeah, this is like a game of Tetris.
We need a patrol
cat. One of the helicopters.
Along West.
Chris! They woke Chris up. They're like, "Oh my God, please get Chris in here. Anything. God, I can't do this anymore. Please, Chris, save us."
From your shot, which you would think will play into law enforcement's favor here.
I think they're just literally waiting for him to have to take a shit or something, or get like really hungry and thirsty that he's just like, "All right, guys, look, we've had our fun. Let's get some food and call it a day, huh?" They told the, oh, there's the other bear cat. We got 3 in the mega mix now. They told the commentators, the casters, like, "Hey, you guys can just like go home." Man, this is more just like a casual get-together at this point for the whole department. Surprised someone doesn't wheel out a little grill and start cooking. Like, that might even be a good play, like try and entice him to get out of the car for some like high-quality cookout food.
Along that bike path where SCB officers
What?
are now strategizing on whether to approach
What
that
the
from a different angle. There is that third Bearcat, making it the 3rd armored vehicle now on this prolonged operation.
They've got the undercover espionage crew out here too in the unmarked white vans with the satellite dishes on top. What the fuck is this? Who do they think he's communicating with? Alright, maybe we'll deploy an EMP. Take out the gas canister. No, fuck. Wait, it's gas. EMP's useless against them. Shit, he's thought of everything. Holy shit. That's the news? Oh, is it? Is it the news? Usually news is in marked vans, aren't they? At least the ones in Tampa. I don't see any markings on these. I assume this is like the quintessential like undercover cop shit. Though I guess it's not very good cover if there's like a satellite dish on there. Maybe I'm not familiar with what the news vans look like in Cali. Is that one going back to base? We're gonna need more reinforcements. I'll summon the squad. Oh, maybe it's gonna meet him on the other side of this, and they'll have like Mortal Kombat over this bike path. Man, if this guy just brought some snacks and some water, he could have actually just been here all night.
The county of Los Angeles.
Like actually just, you know, maybe even forever, depending on how long the snacks last.
Impressive about the reverence for human life that the sheriff's department.
This would actually be an incredible diversion if his friends are criminals. He'd be like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna go occupy the entire LAPD by just, I don't know, going for like a small drive and then parking somewhere for a while. You guys go commit a lot of crimes. They're gonna be kind of low." Oh boy, he's back to the tank. He's probably almost out at this point.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over there. The deputies are attempting to make communication with him.
What do you mean attempting? God damn it. We have seen this man lean out of the car with his fucking belly flopped over the windshield, or the window, literally talking to you guys to your face. Communication was established fucking instantly. Literally off rip. God damn it. What do you mean attempting? Just go up there and talk to him again. You have walked up to his fucking window 6 goddamn times, 2 of them to put tear gas in it. Like, there is no problem saying hello to this man and like having this conversation. Like, can you get the fuck out of the car? Get out of the car, I'll let you pet my cat. Like anything. Like, holy shit. Communication is the easiest thing with this guy.
Bodily injury to innocent.
What are they playing? Holy shit, are they gonna send a drone in there?
I don't think.
Oh my god. They've got the drone out. All right. We're entering the climax.
It's nice to have a little bit of company here.
I wonder if they've been trying to set this up for the last 3 hours they've been here.
Our chopper early in the morning, and he covered this pursuit earlier on when we first jumped on the air.
Bad news, Chief. Batteries are dead. All right, we tried.
You saw all
4 hours during the pursuit.
Oh, here it is.
When he was inhaling from that balloon,
UAV inbound. Yes, sir.
We watched him drive on center dividers. We watched him.
Nope, here it comes.
Weave his way through
Oh, maybe to like startle him. Like, oh fuck! Technology. Opens the door and runs.
Makes it because
Now,
Oh, they're sneaking up on him.
becoming assault with a deadly weapon, not just evading and a DUI. So these
In position.
the SEB there, you can see
Gathering
the
intel.
pole in front of those deputies right there.
Calculating.
We've seen that in the past. They will put
Imagine he just crashes it into the truck.
the ones that we saw earlier on, which we were watching from way back when. They actually had deputies walking up holding these canisters of
The legendary 6th star has been achieved. The drones are out.
technical term anymore. That's what they used to call it back in the day, but it's tear gas basically. It's something that's going to annoy.
Oh, wait, did they tear gas him? Or is that what the fuck is?
B has inside there is different types, different.
Oh, finally! What the fuck? They've tear gassed him 2 times and it wasn't that powerful. They finally brought out the big boy tear gas.
One of you've seen those old,
It's about time. Like they could have done this 4 hours ago.
like grabby things.
All right,
that,
Stu, Mendel, I apologize. I'm going to interrupt you because he's jumping out.
Oh.
Obviously, because there's gas is coming out. Now he's making a run for it as he.
There we go.
And he doesn't look like he's going to make it very far. Hands up.
I'm surprised they caught him with that kind of speed.
To an end. My goodness. How
Yeah, he got hotboxed on that one.
that happened all of the sudden to
When did the tear gas even get in there? The drone must have been a distraction. I want to see when that even made it. Oh, it's in there, right? When did it get in? Did they even tear gas him, or did his gas canister itself blow up? What happened?
Now it's becoming assault.
They got shot through the windshield? When? I was trying to look for that.
Canisters of gas. We call it CS gas. I'm not really sure if that's a technical term anymore. That's what they used to call it.
Okay, it must be like right here in the helicopter cam must have missed it. Because now he's struggling with it, so he must have heard it come in. Yeah, they must have shot it through the back window, but we couldn't see it on the cam. Yeah, see, it's right there, because he turns around, so he must have heard it, and it was when the helicopter didn't get... Oh, and there, look, there, that's the pole. Yeah. So we just couldn't see the officers holding this pole.
What SEB has inside
Okay.
there is different types. Different
Mystery
brands,
solved.
And that pole right there.
I may not be at a fine dining establishment right now, but I'm still serving up a large glass of wine. I just have to complain and rant about something in this video that's just been grinding my gears for quite some time now, because the problem still exists, and it's not getting any better in the industry. So stand back, you're about to enter the splash zone. I'm about to get real passionate, which means I'm gonna start spitting. How can it possibly be that 2023 years after the death of Christ, we are still releasing games with a dogshit PC port? How are we not learning from past mistakes, from previous sins of our fathers, from the countless other awful PC ports that have ruined games? Why is this still not only a problem, but actually getting worse? It makes no sense. This is actually a SpongeBob, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man moment. It'll be no surprise what prompted this video. It was the Star Wars Jedi Survivor game. I'm sure all of you have read the headlines and seen the reviews about how awful the performance is on pretty much every platform, but most notably PC. Unforgivably bad on PC for most people. Now, I'm currently playing it on PC, and not only was installing it an unbelievable headache because we've entered the age where no one gives a fuck about actual optimization at all, so it was a 128 gigabyte download, and then after that was finished, I got fucking slapped double-fisted with the 129 gigabytes of unpacking that needed to come after the 128 gigabyte download. For that fucking file size, I felt like I was downloading another human being onto my computer. Shit had me installing an entire new solar system onto my SSD. I feel bad for anyone, like my heart is breaking for anyone that doesn't have like top-of-the-line internet, because this probably still isn't even done downloading for you on PC right now. You probably still have another week or two on that, baby. You gotta let that shit cook, because it is rough. They don't bother compressing things anymore, I guess, and they just let it take up as much space as possible, as if it's some kind of like achievement if they take up like fucking 140 gigabytes or whatever. It's ridiculous. But that's not even the big point here. So on PC, and pretty much everywhere else, you will probably not be getting 60 frames per second. And I know, oh, entitled gamers wanting 60 frames, oh, that's so goofy. Well, bah humbug to you as well, Ebenezer Scrooge. If you're paying $70, this is a $70 game, if you're paying $70 and not even getting the bare minimum of performance, then you are a cuck if you're trying to defend that. When you're paying that kind of money, you should be getting high quality product for it. but there is not a single report I have read from anyone that is able to maintain a consistent 60 frames per second with this title, no matter what you're running. You could be running the state-of-the-art quantum computational technology, absolute, $100,000 hardware, 4090s out the fucking wazoo, and you will still not be getting 60 frames per second in this game consistently. Mudahar recently made a video going over it. I'm sure you've all seen all the articles. Most people are getting between 40 and 50 FPS, no matter what they're running. And for a lot of people's machines, seeing 40 FPS is like finding a shiny Pokemon. Getting 40 FPS for some people's machines is a fucking accomplishment in and of itself, deserving of a trophy and a pat on the ass. It is ridiculous. A lot of people are getting 30 FPS. It's just in a terrible state. And one other thing that I should mention with Jedi Survivor, though it doesn't apply to every bad PC port, but it certainly does for this game, is that it uses Denuvo DRM. I'm sure you've all at least heard of Denuvo before. It's become the boogeyman of DRM because it has been shown to make game performance worse. To what extent and exactly how big of an effect it has on performance is always a bit of a toss-up and a case-by-case basis on the game itself, but it does have a proven negative effect on the performance of a game. The reason companies use Denuvo is because they're all so fearful of piracy that they take the nuclear option and choose Denuvo to try and protect it, though even in those cases the games still end up getting cracked and people still pirate them. It just takes them a little longer, which I guess for the company execs might be worth it, but you sacrifice the actual performance of your game for your paying customers in order to give yourself like an extra week of no piracy. But what ends up happening, and I'm getting a little sidetracked here because this is a little off the path that I wanted to talk about with just bad PC ports in general, but Denuvo in particular, what ends up happening is when a game has this and a normal person buys the game, like me, I buy the game, I'm subject to that Denuvo DRM, and that makes my game's performance worse, whereas the people who pirate the game that are taking a week before it comes out, or 2 weeks, whatever, they now get that game without Denuvo, thus their performance is actually better than the paying customers. That's ridiculous. That's so fucking ass backwards, it's laughable. It's almost poetic. In their delusional attempts to combat piracy, they end up encouraging it by offering pirates a better product if you pirate the game than paying customers. It's so wild. And in Jedi Survivor's case, it's even more lunacy because the Denuvo, the DRM, all of it is so extreme that if you try and load this game on what it deems as too many computers, it'll shut you out from even playing the game. Look at this screenshot here. There have been players reporting that because of Denuvo, they've been locked out of the game because it thinks that they're playing it on multiple computers, thus it's like, combating piracy. When that's not even what's happening. It's out of control. It's totally out of control. But back to just general PC ports being terrible and like a trend of this going on, it's still unforgivable to even be getting 40 and 50 FPS in this day and age and paying full price for the game, which has become kind of the trend in the industry, which is so weird, and why I'm talking about it, because this isn't like some rare exception. This isn't some unicorn where like, oh man, somehow they fucked up a PC port. How could they have done that? No, this is like super normal. Right now, we live in the time period where it's push it out and we'll fix it later. Just ship it and we'll fix it somewhere down the line and that should be fine. Which is trash. That's horrible business practice. And what's even sadder is the amount of brainwashed drone zombies that defend this and actually attack people that call it out, saying that they're just entitled gamers. How can you be demanding this from developers to get it right off rip, to get it perfect when they ship it? This is silly. You're being a bunch of goobers. Obviously they're going to fix this game at some point. They treat it like it's a fucking NFT investment or something, like, oh, it's gonna be great at some point. And yeah, maybe sometimes it does get fixed, most notably Callisto Protocol. That shipped in the worst state I've ever seen for a PC port. It was borderline unplayable with how fucking bad that was, but they fixed it shortly thereafter. But I don't think that's really excusable. I'm glad they did the right thing and made it work, made it functional. But it shouldn't have ever shipped that way. It's not like they didn't know these problems existed. It's not like this all of a sudden came out of nowhere, like, oh my god, there was a fucking ghost in the machine and it corrupted everything right when it launched. No, they would have been aware of it, but they still decided to ship it anyway in that state just to meet the deadline. I'm glad it got fixed, but it doesn't change any of the damage done to the initial buyers here, and it ruined the reputation of that game forever, completely fucking tarnished it, wiped their ass with it. And right now that's happening with Star Wars Jedi Survivor. A game, when it launches, should be in a good state. Bugs, of course, are always going to be there. I never really hold bugs against a company too harsh unless they're obviously game-breaking and like maybe there's an incredible amount of them. But I understand bugs are always going to be present. There are just some things that you can't always get in QA testing. But just performance problems like never getting 60 FPS, constant stuttering, those kind of things, you know they're there when the game's about to ship. Now, like I said, I want to make this clear. I'm currently playing through Jedi Survivor. I am not experiencing most of the problems that the majority of PC users are with the title. I'm not getting a crazy amount of stuttering. It's definitely there. It is prevalent, but it's not like game ruining or anything like that. And I know I'm not getting 60 FPS. I think I'm more in that 45, 50 FPS ballpark, but I don't really feel like putting up the FPS counter to double check. I just know it's not 60. It's pretty clear. And I'm okay with that playing throughout the game, but I'm not happy that I was charged $70 for a game that can't even reach like the absolute baseline of performance in 2023. I'm enjoying the game because I think the gameplay is good and I'm enjoying the story so far, but I am extremely disappointed in the performance of it. I would obviously like if this game was hitting 60, it would be better. But I'm not having the worst time with it because I've been lucky enough to not experience most of what other PC players are. So I just wanted to get that out there real quick. But anyway, Jedi Survivor developers, they put out a statement today on Twitter, and I want to kind of go over that as well real quick. We are aware Star Wars Jedi Survivor isn't performing to our standards for a percentage of our PC players, in particular those with high-end machines or certain specific configurations. Within the first sentence here, just a full poopy diaper on display. It's not a percentage of PC players, it's all of them, whether it's high-end machine or not. Also, it's not performing up to the standards that you'd expect in 2023 for consoles either. Console performance isn't amazing, it's just PC performance is worse. So that's where most of the conversation has been focused, is on PC. But the entire game itself is so fucking poorly optimized and not great performance. While there's no single comprehensive solution for PC performance, the team has been working on these fixes we believe will improve performance across a spectrum of configurations. We're committed to fixing these issues as soon as possible, but each patch requires significant testing to ensure we don't introduce new problems. Thanks for understanding and apologies to any of our players experiencing these issues. We will continue to monitor performance across all platforms and share update timing as soon as it is available. Star Wars Jedi team. So this is baloney. We're looking at an actual load of horseradish here. These aren't problems that were brand new once the game shipped. They would have been aware of these, but because of the higher ups at the company, I imagine suffocating, fucking strangling them like Bart Simpson's neck, making sure that they're going to be on time for the deadline, they forced the game to come out as scheduled, as slated, which didn't give them the optimal time to refine the performance problems. Thus, now they're going to have to play catch up and be eating shit publicly for this in the meantime. And even after they fix it, they will still eat shit for releasing a game that was poorly optimized with terrible performance. It's just a lose-lose. Like, the only benefit here is to the higher-ups at their bottom line, like, look at all these day one sales. But then there's going to be a drastic drop-off because of all the negative press, because everyone's talking about how fucking awful the game is because of the performance. No one's talking about the game being good right now, and the game is good. I'm having a great time with it. The gameplay is fucking fantastic. Like, I actually think I'm enjoying the gameplay more than in Fallen Order. But no one's talking about that because everyone's focused on how awful the game performs. That takes precedent over a good game. If you release a game that is shittily made, right, if it doesn't run well, that's all people are going to focus on. For obvious reason. I'll just never understand this like speed run to get games out no matter the cost. Come hell or high water, this game's going out there even if we left in all kinds of game breaking problems. Who gives a fuck as long as it's out there in the wild? That's what matters. It's dumb. You would stand to gain far more from a good PC port and a well optimized game. I can't wrap my head around it. I understand that there's so much bureaucracy to it now that maybe it's just totally out of the hands of the developers and really just in the hands of the suits that force it. So there's only so much they can do. I really do think that's probably a large part of it. It's not like the developers want to release a game that they know is in a bad state because they're the ones that catch the most flack for it. I mean, that's just the way it is. So I'm sure they don't like it either. It's just such a shame that this keeps happening with good games. It is very rare to have a good PC port these days, which is crazy to me. I feel like we should have learned from the past, where when you have a good PC port, everybody wins. You get more customers, it has a long life now on the PC as well. It just, everyone wins when you make a good PC port to a game. I just don't understand why it continues to be an issue. Fucking Last of Us, the PC port they released, is a joke. Like, it just continues to happen. Why? I really don't understand why there is not any amount of care given to these PC performances for their games, when there is really only upsides to it. I just wanted to rant about this because obviously I play most of my games on PC. I do still console game occasionally, but it's pretty rare. Almost everything now I do is on PC. So it just always hurts to have such a shitty experience for these good games because they didn't bother to put any amount of polish on the PC port. So I just wanted to rant about that, and that's about it. See ya. For far too long now, the unexplainable mysteries of our universe have plagued humanity's greatest minds. But now, that time has passed. We've entered into an age of enlightenment. And I actually am convinced now that those so-called intellectuals, those scientists, weren't all that smart to begin with, because those idiots never even thought to ask a YouTuber what the secrets of the universe hold, because YouTubers know far more than anyone else on this planet. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say what everyone's thinking. YouTubers are probably the smartest people humanity has to offer, period. Bar none. And then under that, maybe then we could talk about astrophysicists, but even then, the gap between first and second place is so wide. When it comes to the intellectual food chain of society, YouTubers are at the tippy top, the cream of the crop. We're the apex predators of big brain. So what am I talking about here? Well, Logan Paul, with his degree in influencing, flexed his mega mind, all the billions of wrinkles in his brain, firing neurons working overtime in order to produce irrefutable evidence in how the universe actually functions. And he posted the receipts. He posted that proof on Twitter. He just flopped that meat on the table and said, "Here, I'll do it myself then." And I gotta tell you, it's impressive stuff. It's very compelling. And I think all of us are smarter now for having witnessed it. Please tell me you've seen Logan Paul's tweet about understanding the universe. Infinity as a concept doesn't exist in natural universe. Sphere, circle equals God shape, celestial body. Universe is likely finite. 3 contained, 3 spherical. Time infinite. Eventually all stars will die equals no more light. That's an and? What? This is an and? I've never seen that. That doesn't look anything like a normal and symbol, but alright. Eventually all stars will die, no more light. If universe is contained, has an end, can we assume apple in a box theory? When everything is dead and dust and becomes a dense collection of matter because gravity, black holes everywhere. Bro, what, did he go on like an ayahuasca trip or something? Like what the fuck is this? The universe essentially collapses on itself, high density and temperature, Big Bang. Universe repeats. Life is cyclical. We become the apple again. Conclusion. Nothing matters except the time we have now and each other. Love. A force of attraction similar to gravity. Black holes, wormholes, laws of physics no longer apply. Infinity exists. Multiverse. But who/what created and why? God. He's done it. He's achieved nirvana. He's in the mainframe of the universe. It's all laid out right in front of us. We can see her bare bottom. On the table, he has placed it upon us. We get to gaze into the infinite wisdom and see the universe for the truth of what it is. This is like some filler shit they'd have in like a B movie for a villain. Like right before the villain commits some kind of horrible atrocity, they're like flipping through his sketchbook and it's like, "Oh, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?" And then the next page is like burning bodies. What in the moonfall? This is some very moonfall shit. I'm surprised he didn't go into like mega structurist kind of shit. Exactly, yeah. Moon hollow, but why? Because infinite temperature, but apple. I don't think Logan's an idiot. I think he knows exactly what he's doing with this shit. I think he was hoping to get people talking by posting some lunacy. It didn't, I don't think it like really worked for him though. This didn't get like crazy engagement. He just kind of got laughed at, it seems. He's trying to get people to buy Prime. I know. I am curious if Logan Paul actually converts and gets people to buy the product. Because I feel like it's KSI that actually does all of the heavy lifting. I feel like every promotional piece Logan Paul does is laughable. Like, I feel like he actively deters from people taking it seriously. Meanwhile, KSI fucking crushes it. I recently got into a massive argument with my own chat about aliens visiting Earth, which is a crazy war to have fought. You know, it was a bloody battle. I'm sure most of you know, because I've talked about it before, my dad is super into aliens. He firmly believes they've helped us build the pyramids, given us fiber optic internet. You know, I'm surprised he hasn't started talking about aliens, how they farted 5G onto our planet or something. Like, he's big into the aliens thing and always has been since I was a kid. So I've been inundated with all kinds of alien stuff ever since I was young. So I have loved the field. But I have never been a believer that aliens have ever visited this planet, ever. I do think there is life outside of our planet, obviously, in the massive, unfathomably huge scope of the universe. I think it's unlikely there's no other life out there, but I don't think it's ever visited us. It would have to have somehow found fast and light travel, wormhole, something, which is so far above our comprehension that if they did actually do it, we wouldn't have even been able to process them visiting us, I imagine. Like, it is just so well beyond us that I just don't think it's happened. So I have been firmly against the idea that aliens have visited us, but I've always been open-minded in wanting it to be true. I would love to be able to fist bump my dad, be like, hey, Pops, you were right. And here's proof of the aliens having visited us. I did a keg stand with one of them at my frat brother's last party. Like, that'd be great, you know? But I've just never seen any compelling evidence about it. And we got to talking about it on stream, and a couple of chatters were very adamant that I was out of, off my gourd for not believing every single abduction story ever told and every single sighting ever made, including the recent Las Vegas one, which was confirmed to just be casino lights reflected in the fucking sky, but they're writing that off as it was like a cover-up for aliens. Like, it's outrageous. In order to convert me to their side, to believe in them, to persuade me, they would tell like these anecdotes. Like, I read this story once on these forums where, this guy's friend Eric was playing basketball in his driveway one evening, and then all of a sudden everything went white and his memory was erased, but he had his butthole prolapse. Like, the anal prolapse is signs of the aliens having experimented on him, and he lost 6 hours of memories. How was that proof? Why am I supposed to take that at face value? But they would drop these things like the Eric butthole incident and have me look it up and be like, how can you not believe us? This is ridiculous. You're spitting in the face of real proof. So I was losing my goddamn mind having this argument with them, and eventually we ended up going to something called like the Ariel School incident, which is a school in Zimbabwe which claims to have been visited by aliens, where 62 school children drew in crayon their encounter with a UFO and aliens who warned them about the future. And I got called crazy for doubting the legitimacy of it because you have 62 school students that drew very different crayon drawings that don't agree with one another. Some of the drawings have them coming down in a goddamn space potato. Others have like this elaborate, huge UFO, very generic. And then the aliens, they can't even agree on what they looked like. Some claim that they had long black hair, so literally fucking looking like me coming out of the spaceship. Some of them drew the aliens bald, like very generic alien baldness. Like, none of the kids' drawings even like agree with others. Like, it's such weak evidence, but they're using it as fact. Like, how could anyone doubt us when this exists? So I'm just going to show you some of the clips from the stream because it got heated. And then we opened Pandora's box and started talking about warp drives for some reason. It got off the rails. It got a little crazy. So I just wanted to show some of that. But I want to make it clear. I would love if there was real compelling evidence of aliens having visited us. Like actual encounters with aliens. That'd be great. And there have been government-released documents and footage from pilots and shit from unidentified flying aircrafts, this unidentified air phenomenon, but none of it's like aliens per se. It's just we don't fully understand exactly how it works, so it's unidentified as of the moment. It's never definitive proof of aliens being here. It's just we don't have a full explanation on it yet. But it could be. Yeah, it could be. And I find that stuff to be pretty interesting. But I don't view that as, hey, here's proof that extraterrestrials are here for some reason. But anyway, let me just show you how the stream went. A leading UFO expert has investigated dozens of sightings over an impressive 45-year career and says aliens don't come in peace and have an agenda. I wonder what the agenda is. They come down here just to read our dank memes, shitpost on Twitter. I wouldn't say they're peaceful due to the thousands of UFO abductions worldwide. I woke up and my ass is sore. Damn you, aliens! Not again! I've been a big fan of aliens shit, UFO investigative shit for a long time. I have never once read, watched, or listened to a compelling abduction story that made me be like, this man actually he got abducted. At no point did I ever once even remotely come close to believing any of the abduction stories. Have you seen that documentary about a guy with 9 alien kids? What is that? What are we talking? What? No, I can't say I've seen that. What the fuck does that? He has 9 kids with extraterrestrials? This man's spreading the humanity seed throughout the cosmos? There were 30 plus kids who saw aliens at their school and drew them. If there is one group that I trust more than anyone, it's kids. They're notorious for not having an imagination and not just going with what everyone else is doing. That's what I would hinge my alien evidence on, is children's drawings. Being in all black, possibly showing medium long black hair. Were the aliens just clones of me or something? What do you mean? The aliens have normal human hair? Well, there's no hair here. One of them was bald, I guess. Maybe he got made fun of on the ship. Not only would the beings have to have somehow discovered faster than light travel to make it here, it would have somehow had to elude everyone else's gaze and have only a couple people, in this case 62 school children, see them. Like, the amount of crazy coincidence that must all occur for only a small group to see that is very unlikely. I'm ready to... There is nobody on the planet that wants alien encounters to be real more than me. If this has compelling evidence, I would be elated. I would love that. I want to believe. But it is so unbelievably unlikely, and all of the evidence is so shit that it's impossible, in good conscience, to believe that there are aliens that visit us periodically. The circumstances for such a thing to be true are very, 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 very low possibility. So for multiple days, there have been headlines of UFOs hovering over the skies of Zimbabwe. And the only evidence we have is some children's drawings. Surely that would be major fucking news. And also, why would the aliens just be hovering over Zimbabwe? What are they doing there? They're just hovering there, doing nothing. Standing there menacingly like the hash-slinging slasher. What would be the purpose? Why would they have come there? Let's go down this for a minute. So the aliens came here to warn us about the future. And the optimal way of warning us was to go to a small school in Zimbabwe and tell a group of children. That was the best way of delivering this warning of the future? They were talking about COVID. Imagine this is all very true. The aliens actually did just fucking boot, scoot, and boogie all the way down to Earth just to land here and be like, hey, there's this little thing called COVID. I'm letting you know it's right around the corner. No good. No good. Alright, good luck with that. We're out. We've done our job. Message delivered. I don't think they were visited by aliens warning us about the future. Let's play with that for just a moment. Going back to that. Not only were they intergalactic travelers, they're fucking time travelers, warning us about our future. That's another crazy technological leap. And if they're that smart, that advanced, why would they tell a group of children at a small school? And also, why would they ever even make direct contact with people? They could just transmit the message. There's millions of cases. So what you've just shown to me is you believe what everyone says. You don't believe anyone's making things up. You don't believe in people having, for example, a sleep terror, which a lot of it boils down to sleep paralysis, where they have these very real feelings at night, where they're half asleep, half dreaming, and a lot of it gets chalked up to sleep paralysis. So you don't believe in any of that. You don't believe in mass hysteria, I would imagine then. You don't believe in manifested group thinking, where if someone believes they saw something, other people mysteriously start to have memories or visions of the same thing. You just take everything at face value, and no one's ever lying. Oh wow, Jesus, you're having a full meltdown. Anal probing isn't even a real thing, you moron. You get all your UFO info from fucking movies and TV. You get all of your UFO info from fucking TV too! What do you mean? All of your sightings are on TV. What are you fucking talking about? And then you said reptilians are part of the aliens. And faster than light is an outdated theory. Warp drives are proven. You're misinformed. What are you... What? Are you having an episode of psychosis? Jack Sarfati talks about the technology behind warp drives. Who mentioned fucking warp drives? I don't know why you're harping on that subject. That word had not left my mouth until I read your comment history of your 86 message meltdown. I'm not talking about fucking warp drives! Why do I need to do research on warp drives? That goddamn name didn't leave my mouth. He brought it up. But warp drives are an important part of alien lore. Maybe, but I wasn't talking about fucking warp drives. Jesus Christ. You asked for answers. On what? Warp drive? When did I ask for answers on warp drive? I want alien evidence. What the fuck are you talking about? Who am I talking? That is evidence? So, let's assume every alien has their own warp drive motorcycle. Why are they visiting trailer parks and fucking small schools to warn us about the future than only telling children? That isn't an answer. You weirdo. That chatter didn't read jack shit. It's theoretical physicist, meaning it hasn't been put into effect and there's no way to test any theories. I don't care about warp drives if they're real or not. God damn it. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm about to hit you with some cold water and give you some shocking news here. If you're standing up, this is gonna blow you over like the big bad wolf on one of the little piggies' houses, so I hope you're sitting down. It's recently come to my attention that a lot of brands and big corporations run by soulless suits that haven't had a human thought run through their brain in 50 years have deemed me a brand risk. I'm not what they consider advertiser friendly. I'm as surprised as you are. When I got this information, I did what most men would do. I ate an entire can of spinach and I said, why I oughta. I was ready to teach him a lesson. It made me upset. I was personally offended and, I scoffed. I caught off guard. I understand the majority of my content isn't family friendly by normal standards. I recognize that there's very few families that are going to gather around the dinner table and throw on my latest upload where I'm talking about sucking my own dick. Or talking about that police officer who kept getting farts sucked out of her ass at the department headquarters and then got fired for it. I get that that's not like a traditional family style content, but I also don't view it as a brand risk. The reason I'm talking about this is we had cooked up a really fun collaboration with a big brand that I'm personally a huge fan of. Obviously, I can't say their name. I'll have to treat it like Voldemort here, though I would like to and just shoot some spitballs at them because they hurt my feelings, but I can't. But anyway, we had a really fun collaboration with this brand, and then we got word that they have no desire to ever work with us again because I posted our latest music video from The Gentlemen, which is Troy and I's music project. We've made music for years now, and our latest one is called Filthy. And I posted this music video only about a week before we had this collaboration like set to go live. And pretty much 2 days after we posted this video, they sent us like a panicked message letting us know like they can't touch us anymore. Filthy was too far. This music video went so fucking hard that they canceled any relationship with us going forward. Now there's a lot to unpack here, but before getting into the meat of it and starting to digest it all and give you all the info, I would like to let you know that even though this brand may have fallen through, there's one brand that never will, and that's our brand, Moist Global. We have a new line that just now released today. Yeah, I know you can't help but appreciate this fashion statement right now, and I bet you're wondering, Charlie, where can I find a beautiful tank top like that? Well, don't worry, your prayers have been answered. This is part of the Moist Global gym line, which is available now at moistglobal.com. It's got this beautiful tank top as one of the pieces there, which instantly just make you big and strong like me. We also have other selections available. It's a very wide, very great line, such as this beautiful sweatshirt here, which is extremely comfortable. That feels like being hugged by your grandmother if she was cloned 15 times and hugging you all at the same time. Then also these sweat shorts, which are extremely nice and very comfy. And this great workout shirt. If you're not into tank tops, there's this nice t-shirt here that you can wear instead. And then a pair of slides. I am a huge fan of slides, and I think these are fucking amazing. In addition to all the new gym wear, we did also restock the Happy Coat due to popular demand, so that's available there as well. So that's moistglobal.com. Get everything you've ever wanted. Now, this was the first time any of my videos has been named and shamed by a brand that we had planned on working with. A brand that reached out to us to do something big together. So it really was kind of, you know, weird. Especially because I don't even see why it's that big of a deal. The song goes hard. The song is very clearly pretty extreme. It's graphic. It's silly. I'll go ahead and give you like the lore of the song. I've been really into listening to that kind of music, you know, like Corpse Style. Also, Do Not Resurrect is another artist I've been heavily into. And I just kept spitballing the worst lyrics ever in that style for some reason. So I hit up Troy and asked if he thought it'd be fun to do, and he was super into the idea. So I started tossing him like the most alarmingly gross lyrics of all time, which eventually led to the name being Filthy. We were on the fence between Filthy and Disgusting, and I just think Filthy sounds better as a track, so that's why I went with that. And I do fully recognize that the lyrics come at you full throttle without holding anything back. They don't pull any punches. The opening line to the song is, "The shit I spit is grimy, I make her pussy slimy." Like, I get that when you're fucking 60 years old running one of these major Fortune 500 companies, you hear that and you're like, oh, God, gee willikers, fuck, oh my goodness, oh my God. Yeah, I get that'll catch you off guard, but I still just don't even think that's a brand risk. Like, this is so far removed from what we were doing, I don't think it should matter, but, you know, I'm already getting carried away. And maybe one day I'll even release the director's cut, because Troy had to, like, reel me in. He had to, like, simmer me down. Because I was a cauldron of grossness that was bubbling over. I was sending him lines to the point where Troy was like, we need to tone it down a bit, Charlie. Like, I'll go ahead and give you a couple that I still remember off the top of my head. I'll go ahead and give you a sneak peek here of the Snyder cut of this song in the original form. One of them was, "Pee and poop is stinky, she's tugging on my winky, spitting in my face 'cause I like it when she's kinky." Another one, which is I still think straight fire, I think this series of lines go hard, was "Curtains of beef, vaginal queef, labia looking like a Christmas wreath." Oh, and I think the one that broke the straw that broke the camel's back was one of them I sent to Troy had to do with squirting. And I had a couple different lines with squirting, and I can't remember which ones I was sending his way because it was just such a fucking flurry of lines I kept tossing his way. I think the one where he was like, wow, this is way too much, was the one that went something like, "We're fucking till it hurts, I'm thrusting till she squirts, she's sucking on my dick like it's a tube of Go-Gurt," or something like that. It was somewhere in that ballpark. This shit was unhinged. Like, I do think Troy made the correct call, the executive decision to, like, you know, take it down to a more acceptable level. Because nobody wants to hear that kind of shit, I don't think. Just imagine if we released the pre-alpha of that song and this brand heard that. Oh my God, the suits at that company would have actually just fucking died. They would have had a heart attack listening to those lyrics. They were truly going Insano style. I fully admit that. But I'm very proud of that song. And you know what? I fucking stand behind it 100%. I don't care if it lost us this brand or 1,000 brands in the future. That song slaps. Filthy goes so hard. Troy killed it on that track, and I think we made something special in the best way. Yes, it's foul. It is ferocious, even violent points. And that's what art is all about, god damn it. So I'm super proud of the track Troy and I made. The Gentlemen are taking over in 2023. And Filthy is just the start. That's just a little appetizer to the incoming main course. Now, I would like to say, I just don't ever really understand this rationale of because this person, you know, gets a little explicit and vulgar in some videos, they're all of a sudden a brand risk. I don't do anything that I think is like risky for brands to associate with me. I'm not going out there setting fucking churches on fire or anything. I'm just a goofball sitting in his room and I'll talk about some silly topics or make a silly song about sex and shit. Like, I don't see why all of a sudden that somehow besmirches any companies that might want to work with me in the future. That just doesn't compute. Like, let's say this company wanted to make a song with Troy and I, then I'd understand it because now the song catalog is, you know, Filthy and then this collaboration. That would make sense to me. It's like, okay, I see why they really wouldn't want that because our last song is all about sex. And now we're doing a song with them. And I see why there'd be a, you know, maybe a conflict there. But what we were doing had nothing to do with the music that they had a huge issue with. And I don't think anyone would have associated their brand with the Filthy song. It's just, I really feel like it's so disconnected from reality. And I also just hate this whole push for everything to be so fucking sterile and squeaky clean. Like YouTube releasing new Weenie Hut Jr. guidelines to profanity, and all of these advertisers wanting just the most uninteresting, inoffensive garbage for every possible avenue, instead of just making something that's entertaining, which I think should always be the focus for a brand first and foremost, because that's what people remember. If you're just going to release a fucking nothing burger, why even do it in the first place? You're not going to get anyone interested. At least just make it memorable or entertaining, at the very least. It's just a kind of frustrating thing that I've been noticing more and more now. And this one was really something special where they just point blank told us they don't want to work with us ever because we released a dirty song, which is baffling. So I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I found it to be an interesting and silly subject to talk about. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. What I want to talk about today is something extremely infuriating. So if you're in a good mood right now, I tell you, you better kiss that thing goodbye because there will be no happiness left after this topic. I've talked about for a while that TikTok has rotted the minds of all of its users and convinced them that they're the main characters of the entire world and everything that happens around them is just a prop that they can use to get views and clout on TikTok. And today I learned about an absolute piece of shit named Alex Bodger. Alex Bodger pulled a Logan Paul. You remember when Logan Paul filmed the dead body in the Japan suicide forest and tried to use it as like the subject of his video, like, whoa, that's a dead body. He killed himself. What the fuck is this? You know, like I'm still surprised Logan Paul didn't start slapping Maverick merch on the corpse. Like he was really playing into it and using it as if it was some kind of great thing for him for views as a viral video. Well, Alex Bodger took a play out of Logan Paul's playbook, but even amplified it. So, the situation was, there was an argument that happened at a Starbucks. A father had asked a stranger to stop vaping near his 3-year-old daughter. The stranger got very upset, and it escalated into a murder. He stabbed the father right in front of his daughter, and he bled out and died right there at the Starbucks. Taking the life of an innocent father all because he asked you to stop vaping for a minute is horrifying. What an unhinged, evil monster. It's such a trivial thing. Just, hey bud, can you just stop vaping for just a minute or two? Like, my daughter's right here and it's making us a bit uncomfortable. Like, that, there was just no reason this should have ever escalated at all to begin with. Dude must have been vaping stupid juice. He threw his life away as well. He's going to spend the rest of his life in prison for this murder, as he should. Just an awful and sad situation, and it really does blow my mind reading stories like this, where someone kills over something so small. Like, there was just no reason to even be upset in the first place that this guy asked you to stop vaping. What's the big fucking deal? Just stop vaping for a couple of minutes. It makes no fucking sense to me. Now, where does Alex Bodger come into play? Well, Alex Bodger was nearby and saw the scuffle starting, and he immediately started filming it and caught the stabbing, at least the last part of it. So he walked over to watch the guy bleed out, and as he's bleeding out, he just keeps saying, "Man just got stabbed. He's dead, bro. He's dead." And then he's getting like multiple angles, like he was trying to film a fucking 360 video of this for TikTok. He makes no attempt at all to do anything helpful to the situation, like calling authorities or anything even remotely useful to trying to help at all. It's all just about his TikTok video for him. I clearly can't show you the video, it's very bloody and very disturbing, but I'll play the audio from when he walks over, and it only gets worse from here because he continues to film and he gets more and more excited that he just filmed the man's death.
Man stabbed, bro, right here. Right here. This guy just stabbed this guy, man. This guy just stabbed him, bro. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead, bro. He's dead, bro.
After filming his passing, he then turns the camera to himself to make a, like, selfie vlog out of it, which is why we now have this infamous picture of Alex Bodger. He's doing, like, the actual Twitch pog face with the dead, bloodied body right behind him. He couldn't stop himself from smiling and pretty much giggling. He was cheering on this death like he was at a fucking sports game.
Such a chaos, Sonios. This motherfucker just died, bro. He just died, bro. Holy fuck.
TikTok has just created an entire generation of absolutely fucking useless losers like Alex Bodger. Does nothing to help the situation and somehow uses a tragic murder as some kind of clout goblin scheme to make a viral video out of it. Now, luckily there is still some shred of hope for at least some TikTok users, because this guy got fucking dunked on so hard he deactivated all of his shit because everyone was bullying him for being this subhuman piece of shit that he is. So that's good at least. He even went back the next day in order to smoke a cigarette where this guy had been killed. Which is some real psychopath shit. I bet this guy really thought in his little smooth brain that this instance was going to be his ticket to the big time, the big leagues, the upper echelon of TikTok fame. He would be the guy that filmed the murder, I guess.
Starbucks stabbing fam. So I'm walking down the road. I thought I see a street fight. I thought it was just a street fight, right? So I start running over there. I start videotaping.
This guy actually just looks like he's cosplaying as a generic psychopath. I don't know how to explain it, but just by taking one look at him, I know he lives alone in an apartment and abuses his pets. He addresses the viewers as the Starbucks stabbing fam. I guess that's what he's trying to call his community, or lack thereof a community. It's pretty clear that he doesn't actually think this is a serious situation at all. This video is supposed to be like his defense, his side of the story, explaining it, you know, getting to the truth of it. You've all misunderstood me, and, you know, that kind of deal. But it's really not that at all. And at no point does he even address why he decided not to even try and help or call authorities or anything and just sit there and film. I really thought this was just going to be a standard cookie cutter influencer apology video, complete with the fake tears true combo. But it's something very different.
And I see some blood, and so I just thought maybe like there was a bloody nose or something. My brain wasn't really allowing me to believe what just happened, and I knew he was dead, but at the same time, and so like this is my first time ever experiencing this, right? So like my brain's just like, he's dead, like, and so I just start screaming because I don't know what the fuck else to do. The murderer is standing right there. All that's going through my head is like, holy fuck, I'm standing right here screaming he's dead while the murderer is right there. What if he comes at me and fucking kills me?
Oh, brother, we got it all wrong. He was afraid, clearly. You know, the murderer was right there, and this guy was concerned that maybe the murderer would come and kill him. He was so afraid that he stood there and continued to film the whole thing, including filming the murderer, while delivering play-by-play commentary as the father died in front of him. And then still continued to sit there filming and then turning it into a selfie vlog style where he starts pogging and laughing. It looked like he really was afraid, and now he's explained it, and now it makes sense. You know, he was like a deer in the headlights, afraid for his own life, clearly.
but I'm in so much shock. I'm just standing there doing this. And then I had what I thought was the most controversial thought of my life, which it was controversial, where I'm gonna say Satsi Kesanias. This motherfucker, but the motherfucker just, that part, like that smile on my face, that was out of uncomfort. I was so uncomfortable. I didn't know what just happened. Like, that's how I always am in uncomfortable situations. I put a little bit of a smile on my face, you know? And like,
I fucking hate the way this guy talks. He is talking like he's still trying to woo TikTok girls with this shit. Absolute weirdo. He's putting that little, like, what's it called, vocal fry in his speech, even though I know he has a lisp and is trying extremely hard to hide it here with all of this. And he's still taking, like, trying to make these, like, flattering angles while talking about filming this guy dying and cheering it on. I'm surprised he didn't start, like, sticking his tongue out and biting his bottom lip, because he even did, like, the generic and, like, you know, that kind of garbage. What an absolute fucking creepy douchebag. Now, for what it's worth, I know that for some people in a traumatic or scary situation, they cope with it with, like, a smile or something. That's not what he did here. Like, that's not the same response. Not only were you laughing and smiling, you turned the whole thing into, like, a song and dance for you, for your content. You turned it into content. That's not just being uncomfortable and smiling. You literally turned the camera around to film you and the dead body like you were at a goddamn spring break concert. Like, it's not the same. Like, you can't even come close to making a convincing argument that, well, actually, I was just uncomfortable, which is why I was smiling and, you know, started vlogging. It's how I deal with trauma.
I'm sorry for the people that it pissed off. I've been called by the homicide unit. I shared my grief. Yeah, like, this shit, it doesn't faze me too much, only because, like, I've seen, like, I'll just say human life, to me, the way I look at it, if I don't know you, is meaningless. It's meaningless. I'm just keeping it straight up, but, yeah, he's dead, what can we do now?
What a totally normal person thing to say. Human life, to me, if I don't know you, is meaningless. Oh, yeah, that's something not, you know, concerning to hear at all. That's not like a giant red flag. I'm also very curious where his brain was going when he said, like, it doesn't faze him too much because he's seen and then he cut himself off. Also interesting that he contradicts himself, because he stated that he was, like, traumatized by the event, saying that every time he thinks about the situation, he gets a feeling in his chest of pure fear. But in this video, he's puffing out his chest and, you know, fucking spreading his lats like a bat, like he's such a big, strong man that this kind of thing doesn't faze him. So that's weird. What is it? Were you fazed by it, or does it not matter to you at all? And even in this video, said he shared his grief. Well, what grief? You already said you weren't really fazed by it, and since you didn't know the guy, his life had no meaning to you. So what the fuck are you talking about? I really feel like this guy has no actual human emotion whatsoever and is trying his best to put on some kind of show to prove he does, but it's very unsuccessful. The whole thing fucking sucks. This guy is an actual piece of shit and it infuriated me, so I wanted to talk about it a little bit. Horrible, horrible situation, and that's really about it. So, yeah. I'm not here to scare you, but what I'm about to share might put the fear of God deep in your soul. And by God, I mean AI. It is advancing so fast. Every day, there's new groundbreaking developments in the AI field. You remember the expression, seeing is believing? I think it used to be used for really bad horror movie titles, like their catchphrase, as well as talking about Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy, but it was really applicable to evidence. If you can see something, if you can hear something, it's real, it's hard proof. But not anymore. Just like the dinosaurs, that shit is extinct. Because a video or audio evidence no longer means it's authentic, no matter how real it looks. AI is getting scarily close to making fake videos that are indistinguishable from real ones, and alarmingly close, like right on the edge, like one fucking pubic hair of a bumblebee's sack away from delivering perfect audio synthesis. In order to demonstrate this point here with how good AI's become with audio, let me show you Obi-Wan Kenobi talking about some space pussy.
Luke, did I ever tell you about Ahsoka Tano? She was your father's exotic teenage alien apprentice, a fine piece of jailbait from a more civilized age. She had the tightest body and the perkiest little breasts in the galaxy, barely legal in most systems. Anakin and I used to double team her at the end of every successful campaign during the Clone Wars, and once in a while we'd even have the entire 500 first run a train over her, part of official Jedi training, of course. In time, she learned how to handle a meat saber better than anyone in the Jedi Temple. She wore a miniskirt every day, so we told her there were no panties in space. And since she was constantly doing acrobatics, you'd get a glimpse of her orange pussy mid-fight as she'd do a flip while slicing a B-2 super battle droid in half.
This legitimately sounds like a behind-the-scenes gag that the real actor delivered that was leaked onto the internet. If you had told me that this was a cameo that the actor did, kind of like Hank Schrader saying sussy in Big Chungus, I'd be like, oh wow, that's so cute that the real actor did this. Because it sounds so good. The intonation, the inflection, the pauses, the deep breathing, it is all one-to-one with Obi-Wan's performance in the movie. It is crazy how good that is, at least to me. I can't find a difference listening to him monologue about Ahsoka being the finest meat saber wielder in the system, and Obi-Wan lecturing Luke in the film. But by far the wildest part about all of this is that it's not just specific to Obi-Wan. It's not like they developed the Brazzers Obi-Wan protocol to just generate goofy scripts using AI Obi-Wan voice. It's extremely flexible and can do pretty much any voice that you feed it. It's a service called 11 Labs, and you can just upload your own audio as long as it's like a minute long and clear with no background noise, and it can make you a generated AI voice just like Obi-Wan's that sounds super, super close to the audio sample that you provided it. It, like, the sophistication of this technology blows my fucking mind. Now, of course, this example is all in good fun. Who doesn't giggle listening to Obi-Wan passionately recall his sexual adventures with the rise of the Skycocker? But let's extend it beyond just silly, fun monologues about alien milkers button cock. Let's talk about what you can do if you're a bad actor and there's someone you don't like. You know, let's say there's a celebrity you don't like. You could take a voice sample of them, plug it into this program, and write up some horrible shit and post it online, claim it's a leak. And there would be plenty of people that believe you, and it's kind of hard right now, at least for most people, to prove that something like this is fake. It's pretty advanced in that regard, but you can. Of course, it can still be debunked, but it can still do damage just because of how convincing it is to most people who aren't going to bother delving into it and looking for the evidence to confirm it being fake. And you can take that, and let's extend it beyond celebrities. Let's talk about someone in your personal life. Like, let's say you really don't like your criminology professor. You could just take a voice sample of them that you've recorded in class, plug it into this program, and then type up some racist shit, and then present it to the university board, saying, like, look at what this professor is saying in our class behind closed doors. This is unacceptable. I can't tolerate this anymore. This is fucking garbage. It is awful. And then that professor can get in huge trouble, maybe lose their job, get fired. It could be a massive issue for them, even though they haven't done any of that. It's all just been AI-generated voice cloning. It's a very powerful tool, and perhaps an even deadly weapon, depending on who's wielding this Excalibur here. Right now, most of the uses are people goofing around with it, having their celebrities deliver monologues, like Tim Allen coming out about his addiction to eating cat litter, or Jared Leto tearfully apologizing for consuming the blood of orphans to stay young. It's just this Pandora's box that's been opened, and no one's really entirely sure the implications this will have for the future. But it's as Uncle Ben famously said to Peter Parker, with great power comes great responsibility. And even greater tits.
Right from the beginning, I said she's got to have tits. Even though that makes no sense because her race, the Na'vi, aren't placental mammals. We had a shot in which Neytiri falls into a specific position, and because she is lit by orange firelight, it lights up the nipples. That was good, except we're going for a PG-13 rating, so we wound up having to fix it. We'll have to put it on the special edition DVD. It will be a collector's item. Maybe I should have considered a Neytiri Playboy centerfold. That would have been a good idea.
That's James Cameron giving an interview about the importance of the breasts in the Avatar Way of the Water. Now, if I had just heard that, I legitimately would have thought this was an interview where James Cameron just went fucking full mask off, unhinged, fawning over the Na'vi honkers, but it's AI generated, of course. Like, that's just the power of it. And if you think it's only like one person being able to do this, you're wrong. They can generate entire conversations. Here's Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson talking about 4chan janitors.
So it's saying in the genetic lottery that we call life, clearly some were more successful than others. And 4chan janitors in particular certainly belong to the latter group. So can you tell us what that means exactly?
It means if you take a large group of individuals, internet users in this case, you would expect a spectrum of abilities each individual possesses.
Okay, that's interesting. But what about 4chan janitors then? Where would you find them on the curve?
Well, you would find them at the end of the spectrum that the negative end, the bad side, you know?
Like they possess no valuable qualities whatsoever?
No, absolutely not. Look, if they did, you'd think someone would pay them.
Wait, are you saying 4chan janitors are not getting paid?
No, they're doing it for free.
No fucking way, excuse me. But that's like really...
Well, it's true. And I mean...
The AI is exceptionally good with Joe Rogan for some reason. I think there is like a ghost in the machine and it's gathered sentience and become a fan of Rogan because it fucking nails everything involving his voice.
Actually, Fuda can be made less gay than straight porn. You see, straight porn has one guy and one girl. Because you're fapping to something with one guy in it, that's 50% gay. If you watch Fuda fuck a girl, that's one girl and a half girl. Thus, only 25% gay. You could make it 0% gay with two girls, but the problem is that makes them lesbian, which wraps back to being 100% gay.
This one just sounded like a legitimate debate, an argument had on his actual podcast that was clipped here and pretending to be AI. It was so fucking convincing. Like, you start to question what's real, obviously. Like, where does flesh, blood, and brain, real, organic Joe Rogan end and AI begin? It's you know, it's blurring the lines of reality. And it's not just voices. At this point, they can do so much more. You may have seen there's a Twitch channel blowing up right now called Watch Me Forever. The program they're playing is called Nothing Forever. And it's 24/7 AI-generated Seinfeld episodes.
So, did you hear the latest news?
Not yet. What is it?
Scientists have developed an artificial intelligence that can do stand-up comedy.
Wow, that's amazing. Are they sure it's funny? I mean, what if it's really only funny to robots?
I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. In the meantime, let's stick to what we do best, making people laugh.
Agreed. To the funny people. Let's get up there and show him how it's done.
I've tuned into a lot of this content, the AI-generated Seinfeld, and even just from me watching it over the last, 24 hours, I've noticed it getting more and more meta and sophisticated with its, comedy writing. It's almost learning how to make better jokes to a certain level, or at least sometimes. Maybe I'm just starting to get lost in my own delusion here from all of the AI advancing this quickly, and I'm starting to imagine it improving itself in real time, but I don't know. That's from the first couple of times I tuned in to minutes before I made this video, there was a drastic change in the writing quality, where before it was just saying a bunch of random shit. One of the jokes it told was, I went on a public bus and I sat on a stranger's lap, and it turned out it was my 3rd grade math teacher, and he whispered to me that I was his favorite student. And then he said, and then I saw that 3rd grade math teacher later on, and he said, heh. That was the punchline, then the laugh track. And then you fast forward to right before I made this, and also, don't get me wrong, that's a banger joke. That shit would slay in real life to a human being said it. It's killing it. It's doing a great job. But fast forward to right before I made this, and it was setting up entire punchlines. It feels like it is learning at a rapid rate. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this because it is so fascinating. We are in a wild point in history right now. I think everything that we're witnessing right now is going to be instrumental in humanity 10 years from now. It's going to be in a place where it changes the landscape of pretty much everything we know in our day-to-day lives. And that's very, very interesting if you ask me. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. Crime Boss Rockhay City just came out and it's absolutely atrocious. Let me take a peek. Oh! Wait! This is the... Oh! This was that one that they tried to like hype up real hard because they had all of the celebrities attached to it. What's going on? Did it fail to launch or what's happening? It says it's running. Where's it at? How do I get past the first boss encounter here, Dankin? The game is not working for me.
Stop moving.
One civilian restrained. Zip-tied hostages.
Don't be a hero, buddy. In fact, follow me. Follow me. Too slow.
Eliminating civilians raises heat and reduces leverage.
It's all going according to plan. God, I love it when a plan comes together.
Doors can be locked with stealth. Some of you have better skills with locks. Others may find it more difficult.
Pardon me, criminals. Had a bit of a sneeze there.
Landing at your location.
I hear you, Van Full.
Good work, Team A. Hey, I like what I saw. What a squad. What a squad. I didn't get a whole lot of a narrative there. So where's Chuck Norris, Danny Trejo, fucking Bob Dylan? I don't even remember who else is in this. Like, crazy cast. Where they at?
See, battle the king of Rockay meant going toe to toe with the baddest ass kicker on the planet.
Let's end it here today.
That would be Sheriff.
Very inspired performance.
We end this.
Yeah.
Charge.
Let's end this today. Time to end it.
Sorry. The whole bank is up in smoke. And a fucking chunk of money.
Oh, whoa, there's a huge sway here. Oh my god.
Fuck you.
No, Vamp! Or Vamp!
Not soon enough.
Oh! I swear to God, I really hope I don't have to do that again. I should have just went right to the thing instead of trying to clean it.
You're being attacked? By whom? Rappers?
Don't you lose my candy, god damn it.
Alright, let's go protect it. This is my chocolate factory, Mr. Bucket. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go get the gobstoppers back.
Got one down.
Oh god!
I'ma fix
Mac.
you up.
Those look like paintballs.
Yo, Carlos. Woo, looking fly, son. Baker's
Vanilla Ice! What's up?
Fun. Stay off the candy.
Ninja Turtle rap, am I right?
Be nice to the talent, man. Yo.
What's it gonna be?
Get down!
Now, just how big
That didn't work.
should be sent. There they are. Yellow's
Oh,
fruity
shit.
Cheetos.
They're here.
Show no mercy. You need to
They weren't ready for that.
We got time.
They were hard to
Fucking
intimidate.
use it.
I thought this was my friend.
Holy hell, that was crazy shit.
Oh, that was just a construction worker. I'm so sorry, brother. Why wouldn't you run away once the shooting starts? Man, I've killed more construction workers already than forklifts. God damn.
That's it.
Get the fucking bags packed. You boys won't be needing any of this, will ya?
Spider, hurry up.
Time to leave. Do not risk taking fire.
We're good here.
Oh.
Are you certain? The escape vehicle will be arriving shortly.
Run your fucking asses off.
Okay, I'm full. Oh, come on, Spider. What? Did I hurt my leg? Why am I, like, limping to the left?
So close.
Please stop this. Can I pick this up? Nope.
Fuck!
Half the bags are in. That makes half a nominal success. I hope
Wow,
it
that was
proves
easy.
to be lucrative.
This must be one of those missions that you complete in less than a minute. Man, they put all of their budget behind voice acting and nothing else, it seems.
Baker snatched his blues back?
And it's not even voice acting, really. They just grabbed random celebrities they probably found on Cameo.
Yellow man, that's my bad.
Fucking Vanilla Ice.
Oh, with that, the King's party's gonna be off the hook.
Shut it, bitch.
From now on, when Baker makes $1, however or wherever, I'm gonna take it from him. Word to your mother.
And are y'all
Oh.
Duh. You gotta push them pills harder, dog.
Auditioned for this? Or do you think the studio reached out to them and begged and then paid? Like, I can't imagine a world where Michael Rooker, like, auditioned. Like, I really want this role.
All got pancaked.
Right. Your favorite.
Wait until you hear Michael Rooker's lines. They're so fucking bad, and they kept retakes in the game at times.
Was he not at the party?
I'm excited.
Took off.
Okay, I love all of these perks. It's just, here's a damage percentage boost, here's a health percent boost, and here's, you take less damage. Awesome. Well, we'll just do this, I guess.
Alright, let's see what's on the menu.
This is Captain Touchdown.
Aw, Baker! You old devil, you. You in town?
Yeah. Setting up
He's
shop.
even holding a
Good,
football.
Good. You didn't die at a party last night, then. Uh-huh.
Yeah, about that. I need a captain.
Huh?
Major League.
Mm-mm.
What the fuck?
Conditions. 1. I run the field. The playbook is mine.
Classic Captain Touchdown.
You're the coach. What's the second?
Don't steal my tail, Hanson.
That was years and many mistakes ago.
Cool, brother. Water under the bridge. Hmm?
Ah, well, I'll come pick you up.
Yeah, cool. I'm down at the docks.
See you soon, pal.
This must have been such a relaxed environment for the real actors here. Like, they probably were a little afraid to have them do mini retakes, so they probably just like, hey, come on into the studio. Oh, you were actually trying? Okay, that's fine. We can put it in the game. It's okay. That's, you don't have to. Yeah, don't worry. You don't have to redo it. We wouldn't want to inconvenience you with good takes. Thanks to Prime X-Man. Jesus. All right, Captain Touchdown. Here I come.
Let's knock them on their asses. Touchdown's doing most of the shooting.
They just recorded a table read. Oh, these are absolutely first takes for half of this shit. 100%.
Fuck that.
I really think they just didn't want to, like, inconvenience the celebrities.
Reassess. Jesus.
The authorities will
How's that
certainly
guy
be
still
on
alive?
their way now. Pick up the pace.
Fuck off!
Captain Touchdown, I'm coming! Be careful! Captain! They're running a blitz!
How you been,
Oh my
bud?
god!
How's the game?
Ah, Baker! Good to see you, bud.
Good to see you too,
Damn, been a
Touchdown.
long time. Not too shabby. Why not? Chico's gearing up for the war.
Yeah, let's hit him with the flea flicker. Let's go, Captain Touchdown.
Cut costs, I guess. Shit, buddy, I never fucking left.
Oh, that was a whole mission. Oh, nice. Awesome. Welcome to the squad, Captain Touchdown.
Leave a big mark.
Better start practicing your in-zone dance, because we're gonna be there often.
I want them shaking in their boots.
See you in the end zone, mofo.
Man, this feels awesome. Alright, let's get in the end zone and put his ass in his ass. Hoorah, let's go, Captain Touchdown. Whee! Oh, that was a brick. I thought it was a grenade.
We knock them on their asses all the time.
I'm gonna throw more bricks because I just don't care. Yeah! Hold on, reloading brick. I don't think you can pick them up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. Take his captain ass down to Pound Town. What?
You know why we won? Because we're the better fucking team.
Was this the whole thing? We didn't even win. I'm looking at another one right now. We're having a standoff. We may have won the battle, but not the war. I'm still looking at them.
Already mine.
What is this? This is actually like a mobile game.
All right.
All right? Meaning...
We'll take back the fort. Let's ride.
This is something special. This is like shockingly bad. As in, like, why did they even bother publishing it? I don't need 10 soldiers, I just need 1. I can't bring that down. Unlucky. It's gonna cost me 16 grand just to attack the turf. I'll do it solo. What the fuck, man?
Get angry, get mean, let's go.
Alright, alright.
Frozen pussies on the road up ahead.
What? Watch out for frozen pussies. What is that even? Why would there be frozen vagina? It doesn't even make sense. Or rather, why would these guys be frozen to begin with? It's not like... Oh, wow. I wasn't looking at my health. It's not like it's cold out or anything. Oh, shit!
And that's how it's done, yo. I'm damn proud of
Oh, that's my friend. That's my friend. Well, attacking a territory is legitimately only like a 5-second thing. So, I can just keep doing that. Here, I'll hire some soldiers, whatever. And I'll just keep attacking these fucking territories, I guess. Oh, I have bricks again. Yep! Oh, okay. I really want to hit someone with a brick. Maybe I can hit their leader with a brick. What a tremendous dodge. I won.
Tremendous effort, y'all. Hold your heads high.
I probably shouldn't kill them because I think they joined me. There's a turret right there and nobody used it. They didn't even bother setting up on the turret. I'll grab Blazer. Who is this? Oh, this is Spider. He just looks like a high school kid. How do I assassinate you? Okay, luckily his eyes were closed. Bagging the body.
We are fortunate that went unnoticed.
Wow, he fits in that? Oh, I must have dismembered him. Holy shit. Can I let him out? I want to see how he unfolds. I wonder, do his officer buddies do anything? If I throw this at him? Pardon? Oh. Oh shit! Yep, help! Yep.
With the alarm comes law enforcement.
There's something in my eye.
Authorities en route to your location.
Swapping mags.
Swapping mags? I'm using a revolver. Oh, Jesus, they hit me. Oh, God, oh my lord, watch out, Blazer. Traveled through space and time there for a moment.
Make it fucking fast.
Grab the radios, the headsets, and the Walkmans, quick.
That's good, we're done.
This is a huge haul.
Are you certain? The escape vehicle will be arriving shortly.
hightail it straight for the vehicle.
Yeah, we gotta get the fuck out of here, quick. Precious cargo. Did you grab the VCR player's roller? Oh, goodness.
Let's fucking roll, man.
Okay, I really thought he would stop. Asshole.
Good work. We got it.
Roller, what are you doing? Oh, fuck. Roller! She's sightseeing! Get to the touchdown! What am I doing here? Oh.
We need it all. Bag it. Hurry the fuck up. Got enough.
Are you certain? The vehicle is close to the new extraction point.
That's all I need is like 4 diamonds? Doesn't even really seem worth the time.
I hope it proves to be lucrative.
Why is this game even released? Damn it. I have yet to hit a single rock. Or brick, for that matter. Got him! That should just insta-kill if you hit that rock. Each round is like 30 seconds, if that. Alright, I want this... Oh my god. I need more territories.
Do not eliminate the gods. It will suffice to restrain them. Oh. Well, that was foolish and costly.
Nice
Why?
work, dummy.
Nope, nobody saw me do that. I also just didn't think that would kill. All I did was slap his ass. What are you looking at? Get out of here. You know, get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Idiot.
You want the easy way or fucking up?
It really is crazy how short these missions are. Go to the zone, pick up 3 diamonds and leave. Go to the zone, kill 2 enemies and go home. To be fair, this is probably early game shit heists. Bro, this game is $30. This is the game.
But first, medical attention.
Missions for TikTok users. True. These are very bite-sized. Like actual 30-second fucking missions. It's crazy. It is actually crazy. Oh yeah, you know what time it is. It's time to roll on out of bed, get a good stretch, get some cereal in your system, sit down and see the latest in the Logan Paul CryptoZoo scam situation. I don't think there's any need for a Dragon Ball Z recap of what's happened up till this point. I think we all know, but I'll give you the briefest rundown. YouTuber CoffeeZilla exposed Logan Paul for a massive crypto scam he was running, telling the story of many victims who lost tons and tons of money on it. A lot of information came out about exactly how horrible this situation was. Logan Paul hiring literal criminals to run it with him, who stole $7.7 million. And after CoffeeZilla released this series of investigative videos, Logan Paul responded with threats against CoffeeZilla, talking about taking him to court. He then made a podcast episode doubling down on everything he was saying. He never defended himself. He didn't attack any of the claims. He didn't provide any evidence to prove that he's innocent. He just kind of kicked in the door, walked up like the Undertaker. He's like, CoffeeZilla, he's a sham. He's a little man. And just like a little man does, he does little man things. And I'm a big boy. I'm Logan Paul. So fuck that guy. And and that's it. Like, that's his whole thing. He just kept attacking CoffeeZilla's character without ever even addressing the evidence that he provided. So, obviously, the first 2 responses didn't go over well with anyone at all. Not a single soul on this planet. So, after that happened, he released a 3rd apology video where the attitude was very different. He was singing a completely different tune. He backpedaled on everything he said about CoffeeZilla, even thanked him for the investigation, said he's dropping the lawsuit, which is probably the smartest thing he's ever decided to do, because his face would have been used as toilet paper to wipe everyone's ass in court if he actually went through with that defamation case idea. But anyway, after the apology video was posted by Logan, CoffeeZilla responded to it last night, going over some of the things that he talked about that are good, that are actually helping some victims that were affected by the scam, but also some things that really fell flat. So I think it's a very interesting breakdown, and I think it's a very fitting conclusion, and I still hope that more is done to help the victims of his massive scam, but this is definitely a step in the right direction. The gift that just keeps on giving. So this is the follow-up to everything. Logan Paul made his big statement talking about like that $1.3 million. Well, you know what? I'm sure CoffeeZilla will cover all of it here.
Well, it's finally over. Logan Paul apologized.
CoffeeZilla, you're slimy.
And we all forgave him.
A lopsided journalist with an...
Turns out it's actually on his secondary channel. That's why I couldn't find it. It's entitled, Thank You, CoffeeZilla. It's the third response from Logan Paul.
I love this intro. CoffeeZilla's coming out here with the fangs out. He's got his claws drawn. Yeah, I mean, third time's the charm, though, for Logan. He really nailed it on this one. He's a saint again. Back in our good graces. I bought 5 bottles of Prime just to celebrate. He's a new man.
CoffeeZilla is not a criminal.
Oh, that's a relief. I thought Logan was going to hire me. But in all seriousness, this video does have some major admissions in it I want to go through. For
banger.
One, Logan
Actual
apologizes
banger.
to me.
I called him. I apologized. My initial response to his series was that of fire and ego.
Not only that, Logan also pledges a $1.3 million refund plan for people who bought his NFTs. In addition to that, he also promises to finish CryptoZoo, which was left abandoned.
And then
he should just hire that YouTuber that did it in 4 hours. Call it a day, just... I paid this YouTuber an exposure to finish my crypto scam for me so I can continue to make more money off of this.
For example, I think if you were an outsider who is not affected by this scam and you wanted a reason to love Logan Paul again, I think this nails it. I mean...
That was one of the main things I said when he posted that. If you weren't affected by the scam, you don't know anyone that was affected by the scam, him posting this makes it very easy for you to be a fan again, kind of guilt-free. Like, oh, okay, so some people got scammed, but look at how well he handled himself in this third apology video. So we can just move on past this. I'm not offended anymore, so I don't care if you guys are. I've forgiven him for you guys, so we're good.
Flat, because he doesn't adequately address the real victims of CryptoZoo, which I think they're rightfully angry about. And I wanted to spend some time talking about that because, again, they've been the heartbeat of this whole story, and they feel very differently about this response than Logan's core audience does.
Yeah,
they don't feel
that
like
sounds about right.
And I want to talk about why. Starting with the $1.3 million repayment plan. It doesn't even apply to the holder of Zoo coins at all. You get nothing if you bought this in-game currency. This refund only applies to current egg holders. So they can cash out that NFT for the initial mint price in crypto, which matters sort of because crypto has crashed a lot. So even though people...
Just to slide on in between your butt cheeks here, I'd like to further clarify on the repayment plan. It is good that there is something that victims can tap into to get some money back, but it's not all of it. It's not every victim, and it's actually only in specific cases for people that were affected by this. So with this $1.3 million repayment plan, it covers some losses for some people, but not all of it. And since crypto has crashed, the value of all of it's very different now. So people aren't going to be made whole, but at least it's something going back to some of the victims, which rarely happens in cases like this where a giant scam comes crumbling down. 9 times out of 10, it just results in the scammer being like, you entered the poop zone, you should have expected to get a little shitty. You know, and they just move on and just never talk about it again. So at least there is something coming back, but of course, it's not all of it.
The Zoo coins were most of this scam. I mean, that's where most of the money was spent. It wasn't just on the NFTs. It was on this in-game currency, which Logan seems to have no intention of refunding. And his response for why is pretty bad. He responds to somebody who lost $80,000 who told him, I hope this isn't just doing what you have to do technically to not get sued.
Oh, goodness gracious. Jinkies. 80K in Zoo shitties? Oh, Ruben. Oh, that is painful. Oh, goodness.
Logan replies with a screenshot of his white paper and later explains to...
Wait, hold on. Let me read that. Replying with just a picture from your terms of service or whatever is always just such a douchey thing. Because Zoo was created to support CryptoZoo and was not intended to be an investment vehicle, the contract doesn't include incentives for liquidity providing, although the largest... and then cuts off. Okay, so it's just eat shit, loser. Should have read.
Paper, and later explains to another member of the Discord, I believe there has been a misconception here. As outlined in the white paper, Zoo was created to support CryptoZoo and was not intended to be an investment vehicle. When you sold or bought is not my decision. And look, to be fair to him, there was a misconception that Zoo was an investment vehicle, but it's a misconception that he created.
And he's also not wrong. You shouldn't have bought in the first place. Like, I don't know what drew you to it to begin with. You must really love a picture of eggs and a picture of some animals. Like, he is not wrong. He wasn't the one that forced you to buy in and waste 80,000 doubloons on it. But very douchey, considering you were the one that scammed him and got him to bite into it.
Based strictly on the value of said investment vehicle. Quote, rules for selling. No
market
selling
manipulation.
Until a $200 million market cap. So I think it's fair to say, if Logan's own team were buying Zoo coins early, waiting for them to go up in value to a certain level and then selling them, that sounds like an investment vehicle, albeit a very stupid one. Be, quote, abandoned. Will everyone who minted be able to get that refund, or just the current owners? Now, in reply to this, someone in the Discord said, if you sell, you lose common investing knowledge.
Or if you invest in CryptoZoo, you lose common sense knowledge. But I mean, again, that is a cold, hard fact that he just dropped onto the table. He slapped his meat down and said, if you bought into this, you sold, you lost. He is correct. But it is still, once again, Logan's fault because he peddled a non-functional scam that was abandoned for a fucking year and a half.
And Logan replies, seeming to agree with this idea. In another Discord exchange, Logan says, please do not put any more money into CryptoZoo, which, by the way, is quite reasonable to say.
Yeah,
but then somebody follows up and says, guys, can someone explain what he said with not investing? But rather than replying, oh, guys, I just meant like I don't want anyone else losing money, or, you know, I don't want anyone else recklessly gambling. Logan replies instead, quote, I will no longer be the scapegoat for anyone's financial decision.
Woe is me. Oh, man. I'm so tired of being the scapegoat for my scam. Damn. The Matrix is out to get me here, and I'm tired of it. No more of this. It's your fault that you fell for my scam. Idiots.
He doesn't seem to see anything wrong with advertising a game that will make you money, it never delivering, millions of dollars being stolen by criminals he hired. And then when all of those people want their money back, he feels like he's the scapegoat. Like, oh, these guys shouldn't have believed me when I advertised to them a fun game that will make you money.
True.
It just doesn't make any sense.
How could these fools have played into my trap when it was so obvious that it was a fake garbage scam to begin with? Why should I feel empathy for these plebeians? I hired 3 criminals to run this and they stole from me. I'm the victim, not these pores that put money into my shit. So why should I be bothered to help them? Fuck you guys.
I mean, Logan had a simple job to do. All he had to do was just come out, apologize, get as much money back for the victims as possible. But he himself can't help but play the victim here. In fact, I have a third example of how Logan might really feel, because Logan tweeted right before his response. He says, quote,
shit was
the
awesome.
Matrix is real. Pray you never become its target. Now, I guess he's trying to channel Andrew Tate here unsuccessfully, basically saying like,
Andrew Tate even fucking dunked on him for it.
Not because I did anything wrong or scammed anyone. I'm just too much of a truth teller. I'm just an enemy of the system. That's why I must be
he revealed
getting
too
attacked.
much.
But if that's the case, we then have to wonder, who's the Matrix though, Logan? Like, is it your fans who got robbed? Who are the agents coming after you? I know it's not me.
So I'll explain it. Logan, with his back against the wall, does what he does best. He tries to parrot literally anyone else's belief. All he did was grift into something that he thought might be able to earn him some points to get out of it, so he went with the Matrix angle because it's such a hot button thing with Tate and all that. What he failed to realize is that literally no one is on his side, so that became even more of a goofy, delusional attempt at saving face. The guy scammed, point blank, hired 3 criminals, which he himself admits, and he still had the gall, the chutzpah, to try the Matrix angle, which even summoned the Matrix man himself, Andrew Tate, to shit on him for it publicly, further burying Logan's head in his ass. It's such a poetic disaster of PR. He couldn't make a good move. I actually still do believe Logan Paul doesn't have any thoughts of his own. I don't actually think he believes anything in his own mind. He just tries to pander. And he chooses any position that is the easiest and most potentially safe position to take.
I didn't want to release it at the time because I thought there was a better chance at getting a good ending for the victims here if I was a bit more diplomatic with Logan at this critical juncture when he was deciding whether he was going to give money back or not.
At the end of the day, the whole purpose behind this entire thing was telling the victim story, so anything that could result in them getting their money back is the optimal outcome. That'd be a mission accomplished.
Which, by the way, I think some of them are. In fact, I just saw a lawyer on YouTube, Attorney Tom. He's going to start the legal process going after Logan, using stuff like the arbitration clause in their terms of service. So I just wanted to say, if you're a victim of CryptoZoo, it's your support that made all the difference and got the victims at least something. So that wraps it up. Thank you for watching.
Imagine Logan comes out and just like, you know what? Fuck you guys. You didn't suck my dick hard enough for my benevolent actions here. I am going to sue CoffeeZilla. Fuck you. I feel like it'll happen. It won't. He knows there's no shot he can do that. He would lose even more should he decide to, for some reason, reignite the lawsuit. Just a bullying tactic he never intended to sue. Well, the tactic isn't the threat of a lawsuit. The bullying tactic is when people like that have a lot of money, they can take it to the next step and cost you money to defend yourself. That's the bullying. It's financial bullying through the lawsuit. So him just saying, I'm going to sue you, well, it doesn't really do anything. Now you just look like a weak bitch. You didn't. The tactic that's been used by other YouTubers like BritBoy is, I'm suing you, and then you take it to the next level where you actually do start putting in the paperwork. So then it adds not only a financial burden with getting a lawyer to represent you, which costs money, it then takes a mental toll because of the stress of having to defend yourself legally against someone like that. So that's where the actual bullying is. Or BitBoy Crypto. Sorry, not BritBoy. my bad. That's where that comes in. Oh, Carl. Carl is another great example. Billy Mitchell going after Carl. That's another example of that same tactic that's being used. Yeah, Billy Mitchell is notorious for using that. I usually have great memory, especially with names and faces, and I can even remember a lot of like really worthless moments from my life that have no real significance, like the first time I peed on my own clothes, or the time my dad was sitting and watching TV and I was really into WWE at the time, so I shouted 619 like Rey Mysterio and I came and I kicked him in the face. Like, all of that I remember. But sometimes I'll forget to do things that I think are pretty important, like moist metering huge things that came out. There's 4 huge things that came out that I just didn't moist meter, and I don't have a real excuse for it. I know the teacher can discipline me by taking a ruler to my bottom, but it's just one of those things where I watched it or I played it and then just didn't moist meter it because I wasn't thinking about it. So that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to play a little catch up here for things that I didn't release a moist meter for, and I know the absence of a moist meter on these big titles probably left people feeling cold and alone out in the rain without any guidance. So I know it's a little late, but better than never. Let's go ahead and start with the Dead Space remake. I streamed the whole game. I loved it. It's a fucking amazing remake. Now, it's not a remake in the same sense of something like Resident Evil 2 or Resident Evil 3 or most likely Resident Evil 4 remake. It's not like they rebuilt and reimagined this game in a different way. They took everything that was already outstanding about Dead Space, which is an absolute classic. That game is still iconic. And they just added to it. They didn't make anything worse. They just made everything better. Visuals, they added more lore, more characters. And this time around, Isaac actually talks, which is so much better than the silent protagonist. Because every time, this is just a little pet peeve, every time they do a little silent protagonist shit, it always feels like I'm playing someone who's been lobotomized and everyone has to patronize me. Like they're babying me. Like in the original Dead Space, for example, there'll be a conversation that Isaac's not taking part in because he didn't talk. And they'll be like, Isaac, did you repair the toilet in the women's restroom? And Isaac doesn't say anything, but then they just kind of fill in the blanks for you like, oh, I'm sure you did fix the toilet, Isaac, such a good boy, such a big boy. Like, without you ever contributing to anything, it just always feels like you're more of an active spectator as opposed to a real character in the story. I am just not a fan of the whole silent protagonist angle. I never really like the excuse of you can project yourself onto the character, because that doesn't really work either if you're not actually partaking in the story or making decisions like that. So I am very happy that they actually added dialogue for him, and I think they've done a good job with it. They, of course, did change the way Isaac looks, but I don't think that is a detriment to the game at all. I think it's completely fine. I think they've done a great job with everything. This is just like the best way of experiencing Dead Space if you haven't played it, or even if you have, this is a great way of getting back into the rodeo and having a great time in the Dead Space world. It was just a ton of fucking fun. Everything to love about Dead Space is still intact in the Dead Space remake, with some absolutely beautiful, tasty frosting on top of that already amazing cake. I think it's just an outstanding remake. Plugging it into the moist meter, I'd easily give this like a 95%. It's probably like one of my favorite remakes. Because not only is it an amazing game, but they just did everything right. Visually, it is a huge upgrade, and I will never understand the complaints from people that probably never even played the original saying that it doesn't look that much better. It is night and day. Go back and look at original Dead Space compared to the remake. It's not even fucking close. It's in a completely different ballpark. It is a beautiful game. It is a big improvement on an already amazing game. So I just think Dead Space Remake is fantastic. Moving on to the next big thing that came out that I didn't moist meter, Puss in Boots 2 Last Wish. I did see this movie. I saw it about a week after it came out, and I loved it. I think the movie is extremely good. The hype that surrounds the film is absolutely accurate. It lives up to the hype. And I'd even say some people undersell how much fun it is to watch. The action in here is very inspired by like the way Into the Spider-Verse does it. It's fucking great. And the main villain that I'm sure all of you have seen now, the wolf with the two little tiny handheld scythes, dual wielding these little scythes. I don't know what the actual fucking weapon's called. I'm sorry, Forged in Fire fans, but it's that blade, like that giant, like hooked blade that looks like almost a question mark that he's holding. Like those weapons are really cool, but that character is super badass. The fights between him and Puss in Boots are really impressive. This isn't like some kind of boring Looney Tunes fight where there's only like a little bit happening. They go hog wild. Like there was times I was like, wow, I feel like I'm watching a top 10 anime shonen moment. It's like they really put a big emphasis on the action, and they do a great job with it. It's flashy, it's fun, and it also has a really good story. It's nothing that's going to be groundbreaking, but it's also not afraid to be dark. It tackles mortality, overcoming the fear of death. Like, how do people deal knowing that they're going to die? Do you hide away, not take any risks? Or do you go out there and try and live to the absolute fullest? There's really nothing that I disliked about this movie. I had a great time watching it. I guess the only thing that I was kind of disappointed by is the absence of some counting crows. When I'm thinking anything in the Shrek universe, I'm thinking accidentally in love, you know? Like, where's the counting crows at, you know? I feel like there could have been a great montage of Puss in Boots fucking beating ass, eating ass, while you got Counting Crows blaring in the background, but, you know, you can't have everything, I suppose. It was a great movie, though. I really did enjoy it, and I do think it lives up to the hype, and I'm really excited for the future of it. And I'm glad that it's done so well in the box office, because having more animated films like this is a great thing. Puss in Boots Last Wish absolutely gets a 90% on the moist meter. I was debating whether it'd be a 95% or not, but I don't know if it's better than something like Red Line or Into the Spider-Verse, but it's very close, so it teeters on a 90 to 95%. I'll give it like that little range there. It's a really good movie. And now, speaking of good movies, time to wipe our ass with that whole thing, because we're moving on to a bad movie. It's M. Night Shyamalan's new film, Knock at the Cabin. It's not a bad movie, I'm kind of exaggerating. It's a very cool concept executed in the goofiest way possible, which unfortunately seems very par for the course for modern M. Night Shyamalan films. So Knock at the Cabin, I'm sure you've seen the previews for. There's this family that goes to a cabin, and then 4 people show up saying that they're going to have to make a choice to sacrifice one of the family members in order to prevent the apocalypse. That's the whole idea of the film, so it tackles, is this family going to sacrifice someone to save the world? Is the world really even about to, fucking explode into this giant doomsday, this Armageddon? Or are these 4 people that are there just insane? Cultists, fanatics, weirdos, goofballs. At the end of the day, they're a random family. Why would their sacrifice for some reason prevent the entire world from just getting fucking blasted? So it's a cool idea, but it is just not a good movie. I'm going to get into spoilers for this one because it's the only way I can really even criticize it, since all of it has to deal with the way that this concept is executed. So just fair warning, I'm going to get into spoilers for this film, but honestly I'm kind of doing you a favor because it's just not that great in general. So the family that visits this cabin is a couple and their daughter, and the couple is 2 men. So they're a gay couple, and they believe that once they were visited by these 4 strangers that they were targeted because of homophobia or something like that. And I thought this was going to play into the film because at one point one of the strangers did lie about their name, and the stranger was actually a homophobe that attacked one of the men at a bar. But that never mattered. He proved that he lied about his identity to the other 3 strangers, and that guy did have a connection directly with the couple in a very negative way. So I thought this was going to play on the idea like, oh, maybe this really is just kind of one big scam and these are just some like actual fucking awful weirdos. But it doesn't. The trailers also put a big focus on the little girl, and I'll tell you right now, she does nothing in this film and she maybe has 10 total lines. She has no role to play in this movie at all. Really, nobody does. This movie tries to throw things at you like one of the plagues that they're talking about that's going to ruin the earth after they've refused to make the sacrifice a couple times is a sickness. And the sickness is a virus that starts spreading. They turn on the news, they see the virus is spreading. But then one of the men is like, no, this is actually a big lie. This virus has been spreading well before we even got to this cabin. They're trying to pretend like what's happening right here is the result of us not killing each other. And it's like, oh, okay, so maybe it is a big lie. And I thought it was going to play like with the psychological aspect of, is it true or is it not? But it doesn't. They kind of like sprinkle these red herrings in there, but not in a really effective way, because at the very end of the day, nothing that happens in that cabin matters because everything plays out exactly as Dave Bautista says. Dave Bautista is the fucking prophet, and everything he said was 100% accurate. So the twist in this film is that there's no twist. Everything just follows this like on rails fucking Disney ride of exactly what they were saying is 100% the truth and exactly what's happening. So ultimately, everything that's going on in the cabin is kind of fucking worthless until the very end, where one of them does make a sacrifice to prevent the apocalypse because planes are falling out of the sky now. It was just really underwhelming. Oh, and also, even just thinking about the movie just made me fucking sneeze. But also, another thing is the movie is rated R. They're saying fucking shit and there's blood. Kind of. Every time that something happens where someone dies because the 4 strangers, in order to release the plague after the decision has been made to not sacrifice one of the family members, they kill one of them. And they do that by bashing their skull in. But even though it's R, they don't actually show that. So they'll show them like getting down on their knees saying a choice was made, humanity's been judged, and right before they hit them with it, they'll pan the camera up so you can't see it, you can only hear it, or they'll just get out of the cabin entirely and you can only hear it. So even though it's R, it doesn't even show you the disturbing stuff, you just hear it, which is highly underwhelming as well, and it takes a lot of this, like the intensity out of these moments, because then you're no longer even bearing witness to the fucking craziness of it. Like, everything about the film is just super underwhelming. Like, had they actually came in with more of playing around psychologically of if it's fake or if it's real, I think they could have had something very fun here and pretty interesting, because the concept I think is interesting, but it just falls so flat. It really does. Plugging Knock at the cabin into the moist meter, I'm giving it a 50%. Like, I think Dave Bautista does a great job, as well as all the other actors, but they can't carry just weak material. So it's just not overall a good movie. Now, the last property that I didn't moist meter is one that people have not stopped pestering me about. This was probably one of the biggest films to release of the last decade, and I didn't moist meter it, which is kind of shameful, but I'm doing it now. It's 80 for Brady. 80 for Brady is a story about 4 80-year-old women that go to the Super Bowl because they love Tom Brady. And, man, I gotta tell you, the only reason we saw this is because it was so silly looking. Like, why would this even exist as a film? So we kind of saw it as a joke, Andrew, Aaron, and I. But I gotta be honest, it's not a bad movie at all. It was actually a good movie. And what made it very special is the theater was fucking packed, and we were the youngest people there by about 50 years. Every single person in that theater was also probably around 80 years old, and a lot of them had Tom Brady jerseys on. It was absolutely adorable. The film itself is also competently made. Like, yeah, a lot of the jokes are geared towards geriatric people. Like, a lot of the jokes are, you know, the old women screaming or the old women doing some silly dances, but since they're, you know, up there in age, they can't really do the big dance moves, so it's usually them doing some of this. Like, it's actually just adorable, but there are some good jokes in there that aren't, like, bad. For some reason, there's big cameos, like Guy Fieri's in there. Like, it's just not a bad movie at all. It was, like, a really positive film. Right now, we're in an age of movies where they all want to go really dark and grim, where everything's kind of doom and gloom for a little while, taking, like, really, you know, somber spins and everything. This movie was 100% just positivity from start to finish, which was really kind of refreshing. And the theater that we were in loved it. They were giggling and clapping at times, like when Tom Brady made a good pass and the women were appreciating it. This movie is also produced by Tom Brady, so this man literally made this movie to just pat his own ego, which is fucking beautiful. He acts in it too, and I tell ya, he smolders. Every scene Tom Brady's in, he's just giving like this direct stare down, and since he got his like buccal fat removed, he's got like these, you know, his cheeks are really in, and he's like, Lou, just remember what I did when I played the Atlanta Falcons in the Super Bowl and led one of the most historic comebacks in NFL history. Lou, you guys can do it. Like, that's the extent of Tom Brady's acting, and he does that like 1,000 times. It's so silly, but in a good way. Like, yeah, it's kind of hard to watch where you're like, oof, Jesus, Tom. Like, you know, you're not winning any Oscars here, but god damn it, he's trying, and that's appreciated. It's just a movie where I have no complaints because it'd be silly to complain about it. We knew exactly what we were going to get going into it, but it was even better than we thought in that regard, where it really was just an enjoyable comedy flick. I also appreciated the goofiness of it because it's somewhat inspired by a true story, because some old women did go to the Super Bowl, and they kind of took that idea and went a little hog wild with it. So the women do drugs at a party and shit like that. And then at one point, the old women even win the Super Bowl for the Patriots. This follows the Super Bowl against the Falcons, where they were down by a ton going into the very final stretch. Well, in this movie, in that final stretch, the four old women break into the offensive coordinator's booth and start running plays for them. And then they give an inspirational speech to Tom Brady, who's listening on his helmet, and he's shaking his head and then saying thank you. And then they go out and win the game. It's so uplifting. 80 for Brady, I'm giving an easy 80% to. His shit kind of goes hard. So yeah, anyway, these were like the big things that I played and saw recently that I didn't moist meter when I really should have. So this is just me catching up with all of it, and that's about it. So yeah. There's only two words that I can think of whose names are like Voldemort on the internet, where you hear them and it sends a shiver down your spine just at their mere mention. One of them is James Corden, obviously, and the other is Machinima. Before getting into the meat of what I want to talk about today, I think it's important to set the stage here. I need to put all the plates on the table so that way you can get ready to eat my big idea. I want to tell you the whole story and lore of Machinima, so get ready for a roller coaster ride of nostalgia. Machinima was the first major gaming-related YouTube channel that really blew up. It became this hub for all things gaming-related, and for a long time was one of the top 10 biggest channels across all of YouTube. They even had spin-off channels like Machinima Respawn, and I'm sure all of you can remember watching their content. They were posting like 50 videos a day across all their channels. The catalog of content they had was longer than all of the known digits of pi, and everyone wanted their videos posted by Machinima, including me. When I was still but a wee lad, stars in my eyes, having big dreams, I wanted my clips posted by Machinima. I was young and naive, going through puberty, my body was experiencing changes, not so much in the height department unfortunately, but in the hormones and vocal fold department. But one thing never changed, my desire to be a part of Machinima. But I never got that opportunity. I uploaded so many videos to their website hoping that I'd be picked up as a creator. I even wrote them emails, damn near started sending them handwritten letters in crayon to their P.O. box begging to be part of Machinima, but I never was. I had friends that were, and I was always jealous, but Machinima didn't choose me, and for a while that made me upset when I was a kid, and I swore revenge like an anime villain. Oh, you want to treat me like toilet paper to wipe your ass? Well, watch this. I'll turn into sandpaper and I'll irritate your ass. Like, I wanted revenge. But I never needed to get revenge because I'm sure you all know how this story goes. It turns out Machinima was actually a very horrible company to work with as a creator. Everyone had a negative experience working with Machinima. They were well known for very predatory contracts, mistreating their creators, and very shady business practices, which led to a mass exodus of all of their talent. And by the time 2016 rolled around, they were kind of a shell of their former selves. But in 2016, Machinima was bought by Warner Bros. For just shy of $100 million. It was a huge acquisition, and this was supposed to be like a big rebrand for Machinima where they come back to their former glory and once again take the internet by storm. There are huge plans to revitalize the channel, bring new eyes to it, and really pop off once again, hop back in the saddle and ride this horse right through the fucking gates of Valhalla. But unfortunately, I think we all know how that story played out. In 2019, mysteriously, every single piece of content on Machinima and every Machinima-related channel was pulled overnight, without any warning to creators or their audience. A decade worth of content all vanished in an instant. And they said that this was because they were going to start pivoting and doing content in different ways that didn't involve legacy channels. It all just got really messy, but this was almost 4 years ago, and there's still nothing from Machinima or anything related to Machinima. So what happened? No one really knows. I have been trying very hard to figure out exactly what all went on behind the scenes here, but it's kind of all talked about in hushed whispers, and no one's really entirely sure on the full story or scope of what exactly happened between this 2016 to now 2022 time period. But one thing is for sure, they removed all of that content and people lost years and years worth of their work because they didn't know it was going to be taken down. So there's so many creators, some of whom that you probably still watch, or they are still popular on YouTube, that had a ton of their videos just removed, and I know for a long time they've wanted it back. So what I've wanted to do is buy Machinima from Warner Bros. Because they're not doing anything with it. Right now, the channel still exists. It still has over 11 million subscribers, and there's not a single piece of content on it. There's not a single video. And it's the same sad story for all the other Machinima spin-offs like Machinima Respawn. They just link other people's content from their channels. They don't have any of the original content that used to exist on the Machinima brand. I want to purchase these channels and be able to give the content creators their videos back. I imagine they privated all of the content, which means it'd be very easy to unprivate all of it. However, if Warner Bros. Doesn't like that idea for some reason, if they're apprehensive about opening the floodgates here and rebuilding the Library of Alexandria, known as Machinima, well, I'm fine with not unprivating them. I can still download them and send them to the creators that I know want them back and have wanted them back for a long time. I don't think they deleted all of the content. I really do think they privated it. That's just a theory, a little game theory here, a hunch, but I really do think it is still there, just privated or unlisted, and that'd be a very easy fix if I owned Machinima. Right now, Machinima is earning as much money as National Treasure on DVD earns, $0. They are generating $0 in revenue for Machinima. Warner Bros. Is making nothing on it, so let me buy it. I'm very flexible on whatever terms you'd like. I'm up to negotiate. We can kick back and smoke cigars together as we talk shop, get down to the brass tacks. I'm open to anything. I just would really like to have these channels and be able to give the creators their videos back. But then even going forward, I would like to actually use the channels for something. I don't know what yet, but I've been trying really hard to get in touch with anyone that would have information on who to talk to about making this kind of deal happen. This has been an idea I've been cooking up for months now. But it's just been radio silence. I imagine every office we call has been extinct for 6 years now. It's just literally dilapidated buildings where Machinima used to be. There is nobody we've talked to that even has a connection anymore to the Machinima or knows anyone that does. There might be like one single hotline still available somewhere, but we can't find it. We can't get in touch. We tried everything with full screen, but apparently full screen is defunct. Full screen took over Machinima. Once Warner Bros. Bought it, it eventually ended up in the hands of Fullscreen, but now Fullscreen no longer exists. That's been wiped out like the dinosaurs. Like, that's Fullscreen is gone, which I didn't realize. So we've been trying to get in touch with Warner Bros. Directly about this kind of deal, but still haven't really heard anything on that front either. So I'm making this idea public, at the risk of someone coming in and stealing it from me, sweeping it out from under the rug here, which would be very upsetting because it's something that I'd really like to do, and I'm pretty passionate about it because I had such a close connection to Machinima. It was such an integral part of me growing up when I was a young man on the internet and still learning everything. And I know a lot of people that got fucked over by having all of this content deleted, so I'd like to be able to give that back to them. A little late Christmas present from old St. Nicholas over here. I also just don't see a world where Machinima itself ever comes back in any meaningful way because of all of the negative baggage associated with it. It is a word that has a overwhelmingly horrible connotation surrounding it, so I don't think Machinima could ever do what it did again, because no one would sign up to work with Machinima. So I just feel like it's kind of a not dead on arrival, but a truly buried IP right now that I don't think could even be brought back if anyone wanted to. So let me have it, and I can do something with it. I don't exactly know what I'd do with it going forward past giving everyone their content back, but I'd figure something out. We've toyed around with a few ideas, call it Moist Cinema, do something cool with it. Talked about making it a Moist Esports channel where it's just all about Moist Esports, and that would literally make us the biggest esports YouTube channel by a large margin. Probably the biggest esports social media presence ever, just by pure numbers, which is an extremely entertaining thought. But we would think of something to do with it going forward that is currently better than what it's doing right now, which is just festering. Right now, it is just this blemish. So, like an old reminder of the internet from 15 years ago. It's not doing anything, but it can. So let me buy it from you, Warner Bros. Or let me work with you and we can do it together. If you want to retain ownership of it, that's fine. Just give me control of it to do some shit with it. So yeah, this is like a public asking for open communication with myself and Warner Bros. So that way we can all talk together and come up with something cool to do with the Machinima channels. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. When was the last time you heard something about Twitch that wasn't overwhelmingly negative? I can't even remember. It's been so long. Trying to remember a time where the Twitch higher-ups seemed in touch with the community is like trying to remember a dream. Like, it's just extremely hard. How long it's been since Twitch was doing things that people generally liked. For years now, it's just been rolling out features that nobody in the world has ever asked for and that contribute nothing to the platform. Anyone remember just a couple months back when they had their version of Super Chats, where they would take a paid message and then put it underneath the stream where nobody in the world could see it. So you were actually just throwing money into the void, just flushing it down your toilet, basically. God rest the soul of elevated chat. I'm sure all 3 people who ever used that feature are still distraught and mourning the loss of such an incredible monetization tool. Like, it is so misguided. Another feature that they've rolled out that I'm sure none of you even knew existed is something called Reacts, where you as a viewer while watching a stream can react to it, and all it does is you can send an emote at that very second you click react to let the streamer know what you thought of that moment, that second. So that way when the streamer goes to their dashboard, they can click on the reacts and see like, oh, at minute 55 of my stream, I had 3 pogs. That must have been a really good moment. Like, it's fucking worthless features. It is nothing but horrible decisions from this company. They're making more bad choices than a college student who just took his first shot of Fireball. But unlike the college student, Twitch isn't drunk. They're just stupid. I'm getting heated. Of course, not everyone at Twitch is this silly. Like, not everyone's going wacko mode with these ideas. There are real people at Twitch that understand the platform, but they don't have the same power that the higher-ups do that are rolling out these awful decisions. Why am I talking about this? Well, it's because they've just revealed 2 new awful decisions over the last 24 hours. Now, one of them, admittedly, is not their fault. This comes with the layoffs. I will show you some clips from last night's stream where I really dive in deep on those. But the other one that not a lot of people have realized yet is they also made a statement on their sub-revenue split. You might remember, I also mentioned it recently in another video. Last year, towards the end of the year, Twitch announced that it would be getting rid of the 70-30 sub-revenue deal that they had with streamers. So now it would be 50-50 across the board, 70-30 would no longer exist, which means Twitch now offers the lowest amount of revenue to streamers in the entire industry. They're now at the bottom of the food chain when it comes to sub-splits across the board of every streaming platform, and by a wide margin. YouTube is 70-30. I mean, even Kick is like 90-10, I think, or even 95-5, I don't remember. But they offer the lowest split of subs, and it's not even close. And they really don't have any tools in place to try and make up for that, so instead they double down on ads, which is worse for everyone. Streamers don't like running ads. Viewers don't like watching ads. Thus, you're immediately killing the two people that make streaming work, streamers and viewers. You are rolling out things that neither side want. Their Galaxy Brain solution to the taking 20% away from the streamers is to force them to run more ads if they want to make up for that lost revenue. And streamers don't want to do that because that drives away their viewers. That's bad. I mean, sometimes the viewers will come back, but when you run an ad on Twitch, you lose viewers. It's just how it works because no one wants to sit through fucking 10 unskippable ads, so they'll go somewhere else. Maybe they come back, maybe they don't. And this is extremely detrimental because of pre-roll ads that play when you click on a stream for the first time. This is the nail in the coffin for a lot of smaller streamers where even if they're doing really cool content, a lot of people never find it because when they click on that stream and they get fucking 2 back-to-back 30-second ads, they just instantly leave and they'll never go back. So clearly it was a very controversial decision, one that a lot of people took issue with, and now Twitch is saying that we heard everything everyone was saying, it was a very loud conversation, and we laughed at all of you, and we're spitting in your face. We made the right decision, nerds. It's going to be 50-50 forever. So they're patting each other on the back, slapping their ass, saying, good game out there, team. They are taking their victory lap, letting us all know that 50-50 is here to stay forever, and then try and elaborate on why it's a good thing and how they're going to change their monetization model in order to make Twitch the #1 place to stream when it comes to revenue for streamers. And in the interview, they said, we talk a lot about how we're in this together, and part of that is innovation. We are committed to continuing to improve our monetization products and building new monetization products, and at the end of the day, we're committed to increasing the amount of money a streamer earns. Wow, such noble intentions with absolutely no way of delivering. One of the things Twitch is really going buck wild with is their ad incentive program, and here's what they had to say about that. Surprisingly, they did recognize that the intrusiveness of ads on Twitch is a big issue, one that they're trying to work on. So they said the acceptance and engagement on the ad incentive program far exceeded our expectations, so streamers are clearly seeing the value in running ads now. I like how they're saying that like a mark of pride. Streamers aren't happy about that, by the way. It's just that's their only option. In fact, if you go on Twitter and spend even just a couple of seconds typing in the Twitch ad incentive program, you'll see a lot of people outraged at it because a lot of the asks are huge for the ad incentive program, up to like fucking 7 minutes worth of ads. I've seen them. Like, for example, Caleb, Just Joel, streams often. He's shown me his ad incentive program. Rex Gunderson, he's shown me his. Like, the asks are not small, and the pay they're offering isn't huge for smaller streamers. Even in the rare instance where a couple of larger streamers posted their ad incentives where it was a lot of money for like fucking 6 or 7 minutes of ads per hour, they still, most of them chose not to do it because of how intrusive all of the ads were to the viewers. It just makes the experience of watching their stream awful. Having to be inundated with fucking 7 minutes of ads per hour is a lot when it comes to streaming. So a lot of them still just didn't choose to do it. The only reason there is any level of acceptance with the ad incentive program is because you have forced people to swallow this shit. Since there's now no longer a 70-30 deal or anything like that, the amount of sub revenue you can generate is significantly less. In fact, you'd probably make more money buying and reselling eggs right now than you would trying to rely on sub money on Twitch. Now going forward, Minton acknowledged the state of ads on the platform isn't perfect yet, and the company has taken steps to reduce their intrusiveness through static, in-player ads and disabling pre-roll ads if creators display at least 3 minutes of ads per hour. We're really thinking about ad placement generally and ensuring that, as a viewer, when you're looking for a new community, that we're reducing the impact of ads. So they do recognize how it's very bad for small streamers when pre-rolls are playing. And right now their solution is, we'll just play more ads during your stream and we'll get rid of pre-rolls. Like, it's literally Ouroboros, just constantly fucking feeding on ads and eating its own tail. Everything is all about ads, and it's still intrusive. Like, it is still there. Like, pre-rolls will exist unless you are running ads throughout your stream. So I still also don't understand why skippable ads aren't on the platform when those are pretty commonplace. Like, I feel like skippable ads would at least help alleviate some of the headache there and make the ad breaks a little more palatable. But still, another thing that they mention is like all of their innovative tools they're working on to help creators monetize their content. They don't really shine a bright light on what all of those new innovations are looking like. Though I do imagine one of them they're talking about, because they do briefly mention like sponsorship opportunities through streaming on Twitch. And I think what they're talking about there is like something similar to the bounty board. Bounty board is something that's existed on Twitch for quite a few years now. Basically, companies will pay Twitch to have streamers of X amount of viewers stream their product for however many hours, and Twitch will give a portion of that money that the brand is paid to the streamer. I mean, in theory, like, the concept is actually pretty solid, right? If Twitch is going to facilitate brand deals like that and just put it right on your dashboard, that's a pretty decent idea. But most people have woken up to the fact that the deal is shit. Twitch is taking the lion's share of that brand deal, and the streamer is getting very, very little comparatively to what they would get if they just chased down the same deal themselves or with like an agency or something. Like, if you're going to do a stream deal through Twitch, you're better off just clicking on the bounty board to see who's looking for streamers and then reach out to the company yourself, or have your manager or whatever agency you're with reach out to them for you and let them know you're interested, because you'll get a much better rate that way. Because Twitch has taken almost all of it. Like, I don't know many people that still use the bounty board, because most people have realized this now. It is paying significantly less than had you just gotten the deal through any other means. So it's a decent idea in theory if Twitch wasn't taking so much of the brand deal. So I've been ranting about this for a while, but you can see there's a lot of problems that plague Twitch when it comes to streaming on there and trying to make a living off of it, which is why so many streamers are choosing to stream elsewhere. YouTube or Kick really are the two main competitors at the moment that people are switching to or starting with. And it's because you have a much better chance of making a living on those two platforms at the moment. Discoverability on Twitch used to be one of its strongest benefits, but currently Twitch doesn't really have an edge in that category anymore either, mainly because of what I mentioned earlier, pre-rolls. If you're towards the bottom and someone's willing to take a chance on your content, they click on it and they get a pre-roll, they left. They're most likely not going to stick around for that. Whereas if you started on YouTube or Kick, you just fire up your stream and your content's immediately accessible to anyone who might find it. So yeah, like, you just stand a better chance of getting found elsewhere outside of Twitch at the moment, I would argue at least. So there's a lot of problems plaguing Twitch right now. They've made it very clear that they're not exactly turning the profit they'd like to be turning, and the decisions they're making to try and be more profitable are only hurting their platform even further. So let's talk about the layoffs now. Twitch laid off 400 employees yesterday, and what's crazy is the employees don't even know who got laid off yet. So the employees are still fucking trembling in fear, wondering if they even have a job anymore. But this isn't a Twitch exclusive problem. I'm sure all of you know, all of the big tech businesses, the tech industry as a whole, experienced a lot of bloat over the last few years because of COVID. They hired a lot of people. Now they're firing a lot of those people because they don't need that many employees and they're not utilizing that many employees. Thus, they're making a lot of cuts. Amazon laid off like 9,000 people yesterday. So, of course, the 400 laid off at Twitch were a part of that. Yeah, we can talk about the Twitch stuff now. I see a lot of people coming after Twitch for the layoff. They laid off 400 staff members. I think it's very interesting that Dan Clancy, the new CEO of Twitch, is the one to make this announcement, as opposed to like a parting gift from Emmett Shear, the previous CEO. That was kind of surprising, because this is not really how you want to start your reign as the Twitch CEO, with 400 jobs taken away. But it's also not their fault. Amazon laid off 9K. So people need to realize that since Twitch is part of Amazon, this is part of the overall Amazon layoffs. I don't think Twitch itself was the one that kind of spearheaded it. Though I will say I think Twitch is a bloated company. I feel like losing 500 staff members isn't necessarily going to change too much about it. But I could be wrong. Maybe these are like really crucial members. But what's kind of fucked up about it is apparently the Twitch staff don't even know who's been fired. It sounds like huge corporate shit. Yeah, that is kind of wild that the employees themselves don't know if they've been laid off or not yet. I feel like they probably should have told them that they're fired before making the announcement. 400 employees fired out of 1,200 is fucking rough. Is that how many Twitch has? Is it 1,200? I don't know why, but I thought it was more. But yeah, I mean, it's not a small number by any means, but I do think Twitch was very bloated. I don't think you needed that many employees to begin with. They're clearly not utilizing them to their full potential. Like, I can count on one hand the amount of features they've rolled out over the last couple years, right? Like, they're clearly not being put to great use over there. But this wasn't like this wasn't explicitly a Twitch decision. This is just the entire tech industry. I don't remember where the source was now, but there's a whole article written up about the collapse of the tech industry jobs right now. I believe they cited that because of COVID, all of these companies panic hired a ton of people because they thought they'd need significantly more employees to like run remote and all of that. So all of these companies really exploded with the amount of people on their payroll over COVID. And now that that's not going on anymore, they just have all of these, like this wild list of employees that they don't use and they don't need anymore. So now they're letting them all go all at once. So it's just this huge exodus.